Good morning everyone and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The sun is shining and we have some cracking news for you. Yes, the LV Insurance County Championship is going to get underway. Well, it was already underway elsewhere yesterday, but it's going to get underway in Taunton. Somerset versus Warwickshire. It is day 2, but effectively it's day 1 of this game. I'm Sam Dalling. Sophie Luff's here as well. Harry Everett's alongside me. We're here courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. News from the toss is that Lewis Gregory, skippering Somerset, standing in for Tom Abel, who hasn't quite made it back from injury yet, has won the toss and elected to bat, which means the Somerset faithful are going to get an early look at a number of debutants. The Somerset side, very quickly, is Tom Lammonby, Sean Dixon, Cameron Bancroft, Tom Codacadmore, George Bartlett, James Rue, Lewis Gregory the skipper, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Jack Leach and Peter Siddle. Harry Everett, how are you and how do you feel about that team?
Yeah, I'm very excited but equally slightly gutted, and I've just realised I put Lewis Goldsworthy in my fantasy cricket side and he's not playing. That was a big decision, George Bartlett over Lewis Goldsworthy, but George Bartlett did bat well. Particularly I was up at Edgbaston in September last year. Hell of a knock that day. I remember him smashing it over long off for 6 a couple of times off Danny Briggs and Giant Yadav. So good to see George Bartlett get a go, and with Jack Leach in the side, less need for the Lewis Goldsworthy left arm spin. That might come into it in a few weeks' time. They might go over Goldsworthy over Bartlett if they need that spin option. But yeah, it's great to see. The crowd is pretty decent actually after the delayed start. They're all coming in now and full sunshine on a bank holiday. Absolutely
fantastic to see. Let's go through the Warwickshire side quickly. They're going to be skippered by Will Rhodes. Harry, I won't mention your thoughts on Will, but Rhodes is bowling from last year. I thought, because you'd mentioned your fantasy team very early, I thought I'd get that one in. Alex Davies and Rob Yates are expected to open the batting, hopefully from a Somerset perspective, not for a good while yet. Sam Hain, a wonderful cricketer who is in the form of his life over the last year or so. Dan Mousley, a debutant for Warwickshire too. Ed Barnard is into their side. Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper. Jacob Bethel, who Somerset fans may remember, he was on loan at Gloucestershire last season and made a half-century in the game at Bristol. He's a prodigious young talent. Another debutant, Chris Rushworth. What a signing for them. Hassan Ali, Pakistan international, also on debut. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby completes their 11. Brilliant season 2 years ago. They won the title. Last season, they really were hanging on. It went down to the last day. Liam Norwell, 9 for having not been fit all season. Sadly, he's not fit to play today. Where do you see Warwickshire? How do you see Warwickshire going this year, Harry? It's a strong side.
Yeah, they will miss Dom Sibley. There's no doubt about that. Rob Yates is a very improving left-handed bat. The top of the order will be solid. Alex Davies, bit of a dasher. Yates and Rhodes did actually open together when Sibley was playing for England a couple of summers ago. So interesting to see him carded at 3, the captain. But yeah, Sam Hain always seems to get runs against Somerset. Jacob Bethel played against Somerset for Gloucestershire in that weird loan game up at Bristol when they had Zach Chappell and Brad Wheel as well. 3 loanees they had. And Michael Burgess, those twin 180s last season, I'll never forget. So they've got a serious top 6 or 7 really. And even Hassan Ali is going to come and throw the willow. Oliver Hannon-Dolby is probably the most stoic number 11 out there, isn't he?
Didn't he have like an 80-odd ball not out?
Oh yeah, he's not going to score loads of runs, but he will really frustrate Somerset bowlers if he can hang in there. As we do see, 13 players and 2 umpires coming out in the sunshine. What a sight, Sam.
It's beautiful. Alex Wolf is one umpire. Rob Bailey is the other one. Congratulations to Rob, his 200th first-class game. And I think there's been a little bit more admin involved than the umpires might have liked at the very start of the season. But they were down in front of us having conversations. They were in-depth conversations. There is an area in front of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion that's got a little bit of sand on it. But fit to play. We're about to get underway, and it looks very much to me like Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to take the new ball from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion, and he's a difficult man to miss given his height. He hasn't got any great pace, but he's been one of Warwickshire's better performers and most consistent performers for a number of years, H.
Yeah, Warwickshire have got good seamers. They are going to be hard really to score runs off because they don't give a lot away. Henry Brooks is one of those men that's going to have more of a role to play with Ollie Stone moving across the Midlands to Notts. And I find it hard to know what's the strongest Warwickshire attack, to be honest, when everyone's fit. Liam Norwell's going to be a blow you'd think, but he barely played last year. He was injured so much. That phenomenal last match saw him take more wickets in that last match than he did in the rest of the season.
Well, Hannon Dolby had 53 wickets at 23.69 last year. They used 17 bowlers. That's excluding people like, Alex Davies, who just bowled an over in kind of a declaration stuff.
That's
so
quite funny,
17 frontline bowlers. He's sporting a new look as well this year, Ollie Hannon Dolby, in solidarity with his new teammate Chris Rushworth.
Just having a giggle with Sophie about that. The bowled 11 is quite strong in the Warwickshire side. Yeah, Hannon Dolby straight on the money there, isn't he? He's not going to give much away first ball. Straight on the spot. Tom Lammonby grateful to see that through. We've had Imam Ul Haq opening the batting for Somerset last year. We've had Murali Vijay a couple of years ago. Gone through quite a few overseas openers. So interesting now to see, well, since Trescothick retired really, to see Lammonby and Dixon. Yes, Dixon is South African born, but English qualified. Hopefully these two will have a partnership for a while.
Honourable mention for Matt Renshaw.
Well, I didn't want to mention Matt Renshaw because I think it feels a bit gutting seeing him score 100 and then 70 odd in that New Zealand A versus Australia A game just a couple of nights ago. As Lammonby leaves outside the off stump. Good areas from Hannon Dolby straight away. Yeah, Renshaw batted beautifully in that. I don't know if anyone else watched on YouTube the New Zealand cricket account. I was watching Renshaw flay the New Zealand A attack around.
It's remarkable, Harry, how much cricket you get to watch.
It's all about triple screen. I'm a bit annoyed they've changed the press Wi-Fi. I was trying to have the Surrey-Lancashire game on the second screen just to keep you up to date with some of the streams around the country. That was a good day's cricket up there yesterday. They reckon Tom Bailey and Will Williams might be one of the slower opening bowling partnerships around the county game, but did pretty well. Hannon Dolby with that weird wobble. I love the way he sort of... Is it Luffy Bakes we should have on for this, really? Sort of stir in the cake mixture.
It's that little twizzle of the arm, isn't it? At the top of his mark. Fine bowler. Started at Yorkshire, didn't he? It feels like a long, long time ago. Hannon Dolby.
3 balls into the season, he's already scraping the popping crease. Making sure he's got enough grip.
4 slips in next to Michael Burgess with the gloves. It looks to me like Jacob Bethel at 4th, Ed Barnard at 3rd. Imagine Will Rhodes is in there somewhere.
Hannon Dolby again into Lammonby. Full. Straight to mid-on. First bit of fielding in front of square. Bat on ball from Lammonby. He's rehearsing that straight drive. Lammonby, of course, not away this winter. Previous years he's gone out to play for Manly in Sydney, not far from where Sophie was playing for Parramatta actually. But Lammers has been sorting out that ankle injury, playing a bit of squash and getting himself fit and ready for the season. And it's going to be big actually for Tom Lammonby here because Andy Ameed has come in. Yes, Lammonby did get a duck in the only real one pre-season game that he got a chance to bat in actually against the Cardiff Uni Students. So it's big for him to keep this spot ahead of Andy Ameed. And that's a drive into leg side. That's the first runs of the county championship season at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, and there's going to be 4 of them. Lovely on drive from Tom Lammonby. Fairly short over towards the new scoreboard by Gimlet's Hill. Lovely shot.
Just the balance there, wasn't it, from the left-hander? He just leant into it and clipped it away. Yes, it's a good point about Ameed, but you also remember Tom Abel isn't fit in this game. So if he had been fit, he bats at 3. You'd imagine Bancroft will come in at 3 in this game, but Lammonby's under a little bit of pressure when Abel comes back because you think Dixon's going to open, Bancroft's there, Abel's there.
Yeah, that's one of those things actually. I've been scouring through the Facebook group and Somerset Twitter and all the fans' opinions, and some people talking about Lammonby dropping down the order. Well, you mean he does bat 5 or 6 in the T20? He's probably one of those players who probably could bat anywhere, but I quite like the right-left-hand combo at the top. We haven't got as many left-handers as we've had before, so I quite like that, just to keep bowlers guessing.
Looks like it's going to be Chris Rushworth with the new ball from the River End, the Lordy and Botham stand end. I did wonder if it might be Hassan Ali, but they've gone with Chris Rushworth, and why not? Durham's leading first-class wicket-taker of all time, a fine bowler in the county game, whether in April or otherwise, is Rushworth. Well, it's good to have, from a Somerset perspective, a little bit of pressure on places, to have a number of senior players pushing those batting spots. We've mentioned Abel, we've mentioned Ameed, we've mentioned Goldsworthy, so that actually, for the first time in a few years, players will know that if they don't score runs, they might not be in the team for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I counted through last night, actually. I was making my notes for today, and 26-man squad. That's a lot of depth.
Fuller And there's the first runs for Sean Dixon in Somerset colours. It was an attempted Yorker, I think, from Rushworth, and it was just tucked into the leg side. So Dixon is off the mark with a single.
And there's been so much chat about Bazball and strike rates. I guess we'll have to say that, yeah, Dixon has come in and got 100 strike rate after his first ball. But I think Somerset have just got to bat through this first half now. They're not going to worry too much about how they bat. Everyone's on about the tempo and the interesting development in 250 being the first batting point after 110 overs. I mean, Alex Lees was going like a train yesterday, 50 or 52 balls for Durham against Sussex. So just to see quite how they go. But
left-handed Lamb beat, 4 slips waiting. Squares him up a little bit there, Lamb beat. He was looking to push that towards mid-wicket. So the 4 slips look to me to be number 17, which I did have in front of me. I've been poorly prepared here. Is Rob Yates in at first slip.
Yeah, good grab.
Sam Hain in at second. Dan Mousley in at third. And is it Bethel or Barnett? It looks like Jacob Bethel at fourth slip to me. They're quite close together, so it's definitely 4 slips. Squares him up again this time. And Lammonby picks up a single. It wasn't where he was looking, but I suspect he might be quite relieved to get down the other end after those couple of balls.
Yeah, it just made me laugh. Actually, Hassan Ali at mid-off had to pick up that cheeky run. Sean Dixon got in through the leg side and a launch throw. When it's a cold April morning, you just come from the warmer climate in Asia to a cold, chilly Cooper Associates county ground. I think Hassan Ali really wanted the ball stinging his hands when it's brand new.
It is very cold today, actually, still. Relatively, for April, for the cricket season, it's definitely jumper weather. Beats the outside edge there from Dixon. Rushworth has found that spot very early. You'd expect it from Chris Rushworth. He has been a superb proponent of the new ball. 598 first-class wickets he had for Durham and 5 for the MCC, so over 600 first-class wickets to his name. He took those at Durham at an average of 22.58. And straight away, coming across the left-hander, he just had a couple of false-ish shots from Tom Lammonby, and that was a genuine ball that beat the outside edge of Sean Dixon. He was prodding at that one. Just took a couple of steps towards him there, Dixon, straight away to try and negate any swing that was there. Rushworth saw him coming, just pulled the length back a tad, fires it into his pads.
Do remember you can join us on the live stream, comments, live chat. We've got plenty of people tuning in saying, welcome to the new season and delighted to be back here. And will Somerset Bazball it? All sorts of questions and chat going on. Great to have that sort of social interaction back.
2 overs gone. Somerset 6 without loss. Lammonby has 5 of them. Sean Dixon has 1 of them. Yet, welcome to Warwickshire fans too as well. We'd love to hear your opinions. Please do leave comments in the comments box or tweet us at We Are Somerset using the hashtag. We love the interactive part of the live stream. Somerset fans, Warwickshire fans, just cricket fans in general. We love having you. Look, hey, we're talking about that Bazball thing. 20 of Division 1's highest run scorers. Of the 20 highest run scorers in Division 1 last year, 13 of them scored their runs at a strike rate of less than 50. So I think there's a danger of putting too much emphasis on strike rates.
Yes, absolutely so. As we see Hannon Dolby continue from the Scotland Pavilion, and lovely bit of shape into Tom Lammonby. You can see Michael Burgess just taking it slightly down towards fine leg, but a swing after it went past the bat. But yeah, I don't think everyone needs to play this Bazball thing. Certain batters might benefit from it, might choose to try it, might suit them better. But if you score a decent weight of runs, then you're going to get higher honours based upon how many runs you score. That's the main metric, the main currency for a batter. So yeah, strike rates are slightly more important than they used to be, but still the weight of runs, number of runs is the most important. Tom Lammonby happy to leave it. Everything swinging in from Hannon Dolby so far.
Just joining us, apologies, the scorecard on your screens is just slightly delayed at the moment. It is still 6 for no loss, though. We're just working on that, getting that fixed, and hopefully it will be up to date very shortly.
Yes, we've got a fine leg in place down by the newly named James Hildreth stand. Was the River stand, was the just Gothic stand as well, but now the James Hildreth stand. He'll be playing for Stony Stratford near Milton Keynes this summer. not around here, though he might get persuaded to make an appearance in a Max Waller testimonial game. Or
that was his original club. Is he going back to somewhere he used to play?
Yeah,
he's a Milton Keynes boy.
Yeah, Newton Pagnell around there. So he's been around and about. He was here during the pre-season game, having a good chat with Steve Davis. Two guys who played a lot together last year, including the One Day Cup.
Didn't mention him in my talk about depth. He's got Davis on the sidelines ready to come in.
Creamed a glorious 50 pre-season. I was up here watching him. That V you talk about. I knew your smile was waiting for it. I beat you. As we see Hannah Derby again. That one didn't seem to swing in. Either held its liner slightly away. Burgess going towards first slip to take that quite comfortably. Alex Davies not with the gloves, we should mention. It is Michael Burgess, but that's a good option for Warwickshire. Say Burgess was to get a slight niggle or to bat for half a day or something, they could swap it to Alex Davies, who's a more than capable wicketkeeper.
I think he's going to skip her. The T20 side, actually, Alex Davies, a little bit this season in Moeen Ali's absence. I think when the IPL overlaps, I think Davies is going to skip her. I think that might be right.
Because Paul Sterling's coming in for a couple of games, isn't he? Just while OPL goes on for quite a few months this year. The extra size, it's going to be a while until we see Moeen Ali in a Warwickshire shirt.
Yeah, he is. I think he's on a sort of pay-per-play deal in terms of red ball cricket for them. It'd be lovely to see him play some red ball cricket for Warwickshire. I'm sure Warwickshire fans would love to see that. Danny Briggs not in the side either. I think he was coming back from an injury, a knee injury he had in pre-season. He did bowl a little bit in a friendly at Portland Road the other week, but perhaps, I don't think he was in the squad actually, so I don't know. I don't think the fact this is a day shorter than it might have been influenced that decision.
Lammonby nicely played late under his eyes, soft hands. That's the end of another very useful over from Ollie Hannondolby. Just that 4 through mid-wicket to Lammonby. Other than that, it's been 11 dot balls. We should mention briefly between overs, I've just been asked about the timings for today. Quite important with it being slightly different. So lunch is going to be 1:30 till 2:10. So you can have a little 40-minute wander in the sunshine on your Good Friday. Then be back listening to us for 2 hours until 4:10. That's irrespective of overs. I know normally there's the 32 overs and you can't have tea until the 32 overs in the second session have been bowled, but it's going to be 4:10 to 4:30. And then hopefully we'll get 88 overs in today, so they might have to play on until 6:30, 7 o'clock even, if light permits. But yeah, 88 overs.
Rushworth then to continue. Expansive drive, it was up in the air. There were shouts of catch. It squirted past backward point. There'll be a chase. The outfield is very slow. It's just going to get there. It was one of those real tempters. Jacob Bethel had to keep on chasing that. Chris Rushworth won't mind that too much. Sean Dixon had his first boundary in Somerset colours, but it was a false shot, that, Harry, and Rushworth and Hannondolby, they're going to be hard to get away, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd say it's a false shot, but an almost safe false shot. I don't think it was ever going to carry to point. I think that was the main risk. It wasn't fully soft hands. It was hard enough to get in front of the slips, but yeah, not full control from Sean Dixon, but they did just trickle away for 4. I thought it was going to hold up.
Leaves that one alone there, Dixon. He's jumping around a little bit. I think there's a little bit of mind games going on between him and Rushworth. Dixon, we saw in the first over, just came down the track a couple of yards to try and make Rushworth do a little bit of thinking, and he kind of jolted as if he was going to jump forward, but actually stayed quite deep in his crease there. Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper, is back. You do sometimes see the keeper up to Rushworth, but probably not with the new ball this early on what is effectively day one.
Yes, you got to remember it's day 2 that's day 1.
I'm going to call it day 1, I think. Tucked into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. And there will be no run. Beautiful sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We can see the hills all around us. Perfect day for cricket. I can see the new Somerset flag as well above the dressing room in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. We'll have to have a look at that in a little bit, because do you know who made that flag, Harry?
Polly Rhodes.
Polly Rhodes, Somerset scorer. She made that flag for Somerset over the winter. It's a beautiful piece of upholstery. Can you call it upholstery? Edged and put down there. I think it came off the outside edge. Keeper Burgess kind of went in front of Rob Yates. I think it was probably Yates' catch, and it's gone to ground. Sean Dixon on 5. He plays a false stroke earlier in the over. He played another false stroke there. Took the outside edge, really squared him up. Yeah, it's Burgess who's just diving one-handed in front of Rob Yates there, and it's gone to ground.
Yeah, it did square him up. You're dead right there. Burgess, I think Burgess should have taken that. Seems harsh. I'm not a harsh critic when it comes to catching, but
there's that footwork again down the ground, pushed towards mid-on. So Rushworth asking questions of the Somerset batters here early on. Let's have another look. Look, completely squares him up. Yeah, I think he almost tips it around the post, Burgess, doesn't it, actually? So I think it's very harsh to call that a drop by Rob Yates.
I think Burgess has gone too high. I think Burgess is expecting that to carry higher than it did. I think it's almost stayed low, because if you watch the replay, you can slow it down. If you're clever with your YouTube, you can bring it down to 0.25 times. And you can see it's actually gone almost lower than he's expected it to, and he's not quite got underneath it.
Big LBW appeal. Chris Rushworth liked it, the Slips liked it, but umpire Alex Wharf wasn't such a big fan. But Sean Dixon is definitely having a bit of trouble against Rushworth. He just signalled to Lambie to say that's gone in. There's a replay of the drop catch a couple of balls previously. We'll have another look at that LBW shout right now.
I thought the LBW looked a bit high to me, which is surprising. Yeah, definitely too high, compared to the edge that stayed low.
He stayed back in his crease there, Dixon. I think that's what brought the shout. Had he shuffled forward, they would have had no chance. 10 without loss. Then Somerset after 4 overs, but it could so easily have been 6 for 1.
Yeah, Warwickshire will be cursing those, well, one missed opportunity, and then maybe a half shout for an LBW. But Hannon Dolby is metronomic as usual. That has carried a bit more, bounced up and above the stumps, probably over middle stump in the end, really. Almost like Lammonby left that on length. Seamed in a little bit off the pitch.
Plenty of play elsewhere in Division 1 as well today.
Yep. Cameron Steele, big 100.
Has he made it to 100, has he?
Yeah, 130 not out.
442 Surrey made against Lancashire.
Still the 4 slips. Lammonby inside edge. He's going to get at least one. Can he push to Hassan Ali's arm? Oh, he is going for it. Risky. He's got a good arm bowler then. Sean Dixon a little bit of trouble. Just got there. Hannon Dolby taking the ball in front of the stumps. Hassan Ali did the right thing there. Very good from him, actually, because Lammonby was quicker going for the 2 because it was his call and he was coming back for it. Sean Dixon, I think, was slightly surprised for the 2. Not quite as young and quick between the wickets as Tom Lammonby, dare I say.
The younger man, the more sprightly man. Dixon, seriously good player, though. Experienced. I think he's exactly the kind of signing that Somerset needed. 87 games before this one. 4,770 runs at nearly 35s.
That's a full again on leg stump. This time it's only going to be 1 because Hassan Ali is quickly onto it. Good arm, Hassan Ali. I wouldn't be taking that. I remember him getting run-outs in the Champions Trophy, actually. When Pakistan won, he had that amazing celebration. I think, was it England they beat at Sophia Gardens, I seem to remember.
Yeah, they did.
And I think either he fielded very well or nearly got a run-out, or just something sticks in my head. He's got a bullet arm. Not worth taking that on.
Well, I think he went for 70 off his 10 overs in the opening game. They might have lost to India and then beaten them again later on, is that right? But he ended up with 13 wickets at 14.69 in that tournament. Brilliant, brilliant win for Pakistan. 6 years ago now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that long ago. As Hannon over to the right-handed Dixon this time. And that's straight to point fielder. That is the first wicket for Warwickshire. Sean Dixon has to go. He's lived a slightly charmed life with the edge between the slips and a LBW shout. This time he's middled it, really. Straight to point. Smashed it to point. Good catch. And 13 for 1 at Somerset. Sean Dixon has to go for 5. Well bowled, Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, it's been coming, really, that last over. Dixon is definitely a player who's going to play with some attacking intent, and that's an easier catch as you get at this level of the game. He was quite close there, actually, at point. I'm just trying to double check who took the catch there.
I'm not sure it was quite as easy as you make it out. It's still, it travelled, didn't it?
Yeah,
he's quite close.
Okay, that's
nice
what I mean. He was very close. It was Ed Barnard who took the catch. He was very close for point. It's definitely seaming around there. Dixon, as you said, lived a bit of a charmed life. And it's actually been brought to a close. Deserved wicket, I think. Warwickshire have started very well with the ball. Somerset 13 for 1, dare I say it. The number 3 batter for Somerset is in earlier. And that number 3 batter is another debutant. It's going to be number 4, Cameron Bancroft, who'll be looking to push his claim to be in the Ashes side later in the year. He had a wonderful, wonderful Sheffield Shield campaign for Western Australia. 145 runs. The next nearest scorer was almost 300 behind him.
Yeah, I was going to say that exact stat. That baffled me, really.
Sorry.
Mr. Drew, to be second in the charts but be 300 behind is... I can't remember a cricket competition with the run score being that much higher than second place. Incredible from Cam Bancroft. Perth Scorchers dominate in the Big Bash, the T20 League, and then the Perth Red Bull side as well, victorious. So they are ridiculously strong over in WA. And Cam Bancroft, who was going to come and play here in that, fateful year, should we say. He was all set to come and play before the Sandpaper Gate down in South Africa. But he's getting his chance now. First ball with the red Somerset helmet. He can keep wicket as well. We've got so many options now with the gloves for Somerset. Don't think him and Kola Campbell will be required with the gloves, with Davies, Rue and Banton when he's fit. But here he is with the bat. Oh, full straight ball from Hannon Dolby. Not the nicest start. Right on the money.
You say Somerset are going all Surrey, because you remember there was a time where Surrey just had so many keepers. It was Rory Burns, Pope was in the side. Who was there? There's Stevie
Burns.
Davies.
Never seen Rory Burns keep.
Kept,
yeah, not for a while, was he?
Steve Davies. Who was the Irish guy? Was it Gary Wilson?
Gary Wilson, yeah.
He was in the side too. Sangakkara was probably playing at the time.
Yeah.
They had 5 or 6 keepers in the side.
I think in a game on commentary last year, we gave a wicket-keeping 11 for England, I think, with Duckett and Rossington and Salt and Butler and Bairstow. Some serious options. Well played by Bancroft under his eyes. I wouldn't say hard hands, but like a firm push. Used to the whacker pitches, firing down at you at some pace.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes about it because it is a very different pitch, very different pitches, very different pace of game. But he did all right in a couple of spells at Durham, 909 runs at nearly 40 in 14 matches. I think he went over. Did he go straight in as skipper that season? Was it last year?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. And that was slightly controversial for him to be appointed as captain at the time. I remember there were a few comments going around on social media or whatever, but he did well. I think we've got to, you've got to forgive and move on from these things. He was a young lad early in his Test career, and I'm excited to see him back for Somerset.
Rushworth around the wicket. Fuller and just pushed to Hassan Ali at mid-on. Speaking of ex-Durham players, Rushworth, you'll have seen. I think he set up that wicket. He will claim. I don't know what he's like, but as a bowler, you can almost claim a wicket even though you haven't taken it. I think he set Sean Dixon up the previous over, just unsettled him, and he was Ollie Hannon Dolby, who'd been bowling well himself, in fairness, but he was the beneficiary of that. 4 slips in still. Again. Push to Hassan Ali, who does the fielding at middle. A little bit of extra bounce there, though, from Rushworth. That seemed to get up, and as Harry mentioned, we've seen a couple from both end now. A little bit of up and down. Keeps something in it for bowlers and batters, as Harry was saying. 250. Basically, they've shifted everything up by 50 runs, haven't they? So 250 gets you your first batting bonus point then. 300, 350, 400, 450. And I think that's quite a big change, actually, because even if you're struggling, you can often just about get to 200. Half a shout, but that was always going down the leg side, and they were just looking to tuck it off his hips. He plays the shot again as a post-ball rehearsal.
It's a bit worrying for Somerset, I think, the new batting changes. They struggle so much to get batting bonus points in the first innings. Somerset always seem to do better in the second innings. How many times they all out for 180 in the first innings, and then second innings would get 300 or something when there's no batting points to be earned. So Cam Bancroft hopefully will come in and help Somerset get a few more runs. This
time he does whip it through. He doesn't whip it through the leg side, actually whips it straight at Hassan Ali, but it was a nice sound off the bat. Tom Lambie looks, it's only a very small sample size, but Tom Lambie looks in decent touch. He looks relaxed, finishes each ball and just takes a step away as a lean back on the bat, takes it all in. 4 slips are Yates, Hayne, Barnard and Bethel.
You're enjoying the 4 slips name. It's like your little game of the day.
I'm teaching myself, the Warwickshire players. You have to get used to knowing who's which number.
You know those guys by now.
Solid defence from Lammonby. Stays down there crouched. This is good from Rushworth, as you would expect. Metronomic. It was a bit of a surprise to see him. Personal circumstances, so absolutely people should not be prying into that, and people haven't. But he did have another year at least at Durham, and he asked to be released early. From that, they would have been absolutely devastated to lose him. He was such a big part. Him and Ben Rain, what a partnership they formed at Durham. Durham's loss, though, is very much going to be Warwickshire's gain. Leaves that one alone from Lammerby. He was half tempted, but it was a beautiful channel from Rushworth, right where you wanted to be, and Lammerby did well to leave it alone. 6 overs gone, 13 for 1. Let's have another look at that one, H. It was an absolute beauty.
Rushworth's not as slow as people think he is, do you know what I mean? If it was, he's just like a Darren Stevens, he just wobbles it up, like Graham Onions, that kind of type. But there we go. We've got to pause to mention the flag. Polly Road shout out, Somerset score. He's got a new top. Very grateful for birthday boy Jason Kerr sorting out the top with initials on it.
Oh yes, it is a birthday, isn't it? Happy
yes,
birthday,
we should
Jason.
say happy birthday. As he's watching down from just below the flag in the Nanny Pavilion. Hannah Dolby again, same field. To right-handed Bancroft, who does get squared up and walk down, but he almost does it in a controlled manner. If that was another bat, I'd be saying, he looks a bit out of shape there, walk down, squared up a little bit, but he looks in control. Bancroft knows his game well by now.
That's the thing about him, is he's 30 years old. He's played 133 first-class games, averaging just under 40, 2300. So this is his time. He's had a couple of goes in that test side, 10 matches. The kind of saddest thing was he says he played his best knock just before the ban happened. He'd made runs out in South Africa. Not got a test 100 yet, but 350s.
That is an appeal for LBW, but going down leg side, surely. Quick from Burgess, running across, beating Hassan Ali to the ball.
And there's opening spots coming up for Australia, actually. Warner's coming towards the end of his career.
Yeah.
He's not going to go on forever. And what they haven't had, Bancroft and Harris and a few others have kind of been in and out and not quite done it. They need someone to step up.
I think Harris might have had his last chance, to be honest with you. He might score loads of runs for Gloucestershire now, but I feel like they keep going to him and he's not really performing the weight of runs. Kawaj has done well at the top of the order, particularly on spin-friendly pitches in the subcontinent.
They played a couple each, didn't they? I think Bancroft started and Harris came in for the last Ashes series, is that right?
And Harris played quite a lot in Australia. I was out in Australia watching in Brisbane and in, was it Melbourne? Yeah, against South Africa. I saw a ridiculous day of cricket where 28 wickets fell in the day at the 2-day test at the Gabba. And, I mean, that was very good bowling and there was a ridiculously green pitch. But Australia is struggling for an opener, as you say. Warner, well, Stuart Broad's bunny really is struggling, not just against Stuart Broad, but has been struggling a bit by his standards, even in the IPL and other formats. That is another beauty from Hannon Dolby. Lammerby is not getting much to play with here. That half volley whipped through the leg side, and that's it so far. Off Hannon Dolby, who's gone for 7 off his 3.5 so far. Bit more bounce here. I just remember Zach Chappell completely changing his hairstyle. I was looking back at the picture of Zach Chappell when he used to have hair when he played for Leicestershire, and then he went to Gloucestershire on loan, and he's now playing for Derbyshire this year. Maybe it's a new trend. Maybe it's a streamlined version for a fast bowler.
I think that's a decent signing for Derbyshire, actually. I like a bit of Zach Chappell if he can stay fit.
Listen to one podcast saying about youthful Zach Chappell. What a ball from Hannon Dolby that is again. And be playing and missing, but safely so. Yeah, you don't think of. I feel like Zach Chappell's been around for years, but he's not as old as you think he is. Cause
this is lovely stuff from Hannon Dolby, isn't it? On the slow-mo, Lammonby, he's playing down the inside of it. It's a benefit of the doubt, but it's a beautiful delivery from Hannon Dolby. You can just see that arm rotating as well, as what Harry was talking about earlier.
Massive gap in the covers, as you often see at this stage of a Red Bull match. Because when he's bowling a length like that, you're not going to hit it anywhere really, other than the slips, with a beautiful, immaculate line of length. The thing is, I saw this a lot for Warwickshire last season. Remember, Somerset played Warwickshire in pre-season last year as well. Hannon Dolby just, if you could put a tiny spot on a length, he would hit it 9 times out of 10.
Fancy him in a bowl out, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Although you'd fancy him in a bowl off if there could be a 4th stump, would probably help his bowl, because he hits that area so well. He doesn't want to hit the stumps, do you know what I mean? He hits that just outside off. The perfect ball to nick off kind of thing. But how many overs will he manage? Because that is an absolute beauty. Again, Lammerby's doing well to just be patient, be calm. Wait, Ed Barnard I'd expect to come on first change with Henry Brooks. Or Hassan Ali, I don't know. I feel like Hassan Ali doesn't... I feel like Hassan Ali is more... if it was a 50-over game, he's more your Liam Plunkett, your Lockie Ferguson role. I feel like when the ball's not swinging, not doing so much, I feel like Hassan Ali can come and do something slightly different with it, bowl a few change-ups.
He had a brilliant spell with Lancashire last year. I think he's going to be an exciting cricketer. Bancroft then is going to take strike to rush off. We didn't mention Renshaw. I mean, Khawaja's been, I think Khawaja's an absolute class act, but he's also coming to the back end of his career. There's Renshaw in the mix. Someone like Henry Hunt, who made all those runs for South Australia, but that was 2 seasons ago. He didn't have such a good year last year. Here's Rushworth into Bancroft. Leaves that alone. I think Bancroft is probably, him and Harris, I think, are the...
Yeah, we've not mentioned Will Pukovski yet.
Yeah, but he doesn't play any cricket.
He's playing club cricket in England, is the latest.
Is he?
Coming to play club cricket in England, which, if he can sort his concussion issues out and be confident he can play the short ball and be okay with it, I think he's the best of the bunch. He's young as well.
It's a risk, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
'Cause he hasn't played it. He won't have played any first-class cricket to speak of.
Well, what's the Victorian lad who batted the whole day for 40-odd the other day in the Sheffield Shield? I can't remember his name, but that'd be an interesting left field selection.
Bancroft happy enough to leave that alone. Not quite close enough to that full stump line from Rushworth to tease Bancroft into playing a shot, but it's excellent stuff from both Alan Dolby and Chris Rushworth so far.
Would we be critical if Lammonby batted the whole day for 40?
No.
Okay. Because Chris Rogers, of course, former Somerset man, former North Devon man, Middlesex, multiple counties, he was very supportive of this young Victorian lad who just batted through the first day.
Bancroft again, leaving that alone. No, I don't think we would be critical, because if that did happen, I can't imagine it because Somerset then get 400 and everyone else is scoring runs at the other end. So it'll be because of Warwickshire's excellent bowling attack. I don't think it will happen, by the way, but if Lammonby's in there for any length of time, I think he'll score far more than 40 runs.
And I think it will be easier to bat on this pitch once Hannon Dolby's come out of the attack and once the ball's a bit softer, not swinging as much. It's not really overcast today, full sunshine.
Plays that one, Bancroft. Soft hands, goes out to Ed Barnard at backward point.
One thing we haven't mentioned yet is the Kookaburra ball's been charged for a couple of games later in the summer. Yeah, interesting development in the rules.
I don't mind it. I quite like it, and they've done it deliberately, so it's 2 weekends where every team plays. So it's not, there's no teams on rest week, so basically every team in the county championship will play 2 games of it, because I do think it would have been unfair otherwise.
It's also once the Ashes have started, interestingly, but then it's more for practicing against Kookaburra down under.
Oh, he went down the track there, Bancroft. He had a big flash at it. Chris Rushworth's got his head in his hands. It flew through to Michael Burgess. He didn't really get up. It was still below stump height. But it's what Harry was saying there, just maybe a little bit quicker, a little bit of movement off the seam as well. I think Bancroft played down the wrong line, looking at the replay there. He couldn't, but that's what we were talking about a bit earlier in the over. He left a couple alone that he didn't have to play at, and he felt he had to play at that one from Rushworth, and it just nipped off that seam, moved away slightly. Too good for him. Leaves that one alone. End of the over, then 8 overs gone. Somerset 14 for 1. I'm going to disappear for a bit, and Sophie Luff is going to come in for the first time today.
Yeah, really good start from Warwickshire here, just giving nothing away. 14 for 1. After 8 overs, Somerset in no hurry, just need to hang in there, get through this spell. But got to give credit to superb bowling from the 2 Warwickshire seamers. And yeah, good to hear people tuning in on our Aussie openers debate. Early to be chatting about the Ashes, but yeah, there's been plenty of debutants in the Australian A versus New Zealand A being played in Lincoln the last week. Tiger Willie, the 18-year-old, is another good shout. But we've probably got into this topic of conversation because of Cam Bancroft, but he's at the non-strikers end. And Tom Lammonby is taking strike with the same field. Patient so far from Tom Lammonby. Fairly wide stance. This leaves that. Sophie, great to have you back with us.
Thanks, Harry. Good to be here as always.
Oh, you're going to get on camera as well. What are your thoughts on the opening half an hour then?
Yeah, it's been very disciplined by Warwickshire, hasn't it? And they haven't given Somerset batters too much to play with. So, yeah, Lammonby's been very patient and had to be, really. And, yeah, Bancroft hasn't looked too comfortable too early, but, yeah, very early days, isn't it? And, you know, got 2 experienced Warwickshire seamers toiling from both ends.
Yes, hand over this massive run up. He also runs up a yard behind his bowling marker. Just get it going. Lammonby, it's a cheeky single. Alex Davis is quick. Oh, he misses it actually. And that is a good single in the end, but a bit risky. If Alex Davies had picked that up one-handed, would Sean Dixon have been in trouble? Lammerby would have been all right at the non-striker's end. Do you reckon Sean Dixon would have been all right if Davies picks it up and throws it?
Well, Sean Dixon's in the pavilion, so I think he'd have been all right.
Sorry, yes.
Bancroft. Bancroft probably wasn't expecting that, but I really like that from Lammerby. Like I said, they've had to be patient, had to work really hard, so any opportunity they do get to score and rotate strike, I think is really important at this stage.
Yeah, Lammerby with a good bit of intent. So Bancroft now gets a strike. Leg stump half volley really, but hard to beat mid on and mid wicket in there. And Nobby doesn't give you much. Bancroft's a little bit annoyed with himself, just rehearsing. Could he have whipped that between the two? But you want to play straight early on, doesn't he? He doesn't want to risk. Later in his innings, he might be more confident, playing a little bit squarer, but he wants to keep playing it straight. So you had a decent, talking of Australia, you must inform the listeners on your great winter for Parramatta and New South Wales. Well, summer, really.
Yeah, it was lovely 4.5 months away, to be honest, and yeah, back to the English summer now.
Oh, that is a beauty, Pan and Dolby. Big appeal for LBW. All 4 slips and keeper with hands in the air, hands on head. Going down the leg side.
Just that side, I don't know.
Thanks to this great technology that we can slow down the slow-mo. Loving the technology up here to help the viewers back home. You can make your own verdict with our very slow-mo cam. Most importantly, not out from a Somerset perspective, but yeah, you just got to get through this Hannon Dolby spell, really, haven't you, if you're opening bat with top 3?
Yeah, he's been on the money, hasn't he? You're right.
Slightly back of a length, well outside the off stump that time. Later on, that might be a cover drive type ball, but no need to take the risk yet. Yeah, how many overs do you reckon you can get out of these two, Rushworth and Hannon Dolby?
Well, I feel like I haven't watched a lot of Chris Rushworth, actually, but I feel like he's someone that can just bowl all day.
Yeah.
I know he's at the back end of his career as well, but I think he's just someone that just wants that ball in hand all the time.
Keen has been like this time, slightly straighter. Good thwack off the bat of Bancroft.
They've obviously got Ali to come into the attack and Ed Barnard as well, so they've got other seam bowling options, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see one of those shortly.
Yeah, the new ball will probably want to be capitalised on and give, especially Barnard, the way he swings it a little bit. I quite like Ed Barnard. I watched him play for England Lions at Leicester's Grace Road a few years ago when he was a young guy coming through and wasn't massively known about. I was just really impressed with the way he bowled and batted. Henry Brooks was the man to miss out of the squad.
Rushworth in and left alone outside the off stump there by Lammonby. It's a bit of a discussion going on between batter and bowler there.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be much history between Rushworth and Lammonby.
It was a real comfortable leave as well, so I'd love to know the conversation.
Fiery Northerner, isn't he, Rushworth? Just trying to work out who the next bowling option is. So we got the 4 seamers. Trying to work out 4 Warwickshire, who might then bowl. Mousley bowls a little bit.
Oh, that's close.
Ooh, that's a big old shout, wasn't it?
Rushworth's probably going to be giving Lammonby a bit more chat about that one.
Yeah.
You see the replay here. Oh, what do you reckon, Harry?
Big old appeal.
Big, yeah.
Rushworth. It probably looked to be the best appeal yet, I would say. Out, what we had, 3 or 4. The one on Sean Dixon. One last over from Bancroft. Getting closer, I would say. At Warwickshire. Not quite close enough yet.
Oh, beats him outside the off stump there.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel could potentially bowl a little bit. Dan Mounds a little bit. Will Rhodes bowls a little bit. But it's going to be these 4 seamers,
Bethel
isn't it?
is left arm spinners.
Yeah.
Bethel, and Rhodes
Whacks with the
another
bat,
sort of part-time seamer.
Yeah, I got told off for Well, yeah, Sam will tell me off. Rose is definitely a part-time seamer. I remember he bowled awfully.
In this attack, he would be classed as part-time.
Yeah, 100%. And I got told off for saying that, but especially he really didn't bowl very well here last summer.
Rushworth in and squares Lammonby up. That's going away to the third-man boundary, but I think it's just going to hold up. Again, not a convincing shot there by Lammonby, but he picks up another couple to his name.
Yeah, a bit fortuitous, that.
Corden will be thinking that they're in the game here. That last one through backward point gully region. Rushworth in again. Lammonby drives that one back to the bowler. One ball to go in the 10th over here. Isn't it great to be back watching cricket?
It is, isn't it? Proper job, proper cricket, and a good old crowd in after, you know, disappointment of yesterday and a slightly delayed start today. Still a few coming in from the train station. I can see them walking over the bridge.
Lammonby more convincing. That last ball of the over, solid defence. Somerset 17 for 1.
Got to say Warwickshire have had the upper hand so far, but for Somerset to only lose 1 wicket inside 10 overs is probably decent. You take that, wouldn't you, from this pretty decent opening partnership with the ball. And we've got a floppy sun hat.
I was just thinking that actually. Saw him put that on after he finished this over, and a bit optimistic in April, isn't it?
It's interesting because Rushworth was not a mid-on a minute ago. Ah, there we go. Hassan Ali's warming up. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change at the river end. That is another sort of leg stump half volley, really.
Ooh.
Rushworth, he's angry, isn't he? He's fired up, the Sunderland man. I didn't realise, doing my research, Chris Rushworth is the cousin of former Durham wicketkeeper captain Phil Mustard.
Oh, okay.
Did not realise that.
I'm surprised Rob Bailey didn't have a word with Rushworth then about keeping the ball up in the ring.
Yes. He was guilty party then, really. That was completely unnecessary, wasn't it? Bancroft was
and also interesting that I don't want to say it's village cricket, but you know when you change the bowler and the bowler just always has to be at fine leg.
Yes.
Change the fielding position. Right, you're going to bowl next, and you go into fine leg.
Yeah. I thought, well, surely Rushworth should be. Oh, that's one of those sort of fishing hook. Leave his bat out there and then last minute withdraw the bat. Bancroft's got away with that. My argument with the fine leg is you're at fine leg because you've just bowled 6 balls and you need a little bit of a rest. Rushworth has just bowled 6 balls, so he should be at fine leg now. Hassan Ali shouldn't be at fine leg until after he's bowled. I mean, Hassan Ali's now doing all his warm-up exercises down there, but he could do that mid-on between balls. So poor Rushworth has bowled 6 balls, he's fired up, he's angry, and then he's had to field the first ball of the next over as well at mid-on. With his sun hat on. I think he's just frustrated that he's bowled 5 beautiful overs and not got a wicket for it, and he's probably going to be taken off now. It's going to be another cheeky single from Bancroft, really. It was a good diving stop. A short cover. They actually got through safely in the end, but good rotation of the strike from Somerset. Quick between the wickets. Yeah,
Bancroft off the mark as well. He'll be happy with that. He's probably been sweating for the last however many balls he's faced. Finally off the mark.
So change of right to left hand, and Lammonby.
See, it's interesting. We're talking about fine leg, okay? So you want a little bit of a rest down there. But there's obviously a left-right-hand combination in here, Harry.
You're actually doing more running.
Hassan Ali has literally just ran right across the ground to swap fielding
I totally agree with you, actually. Hannon Dolby again. This is driven straight. Good stop of his own bowling, Hannon Dolby. Yeah, but what do you do, though? Because if you're in the ring, you've got to be walking in every ball really on your toes.
So you're saying you're not walking in at fine leg?
No. You should be, but they're not, are they, realistically? Not every time. When's the last time you fielded at fine leg? Probably very rarely, if ever.
Yeah, very rarely.
Can you remember fielding at fine leg?
No, not really, to be honest with you.
I hate it.
So I wouldn't know what I'm doing, so I wouldn't be walking in, would I?
If I get put at fine leg, I'm absolutely spewing. It's the worst fielding position in the game, I think. If you're a seam bowler, fair enough, you want to have a graze. But let's watch Hassan Ali. Fine leg all third man, really. If he walks in now, fair play to him. Oh, he's got a couple steps. He hasn't bowled yet, though, has he? That's another beauty from Alan Dolby. you should walk, especially in the one-day game. Now everyone's doing these ramps and uppercuts. Fine leg is actually, and top edge pull. Quite often you do see catches at fine leg, so it's probably quite important too. But in the Red Bull game, often the bowlers just switch off down there and occasionally chop down, pick the ball up, and underarm it in for a single. Interesting. Just got a tweet saying that outfield looks like I wouldn't fancy long off or long on when the bowler's at this end. I guess it's the same for fine leg, actually.
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby's got to do a bit of fielding in the Costa del Trescothic area down below us. Back of a length, and Lambu looked like he wanted to cut that, but just sort of dabs it, soft hands into point for no run. Another quality over from Hannon Dolby. Is that his last? What do you reckon? 6 on the bounce? He probably managed a 7th. But we are going to see Hassan Ali, aren't we?
Yeah, it's going to be a change. Yeah, like you say, Rushworth was probably just a little bit of frustration that he didn't get those rewards early doors. But all the same, it's about bowling in partnerships these days, and obviously Hannon Dolby with the 1 in his wickets column. It's going to be Bancroft on strike for the start of the 12th over.
Here we got 3 slips in the gully rather than 4 slips. There's another interesting change. That sort of low, skiddy.
Yeah, he's not that tall, is he,
No.
Ali, by the looks of things? So, yeah, probably going to skid it through. So he got a little bit more pace about him as well, so...
Yeah, I'm trying to work out why there's a gully, not a 4 slip. We're only talking 1.5 metres between the two, really.
Bancroft defends that one. Bancroft only on 1 at the minute, but has found the middle of his bat more often than not when he's defending the ball. It's pretty solid. Doesn't really play with soft hands,
No.
but he's still not. He's not out at the ball. He's still in control. It's just full face of the bat and making good connection. Ooh.
Kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah, that one he probably was slightly more out in front and actually found the gap at cover and scampered through for a couple of runs.
Yeah, just trying to... Well, Hassan Ali didn't play in the World Cup final, actually, at the MCG. Has been in and around the Pakistan white ball team for the last few years. We talked about that Champions Trophy, where he's pretty useful. He's got that amazing celebration. I love it. And does give the ball a bit of a clout at 8 or 9, but fell out of favour for Harris Ralph and Shaheen Shah Afridi for the final.
Left alone by Bancroft that time.
With Naseem Shah as well, there's plenty of quick bowling options for Pakistan. Ali's more of like a sort of slower ball change up, sort of middle overs. I always think of a Liam Plunkett role. Or just bowling that back of a length and just trying to go at 5 or 6 and over for 10 overs in the middle of a 50 over game.
He's in again then from the river end. Bancroft gets that really fine. I'm not sure Hannon Dolby's going to be able to cut that one off with the shorter boundary here at the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. And
got to be honest, he didn't look massively keen to cut it off after bowling 6 overs on the trot.
no, he's a tall chap as well, isn't
Yeah.
he? Didn't fancy getting down there. Bancroft moves on to 7 then. Ali just straying in line on that occasion, and I was talking earlier about the Warwickshire bowlers haven't given the Somerset batters too much, but they'll cash in when they do. That's good cricket.
Yeah.
Very good cricket from Bancroft. Oh, evades the keeper as well. Is half backed up by Hannon Dolby. Don't get an overthrow.
No. Yeah, Hassan Ali, so he's fallen out of favour of the T20 side, but he did play in the Test match against New Zealand at Karachi back in January. That was when Taunton's Devon Conway, formerly Taunton Cricket Club, and of course played for Somerset last year. He got 122. Hassan Ali went wicketless in the first innings. And then only 1 wicket in the second innings. So he's sort of, I feel like he's sort of 4th or 5th seamer for the Pakistan team in all 3 formats. When everyone's fit, he probably doesn't get in. But he's still a useful bloke to have in any format. He can do a job. Not a bad first over. Going for 7 looks a bit expensive compared to the others, but he's not going to be like Rushworth and Hannon Dolby, bowling metronomic areas where he's not going to go for many runs and over. Hasnani will be more expensive, but potentially of something different, a bit more skiddy, a bit more of a different angle, as we see the obligatory delay for someone behind the bowler's arm and the bottom of the Scothic Pavilion down below us. Oh, the 2 young lads, guilty parties. School holidays, of course. They're a bit embarrassed, a bit sheepish. And then Dolby. That's another edge from Barrow. He might get 2 here. If they run the first one hard, yes, they should get 2. Yeah, outside edge, behind point. Turn and left-handed throw from Jacob Bethel. I reckon this could be the last over for Hannon Dolby. Get Barnard into the attack before the ball's too old and soft, I would suggest.
Yeah, he's still probing away though, isn't he? Just finding those outside edges.
I feel like he probably wants to get a wicket before he... another wicket to go with the Dixon one. Can he get another wicket before he bows out of the attack? Straight to the fielder. Will Rhodes, that is. Nice to hear people tuning in. What are they tweeting us and YouTube comments? We got Archie Osborne listening in from New Zealand. We got 9 Lives Brian listening on the train down from Paddington. And plenty of fans in the ground. More and more so as we go.
Yeah, it's a great sight, isn't it?
And also Sam Guy from Lanzarote. Not a bad spot to be watching cricket from. Bancroft looked for the single. Great bit of fit. Oh! We just caught that on camera. Good work, we should say. We should say happy birthday to another birthday on our cameraman, Sachin. 24th birthday today. Just catching that bit of fielding in the offside for us. Sharing a birthday with Jason Kerr, eh? That's not bad. Still the 4 slips. Would you be worried about Hannon Dolby? Does he need some sun cream on his head, do you reckon? I mean, in April, well, April? Yeah, we are in April now. You wouldn't worry about sunburn, but when you're out there all, well, 6 hours today it could be.
Yeah.
He wears a hat between overs maybe, but...
Yeah, he hasn't been wearing a hat
no,
between overs, has he?
No.
So, yeah. I
think we should worry about
Hopefully
him.
he has got some protection on that head.
Should we do a little lunchtime run out for him? And I don't know if we're sure WPA might be able to sponsor us some sun cream. That is very good placement for Bancroft. It's an art, isn't it? Getting that single, the way you can wait on it off the back foot and just time it beautifully with soft hands, just to drop it in between the extra cover and the point fielder.
Yeah, I think that's something that he's looked to do a little bit more in the last couple of overs. I think maybe 2 overs ago he just got off the mark, and then as soon as you get a few of those away, just getting up the other end, rotating strike, then you get that 4 ball, you clip one down to fine leg, and you just get yourself going into your innings, and there's nothing more frustrating as a fielding side, especially when you do have that right and left hand. You know, you're obviously, as a bowler, got to change your line, and the fielders are constantly changing as well.
And that's looking for a single. Lamberby behind. Yeah.
So I think there's a difference in what Bancroft and Lamberby are looking to. Bancroft's very much, they're both letting the ball curve, there's no doubt about that, but Bancroft is definitely looking sort of in front of that point region between point and extra cover. Can he knock it in there? And Lamberby almost softer hands, maybe opening the face slightly and trying to run it almost behind point. I think at this stage probably Bancroft's method seems to be working a little bit more effectively.
Do you think that's the pace of the ball, the pace of the pitch? Easier to take the one between cover and point?
Yeah, I think there's always a little bit of a danger with trying to open the face, especially if there's not too much pace in the wicket.
Yeah, a June wicket with, say, a Henry Brooks charging in, a bit more pace on the ball, that might be an easier option. Would you be saying to yourself, if you're batting now, would you say my method for ones rotating the strike now, my singles are going to be there? That's my...
Yeah, I think you get more value for looking for that cover region. I mean, points creeping tighter all of the time to try and cut that off, but as Bancroft defends and Ali, not the best footwork I've seen.
It's like when we watched Jai Wardner and Chris Gale, I remember, before T20 Blast match a couple of years ago, trying to do the five-side football. That was entertaining.
I can't really comment on football skills, because I'm pretty woeful myself.
Do you end up doing it with most of your warm-ups?
Yeah, we'll have a bit of like one-touch stuff, and to be honest, Harry, I try and stay in the change rooms as long as possible, so I don't have to play for too long. It's good by Bancroft again. Exactly what we were talking about.
Right on cue.
Full face of the bat into that offside region.
It's funny you say that though. I love playing football and used to play as a kid. I was better at football than cricket as a youngster. But I just don't like playing it with spikes before a game. Like, you're not going to bring your football boots. But it's when you do five-side warm-up and people are playing in spikes, I'm scared of being clattered. And I just feel like my touch is not so good with spikes on. I think one touch from bounce is better than playing five-a-side when you then get injured before playing cricket. And, well, Rory Burns, wasn't it, famously for England?
Yeah. I feel like you have to have more skill with the one bounce, though, and I haven't got much of that. I'd rather play five-a-side, to be honest, but probably not allowed to do that.
Just cut Lammonby in half there a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that one
got the rib.
Nipped a little bit. Looked like it was a little bit uncomfortable for Lammonby.
We've got a new screen up here with so many different squares to it. It's hard to know where to look.
It is, yeah. There's, what is there? 10,
we've got everything.
10 different.
We had to revamp all the technology up here. So many options.
Lammonby drives, and is that Rushworth there that does the fielding?
I feel like it should be 5 minutes to lunch, but no, 35 minutes. Sam will come back in for me in a minute and we'll take you through till 1:30 lunch, and then we'll start again. 2:10.
Ali in again and left alone by Lammonby. End of the 14th over here. Somerset 29 for 1. These two building a little bit of a partnership after the dismissal of Sean Dixon for just 5. It's going to be a change of bowling, Harry.
Ed Barnard? Yeah, big fan of Ed Barnard. Useful cricketer. He's a good fancy cricket pick, actually. I'm shocking at these games. I've done fancy football for years and years, fancy cricket for the last 5 years. I just always get it wrong. I feel like I should know enough about sport, but I just can't get it right.
For any listeners, viewers that were worried about Hannon Dolby's head, he's now donned a cap, so we don't have to worry too much.
I thought he would have been a
I thought he would, yeah. I think he is. I reckon he's just borrowed Barnard's.
Actually, you might be right. He might have just forgotten his hat. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Yes, boy, but I hope Barnard's not a sweaty kind of guy.
He's definitely a floppy hat guy, I reckon.
Yeah. Barnard, quick run up. Floating medium pace is harsh to say, but his run up's quicker than the way he bowls, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Slightly deceiving, whereas Hannon Dolby almost ambles in with long ones and then rifles down. There's Hannon Dolby. A couple of sweatbands on each arm. Rushworth's now gone for long sleeve jumper. It's a tricky one because you want to have a bit of sunshine on your arms, but it's actually quite chilly out there. I think Barnard's a bit wide there. I feel like he might attack the stumps a bit more than that ball showed.
Yeah, you were. What's your preference, Harry? Short sleeve, long sleeve?
Short sleeve, always short sleeve, however cold it is. I do an undershirt sometimes. And I wear those Tom Abel-inspired armbands, actually. It's probably not the technical term.
Okay.
I always call them armbands. Lovely shot from Cam Bancroft. Potentially shot the morning so far. It's only going to bring him 2. As Hannah Dolby skips over the advertising mats, do we call them? Sounds like Sam's tripped over as he's coming in at the back of the box.
Yeah, that was a noisy entrance.
He's just trying to remind me that I've got to get off in 4 balls time. We're having such a great time. But no, I already said I was going to leave, so no need for that, Sam. Yeah, no, I'm a short sleeve, sometimes a short sleeve sweater, very occasionally.
Yeah.
What about you? As Barnard is. Oh, that is pad first, surely. Big, big shout. Biggest shout yet, I think, of the morning. Into the afternoon now, I should say. Barnard.
I feel like I've said everyone's close, but that does look.
That looked closest. Is that a fair comment? Outside the line
just
of off stump.
outside.
Big old step from Bancroft, who's held it there. He's done the right thing, isn't he? Holding it to the unbodied show.
Bailey straight away shaking his head there.
Barnard is looking up to the heavens on Good Friday. He's got nothing, though.
Yeah, I'm short sleeve most of the time, unless I'm fielding and it's freezing, and I'll get as many layers on as possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, batting, my preference would always be short sleeve. I
Yeah.
don't really like having anything on my arms. Oh, that's going to run away, is it?
That's the streaky 4 for Bancroft. Doesn't really need to run for that. Easily 4. I remember my first ever game up in Yorkshire. Went up to Huddersfield for university in September. Played in April on top of a hill on the edge of the Peak District. Absolutely bitter. They all call me the Michelin Man because I wore every white jumper I could possibly find. I think I even put like a random jumper underneath a few white ones. And I just couldn't really move. I said, I'm going to have to field at mid-off or in the slips here and just shiver. They say, well, if you move more, you warm up. I said, yeah, but I'm wearing so many jumpers I can't really move. You can't really wear gloves. It's a bit of a shame. And Keith Parsons telling me about a time here in the snow. That's a straight drive from Bancroft to mid-off for no run. Yeah, Parsons telling me about wearing 3 pairs of trousers, I think he said.
3 pairs of trousers?
I think it was before those skins and, you'd wear leggings nowadays, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But 20 years ago, they weren't really a thing. Anyway, on cold cricket chat topic, I shall leave you for Sam to come in for me, I suppose.
Thanks,
Enjoy
Harry.
the last half an hour.
Yeah, Somerset 35 for 1 here. 15 overs gone. That first Ed Barnard over's gone for 6, and very close call LBW shout against Cameron Bancroft, and then you get hit for 4 the next ball, streakily down to 3rd man, and well, they do say it's a batter's game, don't they? It's going to be Hassan Ali again then from the river end. Lammonby leaves that one alone outside his off stump. Slightly different angle for Lammonby. Hassan Ali choosing to stay over the wicket to the left-hander. Rushworth earlier was coming around. Ali in then. Lammonby driving that one, and Rushworth at mid-on didn't fancy getting down to that one, and that's a glorious on drive by Tom Lammonby. That could quite well be the shot of the morning.
A lovely shot to come back to, wasn't it? That
Yeah,
was
welcome
just
back, Sam.
he just checked the drive there. That was glorious. He's looked in good touch, Tom Lammonby, I think. He's hung around. What's he faced? 44 balls now for 15. That was the shot of the day, I think. Certainly from what I've seen, anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those where you just evade the fielder, and then when the fielder doesn't dive, you're thinking, oh, excellent news. Ali in then and left alone by Lammonby.
Yes, if you've got the presence of mind or the speed of thought to work out who the fielder is, what you want to see is the mid-30s opening bowler who's just finished his spell. It's the ideal fielder there, really, as a batter. Steady this from Somerset, though, because they've been put under pressure. Warwickshire have been excellent with the ball. And to bring on Hassan Ali and Ed Barnard first and second change, it's a serious attack.
Ooh. Left alone by Lammonby. Not as convincingly that time, though. Slightly squared up. Yeah, as Sam's saying, the Warwickshire bowlers have been on the money, and not bad first and second change bowler in Ali and Barnard.
I did wonder if Ali might take the new ball with all his international experience, but you can't argue with Will Rose's decision.
Again, left alone by Lamby. No, it's an interesting one as well, isn't it? 'Cause, you know, obviously we're talking about Hannon Dolby and Rushworth maybe not having the pace, but just doing enough with the ball and almost with less pace is almost harder. You know, someone like Cam Bancroft, he probably wants as much pace on the ball as possible. Doesn't want just the seamers nipping it around as much. And we've probably seen that since Ali and Barnard have come into the attack. Bancroft looking a little bit more settled and assured, and Harry and I were talking about his rotation of strikes being really positive. Yeah,
he's more comfortable, isn't it? If you're a test match player, or if you're a player who plays the majority of your first class cricket over in Australia on those pacier, bouncier wickets, your starting position is back, isn't it? I was going to stand up and do a demo, but I realised there's no point in me shadow batting with a pro sat next to me. Oh, you've got a new bat?
Sam,
yeah,
so
I heard Harry Everett.
Shadow bat with that if you want.
He had his eye on it, didn't he, Harry Everett, a little bit earlier. But yes, his natural position is to be on the back foot. He's waiting for that slightly shorter pitch ball and a little bit of pace as Ed Barnard is into Bancroft, and he just leaves that alone. Goes through to the wicketkeeper, Michael Burgess. Well, on screen there is the man we were talking about, Harry Everett. He hasn't got your bat in his hand, so that's always good news. I don't know if I trust him when he sneaks out the back. I was down there for half an hour or so listening to you and Harry. What he's got is one of those test earphones. So we've got them coming as Ed Barnard is in to Bancroft. I think he got a little bit of bat on that, or maybe it was going down the leg side. So we've got them coming. They're on their way. We're hopeful of having them here for the second game of the season. But yeah, the people in the ground, in the Cooper Associates County Ground, Sophie, you're going to be able to listen to our... it seems like you're obliged to say dulcet tones when you're talking about commentary, but it's an absolutely fantastic edition. I was down there enjoying you and Harry, enjoying all your chat about short sleeve cricket shirts and long sleeve cricket shirts. As Barnard is in. And that one's a bit wayward, a bit wider, and actually Michael Burgess does really well to tumble away in front of second and slip. I believe they're going to cost the sum of £12, but that effectively covers you for life. So I think that is a brilliant addition. They've been working hard, the team here at Somerset County Cricket Club across the winter, just to always pushing to enhance the experience. And I think those in-ground microphones are going to be wonderful.
Yeah, great addition, and I'm sure Harry will be talking about his modelling career for a while now.
The better line, and Bancroft just pushed down the inside of it. You can see his hand signal afterwards suggested that just jagged away from him, flew through to Michael Burgess. Yeah, I'd have eyes on Harry Everett though. I think he might be off with that test headphone, knowing him.
Yes, slight shape away from Barnard. The last couple have been wider and almost movement after it's past the batter.
Brilliant signing for them, Ed Barnard. Worcestershire must have been so disappointed. Again, that away shape, but just a little bit too wide there, so Bancroft doesn't have to play it. If he can just drag that line in half a yard, and get there consistently, then he's going to really ask questions of Cam Bancroft.
Yeah, absolutely. And close LBW call in the last over, trapping Bancroft on the crease. So probably a couple of deliveries slightly wider than he'd have hoped, but I'm not sure if this is a ploy by Barnard trying to set Bancroft up sort of wider outside the off stump and then one to sort of nip back in.
He does drive at that one, gets an inside edge. It goes straight to the skipper, Will Rhodes, at mid-wicket. End of the over, 39 for 1. I think Barnard is going to be so valuable for Warwickshire. What they missed last year was they had the unexpected retirement of Tim Bresnan, who'd been integral to their county championship victory. Suddenly they didn't have that all-rounder. And Barnard, 261 first-class wickets at under 30. And the last couple of years, he's just scored run, 500s, 746 runs in 2021, 895 last year. He's a proper all-round cricketer.
And I presume they've got him on a 2-3 year deal, have they here, Warwickshire?
Oh, now you're testing me. 3-year deal. Actually, I've got it written down so far. I should have backed myself, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you should have. How old is he, if you don't mind me asking?
He's 27 years old. I don't mind at all.
Sam is full of the stats. Ali in again then, and taken very well actually by Burgess down the leg side. He's had to pull out a couple of dives in the last couple of overs.
Back to your point, Soph, on Bancroft, and That's the beauty of county cricket, isn't it? Because you get attacks that are mixed with the 75 to 80 mile per hour canny seamers on these slightly green tinged surfaces, but then you get people like Hassan Ali come across to bowl proper pace.
Lammonby through mid-wicket. Rushworth is chasing that one. He's lost his floppy hat in pursuit. Lammonby picks up a couple more runs. He's played quite nicely through that mid-wicket, mid-on region as Lammonby when the bowlers have got too straight to him.
That's his shot, isn't it? His straight drive is mid-on rather than mid-off, isn't it? It's just kind of the way he squares up with that elbow, and that's his zone. Harry gives me stick for calling Steve Davis's V kind of backward point. Lammonby's is between mid-wicket and mid-on.
So, I was talking in the last over about Ali bowling over the wickets. Lammonby, he's going to change his angle now. He's going to come around the wicket. 3 slips and a gully. Again, Lammonby tries to find the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, but Rushworth this time does pull out the dive and saves one.
Yes, it was in stages. I think he went down Rushworth. I shouldn't be. He's doing a far better job than I would. 36-year-old now, Rushworth. 603 first-class wickets. And it looks like they just brought an extra man across it. We were just talking about that kind of V. So Will Rhodes got it short mid-wicket because there's just a danger he clips one up in the air. I think that's what they're looking for.
Ali in. Not convincing by Lammonby there. Gets it to cover. Not sure how he got that to cover.
He was looking to cut. Was it almost too narrow to him?
Yeah, slightly tighter in line than he thought it was. But yeah, good field change by Warwickshire there, taking Gully out and putting in an extra man on that onside for Lammonby, especially with Hassan Ali coming around the wicket. He's obviously looking to attack the top of the stumps to Lammonby there, so he's going to naturally bowl a little bit straighter at the left-hander when he comes round. So I think that's a really good ploy there by Warwickshire. Bancroft on strike this time and leaves that alone outside of the off stump.
Well, what it did for Lammonby, as well as having that catcher in at short mid-wicket, Lammonby, as a batter, presumably when you're out there, you're looking at where the gaps are. So Lammonby suddenly sees that gap where Gully was opened up a bit, so he's naturally thinking about the cut shot. And if Ali can get it right like he did there, and actually get him to try and cut one that's too tight to his body, you've still got 3 slips in there that come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as you want to use your fielders to stop runs and block scoring areas, so that one is left alone by Bancroft again. You can definitely use gaps to entice batters into making mistakes.
Well, let's have a look. 42 for 1, Somerset of 18 here are the highlights of the session so far. And Sean Dixon, the 1 wicket to fall. Disappointing opening start for him. Just flashed at that one from Hannon Dolby. There's Bancroft just flicking one down the leg side for 4. There it is.
Close shout there on Bancroft. Ed Barnard into the attack. Streaky 4 off Barnard, the next ball.
You'll have to adjust quickly because this is Barnard actually running into ball in real time, and it just fires in to Tom Lammonby's pads. Barnard coming over the wicket, looking to angle it across him. Three slips in still then. Jacob Bethell's gone to backward point. There is a mid-wicket in for Lammonby again, but it's a more orthodox mid-wicket. It looks like the Warwickshire skipper, Will Rhodes. Previous over, he was at short mid-wicket with Hassan Ali bowling. He's just at an orthodox mid-wicket. And Dolby and Rushworth flanking the bowler. And there is that mid-wicket. There is that Tom Lammonby V. What's a good session here for both sides, do you reckon, Soph? There's always a bit of extra pressure on the team that elects to do something. So Lewis Gregory having elected to bat, it almost takes a little bit of pressure off the bowlers, do you think? Or is it?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Warwickshire would have done had they won the toss. But yeah, I think Somerset, if they can go in 1 down at lunch, I think you almost take the runs out of the picture. 1 down at lunch would be definitely Somerset session, and Warwickshire would probably be disappointed. So yeah, Warwickshire will be working hard for the next, 15 or so minutes to try and get another breakthrough, and especially just before lunch as well, get a new batter into the crease.
Solid defence there from Tom Lammonby. Will Rhodes does the fielding. Looks like Chris Rushworth, I struggle to say that, Chris Rushworth is doing a little bit of limbering up. He's at mid-off, going through his stretches. Whether we'll see him for another over or two before lunch, I'm not sure. As Sophie said, just 15 minutes left. So it might be that he's just actually trying to keep his body loose after the opening spell. I can imagine, I mean, you're a batter really, but for the bowlers, that first spell, I know they play all winter round, but after your first proper day of competitive cricket, there'll be some achy bodies tomorrow, I suspect. Just got to look after themselves. Well bowled, Ed Barnard. That's a perfect delivery, really, just shaping across the left-hander. Lammonby did well, watched it from the inside go past the outside edge. Yeah,
he's definitely limbering up, and actually if I was Will Rhodes, I probably would give Rushworth another crack just before lunch. Ali obviously into the attack and has offered a little bit more pace, but hasn't, I don't think, been as consistent and as threatening as what Warwickshire would have hoped.
Again, from Barnard, same spot, same result, flies through to the wicketkeeper, but Lammonby survives, end of the 19th over, 42 for 1, and also he was ticking a little bit, Rushworth, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, he's itching to, I presume, get another over and another crack at Lammonby, who he was having a little bit of a tussle with. There was a few words exchanged at one point, and it looks like he is going to come into the attack, Sam.
What do I know, Soph? I should leave it to the real skipper.
So yeah, we're going to see Chris Rushworth again from the River End.
It's a harder name than people think to say quickly, isn't it?
Yes. I've never really realised that. I haven't.
I've given you a complex about that because I have it in my head. I know that when I'm about to say it, and I always mess it up. I hope I haven't given you that complex.
No, but it is quite a tricky name, actually. And I think that it's interesting because as Rushworth is going to bowl to Bancroft, defending solidly there into just up to mid-on, but cover comes in and does the fielding. You know, who would Cam Bancroft not really want to face in this situation? 15 minutes to go before the lunch interval. Who does Bancroft not want to face? And I think he would probably say the more probing, nigglier bowler of Rushworth. And
there's also the element of them being former teammates. So Rushworth knows his game quite well. They both know each other, but Rushworth will know Bancroft's weaknesses.
He's in again, and again Bancroft defending, but sort of squirting to mid-wicket there in defence. As Alex Worth is just making sure that front foot line is in good view.
Yeah, I enjoyed Harry's point actually when he said there was that needle between Rushworth and Lammonby. But what's the history there? There can't have been any history over the last couple of years. I don't think they ever would have played against each other.
Bancroft looking to get that one through the offside, but just got a little bit tighter on him than he expected there. Yeah, I can't really remember Somerset playing against Durham all too often, especially in this sort of form of the game lately.
Certainly not, because Lammonby only debuted in 2020, so they certainly haven't played against each other in this form. They might have played a Royal London Cup game. But you don't need history, do you, really? It's all about what's happening out there in the middle.
Yeah, it's just in the moment, isn't it? Rushworth in, and again, Bancroft sort of defending that one. That's the first time we've sort of seen him go with those softer hands, similar approach to what Lammonby has been trying to do to rotate strike. Doesn't get anything for it, but still there on, well, both batters are on 18, partnership of 36 into the 20th over. That one off the inside edge. Hannon Dolby does the fielding down at fine leg. Single to Cam Bancroft.
What we've seen Rushworth do a couple of times, as well as being metronomic, what he's very good at, he's done it to Bancroft a couple of balls ago, he did it to Dixon. If he sees the batter coming down towards him, he's able to pull that length back and actually get one to leap a little bit. I've noticed it twice already, which is actually quite a good skill to have, because the batters are always trying to play with him, mess him off his length, but he's just too canny.
He's right in the wicket to Lammonby, and Lammonby is defending. Yeah, very experienced bowler, isn't he? And I think a lot of the batters would probably over the last few years have been trying to negate his maybe, I don't want to say lack of pace, and I'm doing him a disservice there, but when there isn't as much pace on the ball, trying to find a way to put a bowler off their line and length, and more often than not, you will see batters trying to move around the crease, get out of their crease at a bowler like Rushworth to try and, you know, knock him off his length, really, because he's so metronomical there.
Oh yes, as Mike rightly points out, they did play Durham last year, because that's when Ben Green hit all those sixes. Barnard in. Bancroft opens the face. They think about a single. He said no, but actually in the end they have taken one. It just got in between Jacob Bethel and Alex Davis at extra cover and point respectively. Yes, Rushworth did play in that, but Tom Lammonby would have been away, so they wouldn't have played against each other then. But yes, Ben Green. It's a monster sixes. Didn't talk about him at the start of the session one. Harry and I were talking about the depth that Somerset suddenly have. For the first time in a few years, there are batters putting pressure on other batters. You've got Abel not playing. You've got Amid not playing. Solid from Lammonby. You've got Goldsworthy not playing. You've got Ben Green, who would definitely call himself a batter, and rightly so.
Yeah, there looks to be a lot of strength in depth, and I feel like the signings that Somerset have made, those players are, you know, late 20s, early 30s, a lot more experience in that batting lineup, which we've probably lacked in recent years, and it does mean there's competition for places. So, as that beats Lammonby. You know, Bartlett's obviously got the nod today, and you know, you don't want to put that added pressure on a young lad, but he knows that there's competition and players waiting in the wings, and it's obviously very early in the season, and it will be interesting to see how things do play out. But you want those guys that do get that nod first game of the season to make the most of it and really capitalise and say, yeah, like I want to make that number 5 spot or whatever position it is my own.
Flicked into the leg side. Well, here's some good news for Somerset fans, because the second 11 are taking on Cornwall in a friendly down at Taunton Vale. So we were talking about the depth. So I'm going to read out on the Somerset side. Andy Amid, Steve Davies, didn't mention him, Lewis Goldsworthy, Tom Banton, Ben Green, Rudolph van der Merwe, Ned Leonard, fit again, Alfie Ogborn, who's contracted, George Thomas, who is a wonderful, wonderful young cricketer, Sonny Baker and all his pace, and the skipper, Tom Abel, is playing for the twos today. Ooh, a big swoosh at that one by Lammonby. Barnard has bowled in the last couple of overs a number of deliveries just in that area, dragging across the right-hander. That one looked to lift a little bit more, an expansive attempt at a drive from Lammonby. Let's have another look at that one on the slow-mo. Yeah, just lifts through, but Lammonby plays down the wrong line, has a look at the pitch, steps back, almost a nod of approval. Brilliant delivery from Ed Barnard.
Yeah, I haven't seen actually too many false shots from Lammonby.
That's a nice one for him, though. Just went too straight, really, tucked off his hips nicely for Lammonby, and that's raced away to the boundary. So he ends the over with a 4, moves into the 20s. 22 for Lammonby, 48 for 1 Somerset.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times now. Barnard, he's asked really good questions of the Somerset batters, really good questions. There's an LBW shout on Bancroft, which I've already mentioned. You know, flashing drive there by Lammonby, doesn't get any reward for it. And then that next ball, you know, concedes a boundary there. He's aired, he's gone too straight to Lammonby, and Lammonby is saying, thank you very much, I'll move to 22. And, well, we're probably going to get a few more overs before the lunch interval, but Lammonby will probably be thinking, I'll just sit on my bat at the non-strikers then now.
There's an insight into the professional game for you.
That's Rushworth in against Bancroft. He left that one alone. Rushworth in then from the river end. Again, squares Bancroft up, and that one finds its way down to third man. It's only going to be a couple of runs. It sort of gets held up in the beach-like conditions.
Quick trip to the beach for the ball there.
Down here, yeah.
Half century up for Somerset, 50 for 1. A ripple of applause. A nice bit of symmetry for those who like that sort of thing. Lammonby 22, Bancroft 22.
Going to be into the 22nd over in a minute as well. Well, we are in the 22nd over.
How
Sorry.
about that? Oh, creepy.
Bancroft clips that one through mid-wicket. Some interesting fielding there by the Pakistan international Hassan Ali. I said his footwork wasn't great earlier when he fielded one off his own bowling, and as you can see there, his footwork's not great. Again, not a very good touch there. I think he needs to work on that in the warm-up.
Play a bit of football in Storm warm-ups.
Yeah, I was saying to Harry we play a little bit of one bounce, and it's probably my worst part of the day, to be honest, Sam. I reckon I used to get more nervous for that than I did the actual game. Yeah.
What's your natural position, or is there not one on the football field?
Well, when I was younger, I used to be a goalkeeper, believe it or not. And I used to love football when I was 10, 11, 12. And then, yeah, cricket took over and I didn't play very much. Bancroft plays that one back up to Rushworth.
That short mid-wicket's gone in. We saw it for Lammonby off Hassan Ali. We've now seen, looks like Dan Mousley has gone in at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's just the 2 slips now. Again, probably just suggests that there's not a whole heap of pace in this wicket, getting those catching positions more in front of the bat.
Yeah, they look like they've crept closer as well.
It's a good delivery. Very good delivery there from Rushworth. Beats Cameron Bancroft's outside edge. Yeah, so we've just got the 2 slips. Looks like Yates and Hayne have stayed in there. Rushworth in, and again, Bancroft hitting that one up to mid-on. I think he's felt Rushworth going touch straight to him, and I think he wanted to hit that slightly squarer as well, trying to get more over to his off stump and pierce that mid-wicket, mid-on region.
The sound, you could almost feel the reverberation through the bat from up here. It's one of those, you know, when you just get the kind of toe end and you suddenly feel that shock wave in your hand. You probably don't. It's probably always off the middle
Absolutely
with you.
Not, Sam. Absolutely not.
It's been a long time since I've had a bat in my hand.
Still going to be Ed Barnard. He's going to come round the wicket to Lammonby.
Yeah, change of angle. 2 slips. It's almost a gully, isn't it? Well, I'm going to call it 1, 2 and 4 slips. I've settled on that, so.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, and there is the keeper. Just a little tickle. The change of angle has worked. Ed Barnard, first ball, he's come around the wicket to Tom Lammonby. We were hoping he was just going to sit on his bat and see it out until lunchtime. Instead, the change of angle has worked. There was 1 slip, there was 2 slips, there was a 4th slip, but none of them were needed because it was Michael Burgess who put one down earlier off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. He made no mistake there whatsoever. And Tom Lammonby's decent innings has come to an end for 22. Somerset are 52 for 2, Sophie Love.
Yeah, disappointing end to Lammonby's innings there. Looked like he was setting himself up for a long innings. Going to see another replay of this. Great skill by Barnard, shape away, and it leaves Lammonby, and almost couldn't help but get a little tickle through. And that's going to be, well, it's going to be time for lunch, Sam, by the looks of things.
Oh, there we go. It's taken us all by surprise. Players, umpires heading off. It's 1:28. So 52 for 2, Somerset. How disappointing for them, for Tom Lammonby, for Lewis Gregory to lose a wicket on the stroke of lunch. If you're in the ground or if you're near the ground, pop into the Somerset Cricket Museum. That's been given a real upgrade over the last year or so. Mike Unwin's been integral to that, or if you're around over the rest of the season, please do pop down there. Look at that, the Cooper Associates County Ground looking absolutely glorious. We will be back in about 40 minutes time. Enjoy your lunches, and we hope you will be joining us too. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Rob Bailey and Alex Wolf are already out in the middle, and as you can see, the Warwickshire fielding side are on their way to the middle too. Will Rhodes, the skipper, will have been delighted over his lunch because the very last ball of the session, Ed Barnard came around the wicket to Tom Lammonby, who was looking in good order. It was a ball he had to play. Edged behind, Michael Burgess took the catch. So Lammonby departed for 22 on the stroke of lunch. That makes Somerset 52 for 2. So we've got one debutant out there, not out, Cam Bancroft on 24. And for the very first time in a Somerset shirt, it's Tom Kohler-Cadmore out into the middle. Ed Barnard's over was only 1 ball old, so there'll be 5 balls remaining of that over. I'm Sam Danning. Harry Everett is nearly here. He's just finishing off his third helping of dinner. We're brought to you by our good friends at WPA Health Insurance. A great session turned into maybe a good one, Harry. Is that fair to say with that last ball?
Yeah, I think Warwickshire bowled very well. I think Somerset did well to hang in there. Just you got to really see off Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Chris Rushworth. And Ed Barnard came on and bowled well. Hassan Ali was a bit skiddy, a bit too far outside off stump, I thought. But yeah, that big wicket on the stroke of lunch. And what's most interesting for me here is I thought Bartlett might be 4, Kohler-Cadmore 5. It won't make a massive difference in the powerhouse middle order, to be honest with you.
It is Kohler-Cadmore who is going to face his first ball in a Somerset shirt. Barnard, 3 slips are in. Uses his feet to come down the wicket. Barnard is someone Kohler-Cadmore will know very well, actually. The pair were together at Worcestershire a few years ago now, because Tom Kohler-Cadmore was up at Yorkshire for 5 years. So they'll know each other well, both fine young cricketers, I think. Warwickshire have got a great player in Ed Barnard, and I think Somerset have got a superb player in Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Didn't play much red ball cricket last season. He got concussed in the PSL, went back to Yorkshire, and I'm not sure that the necessary scans or the medical treatment he needed were available so quickly as he leaves that one alone. But regardless of what happened, he came down. He scored a very good 100 here, Harry, didn't he?
He did. I remember him whacking it straight into the sight screen and, you know, giving Somerset fans a taste of what they're going to expect this year. But it was a bit worrying when he had the rebouts, the concussion. It does worry me personally. The concussion thing is a massive thing. They're talking about it in football now with heading the ball, and the impacts are scary. We talk about Pukowski, we mentioned earlier, but Kohler-Cadmore having problems in the Lanka Premier League as well. Yeah.
This time he takes a couple of steps down the track again, just trying to negate any swing there was. And we'll have another look at that one. He gets beaten on the outside. So brilliant start from Ed Barnard. He was perhaps guilty before lunch. You see Kohler-Cadmore just taking a couple of steps and playing down the wrong line. A couple of times before lunch, he bowled beautiful deliveries to Tom Lammonby, but then followed it up with a slightly wayward ball. But this time he's been straight on the money in this over, which straddles the lunch break and wicket with the very first ball. And he started with 3 dots. Make that 4.
He actually batted 3 in that Yorkshire game. Got 100 out of 276. It was a very Kohler-Cadmore dominated card. I mean, when Abel comes in, I guess Abel comes in for Bancroft. If in a couple of games' time, if Abel's all right for 2 today, one of them's going to have to drop down to 4. I guess Kohler-Cadmore will then go 5, and Bartlett might have to drop out.
The big question is whether you keep Lammonby. It's a fair point. You know, if they're fit, Bancroft, Abel, Kohler-Cadmore all play. Cut away, and the first run for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He was reaching a little bit. There wasn't much foot movement. It kept quite low, and it's gone past Jacob Bethel away for 4. Harry doesn't like that.
Well, no, it's not criticism. There is rarely much foot movement with Kohler-Cadmore. No. It's not criticism of him. It's the way they play these days. I watched some of his knocks in the PSL. Ridiculous knock. When Babrazam got 100, and Kohler-Cadmore just came in and absolutely whacked it. First couple of balls straight for 6. Rashid Khan taken to the cleaners. Probably the best bowler in T20 cricket there is at the moment. And yeah, former Wisden Schoolboy Cricket of the Year. We know he's been talented for years, but he's just one of those guys who's got a very good clean eye, clean hit, hits the ball well, great hand-eye coordination.
He's the perfect size, the perfect age. He's experienced, knows his game inside out. He goes around the world playing T20 cricket, and he's going to play all formats. Well, Royal London Cup aside, but he's going to play T20 and red ball. And that's
yeah, you
quite
can't
rare.
say an all-format player anymore. Really can do the 2 of the 3. Hassan Ali will continue from the river end. It's that what worried me was the diving catch he went for. The first game of the Lanka Premier League, his sole appearance in the end, went for a diving catch, whacked his head, and eventually withdrew from the whole competition. That worried me a little bit, linked to the concussion faced in the PSL 7, so not this year's PSL 8, the PSL before. That just does worry me slightly. He's a tall man. He's having a good chat now with Chris Rushworth. Chris Rushworth probably wouldn't get the ball up to his head, but a quick, fast bowler who can hit him in the head would slightly worry me as Bancroft comfortably leaves Hassan Ali outside off stump again. I would love to see him fit and keep playing, but you worry about someone like a Bukowski. It's not quite as bad as Bukowski, but when someone's got this regular link with concussion, you've got to do everything you can to help them out.
It's interesting. It's absolutely right they do. I wonder if it's more prevalent or just that there's more focus on it these days.
Yes, there's better science into it. I think Hassan Ali needs to get a little bit straighter to make Bancroft play here. That's 3 balls well outside the off stump, slowly getting further in. Yeah, I was looking at, I was down at Tavistock watching some Southern Premier League football the other night, and I was chatting to someone there about, I think it's encephalitis, got to say it right, about the brain injury. A friend from college in Taunton actually died from it. It's the brain injury. I'm not an expert on it. I don't need to know all the science, but just the interesting studies into it. A lot of it is based on heading footballs or being hit in the head by cricket. So as leg side this time, Hassan Ali's gone too far the other way. It's a really important topic for scientists to look into, for people to be aware of. When I'm coaching, I always make sure kids wear helmets, but nowadays there's these stem guards on the back of the neck, which is quite useful as well.
Wow, that all came from tragic circumstances, really, didn't it? The stem guards.
Not really too worried, I don't think, the batters about them being uncomfortable now. They seem quite happy with them. We do see umpires wearing these helmets and the Oxenford shield. Not seeing either of them on display, as Hassan Ali's now gone very far the other side. Probably been the weaker of the 4 bowlers, to be honest.
Surprised me. I mean, he only landed in the country on Saturday, so still taking... I mean, he was brilliant for Lancashire last year. Lancashire fans absolutely loved him, and he is a quality performer, but he's just struggled for any sort of consistency. 22 test matches, taken 229 wickets for Pakistan, so there's serious quality there.
Yeah, I was talking with Sophie about him playing Karachi against New Zealand in January. Wicketless in the first innings, took 1 wicket in the second innings. Been in and out of the 3 sides, basically, for Pakistan. I almost feel like he's the 5th seamer, roughly. Nasim Shah, Shane Shah, Afridi, Harris Ralph, he's sort of your white ball option. Shane Shah and Nasim Shah will play all formats. There's a couple of others who come and play sometimes, like Mir Hamza. There's other options, exciting options for Pakistan. And Hassan Ali's not as quick, and he doesn't swing it as much. But he bowls those middle overs, especially in a 50-over game. He bowls nagging line and length and will give you a different skilly option. Yeah, lovely view. We just saw the Quantox in between overs, the sun's shining down, we've got a few birds overhead. We've had no peregrine falcon nesting watch yet, have we?
Oh, yeah, I wonder if they're still around from last year. Must be.
Should have saved that for Stephen Lamb tomorrow, really.
He will know, yeah.
He'll be listening. He'll be on the Peregrine Falcon Twitter page, Taunton Peregrines.
Barnard in, cut away for 4 nicely. Just sat up for Tom Kohler-Cadmore there. He hit a similar shot. The one and the over before was behind square. That one was in front of square. He's in complete control of that, Kohler-Cadmore, and he will be he'll feel a little bit better. A couple of not half volleys, short balls outside off stump, far from half volleys that he put away.
Nearer half trackers.
Yeah, half trackers. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, wasn't quite halfway down, but you're right, enough. It's a powerful cut shot of Kohler-Cadmore. He's had 8 freebie runs really so far, hasn't he? Ed Barnard's not quick enough to be getting away with balls out there.
And no matter how much experience you've got, there will always be nerves. This one, he's probably going to pick up another 4 there. I don't think it's going to be caught by Jacob Bethel. He used his feet again. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He opened his face there. Or opened the face of his bat rather than his face, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. And he's got... we're going to have this argument so many times this year. I'd like to see a fielder at third. It's 3 runs.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not an argument for me. Are we arguing with the captain? Yeah, wait till Trees is on.
Just have a fielder in at third. That's just a single. There's a decent ball from Ed Barnard. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore's got 4 runs for it. We look like we're going to have the keeper up to the stumps. Michael Burgess has got a helmet, which is mandatory. I think you'd have it standing up for a seamer anyway, but the helmet is now mandatory standing up. Terrible incident here with the end of Mark Boucher's career. As Barnard is tighter there into Cola Cadmore's body. Tried to work it into the leg side, but didn't get too much bat on it. And he might need that helmet. He won't stand up to Hassan Ali, but he probably could stand up and may well stand up to Chris Rushworth. Maybe Hannon Dolby's got too much bounce, too much height to stand up to. Might make it quite awkward for the wicket keeper. Barnard again. Solid defence into the leg side. Rushworth in the sun hat. Surprised Ollie Hannon Dolby hasn't gone for the sun hat. Usually, I was thinking Hannon Dolby shaved his head in solidarity with Rushworth, and I thought the other way round, Rushworth was showing solidarity with Hannon Dolby by wearing a sun hat, but Hannon Dolby hasn't gone for that today.
You obviously didn't have the earpiece on when Sophie and I were commentating earlier. We said that. We both said at the same time in unison, I bet Ollie Hannon Dolby, surely he's a floppy hat kind of guy.
He is.
Yeah, before I've seen it, yeah.
End of the over, 64 for 2. Let's have a little look at Tom Cola Cadmore. That's that first one. Got him off the mark. His first runs in Somerset colours, cut away. This will be the second one. This was a nicer shot, I think, Harry. He was in more control of that. That one went in front of square.
Yeah, I think they were both freebie balls, and he put them away with aplomb, really, didn't he?
And this one benefited the doubt. Soft. It is an outside edge.
12 off 10 as Hassan Ali is a bit of an over-the-top reaction, Hassan Ali, to that sort of inside edge from Bancroft. So Ed Barnard has been involved in both wickets so far, picking up Lammonby last ball for lunch and catching at point off Hannon Dolby. He's grazing. Well, he's not grazing, actually. He's doing some serious stretching down in front of Gimlet's Hill. Was that Hannon Dolby? No, sorry. Maybe Barnard's going to come out of the attack and Hannon Dolby's going to come back on at this end. As Ali continues from the river tone end. Good shot from Bancroft. Good stop at backward point. Saved 3. Still going to be 1. That's, yeah, a good bit of fielding there, I think, for Barnard again, talking about his fielding and his bowling.
It's been a bit tighter to the wicket, Hassan Ali, this over so far. Been a bit excited. Why wouldn't you bring Hannon Dolby back? 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. He bowled superbly. Him and Rushworth offered real control. Barnard's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 23, albeit only one of those overs, or 2 of those overs have come since lunch. There is Ollie Hannon Dolby, without his sun hat.
We reckon he had Barnard's hat on before lunch. We reckon he forgot his hat in the first session.
I heard the bit about
the
sun cream. I heard you trying to get some sponsored sun cream.
Good shot from Tom Cola Cadmore, punching. Although he doesn't move his feet massively, he does for an off drive. Like that there was bat and pad together. That was technically pretty sound. Punching powerfully, doesn't it? A push drive is powerful from Cola Cadmore.
There's a difference, isn't it? The way they move their feet these days tends to be by making an actual movement towards the bowler. So it's a couple of steps rather than pushing in, like leaning that front foot into the cover drive. If you look at the screen, he's already starting outside his stumps as well, on his crease.
Well, not this ball. He's gone back this ball, interestingly. If he premeditated the short ball, he's correct, because Hassan Ali did try and go short, but it was a long way down the leg side, and Michael Burgess has done terrifically there. Good gloveman is Burgess.
He goes under the radar a bit, doesn't he? Because it was a big loss when Tim Ambrose retired. He'd just been solidly consistent for many years for them. And Burgess has slipped in almost seamlessly.
Yeah, come up through the Surrey age groups. Did play for the Leicestershire second 11. As Cola Cadmore says, no, very loudly. Hope you can pick that up on our effects mic. Yeah, Burgess, 28 now.
Well, he was a PE. I think he was a PE teacher and not really playing. It was Graham Napier's school, if I remember. Graham Napier was head of cricket at the school, and basically Burgess slept on his couch. At that point, I think he signed for Sussex. And
I thought it was Sussex, yeah. I remember him at Sussex. Ooh, that's gone straight through Cola Cadmore.
It's kept low, that, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, a few balls have kept low. And I love Hassan Ali's dramatic sort of his facial expressions, its full body language. Lovely slow-mo camera there.
Some bowlers, though, almost need to, they use it to G themselves up, that kind of overly exaggerated expressions, the screams, it is a way of G'ing themselves up. It's a bit like tennis players. You see some tennis players, they make a lot of noise. There's no need for you to do that, but that's just part of their game.
Yeah, before we finish on Burgess, we should mention it was the opening game of last year, wasn't it? Surrey, 178 he scored.
Yes,
the opening match of the season, so maybe
it.
there's something about the psychology of the first game of the season.
Barnard is going to get at least one more over, 3 slips in. As Bancroft, I think that's off his pads. He was just trying to work it down to final leg, where Hassan Ali is in front of the Klein Atkinson Pavilion. Shorter boundary down there as well, so there's value for shots here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Can Bancroft's not had much of the strike actually since lunch. He's got 25 though. It's been a solid start to his Somerset career, and that's what you want. You want your overseas players to come in. He's only here for 4 games. You want them to be bankers, to come in and score the runs. Lovely looking drive, but it's straight at the field at extra cover. Is it Alex Davies there?
Yeah, he's been good today, Alex Davies, in the field. He's been at mid-on, close on the leg side, and he's been at short extra cover.
That one, I don't know if we can see it on the replay with the fielder. It's a nice looking shot. He's reaching a little bit at Bancroft, but it just bounces right in front of him awkwardly. Yeah, he does really well there, Alex Davies. He's just going through the motions again. A wicketkeeper as well, so plenty of wicketkeeper options. We could probably make an 11 in this game between the two sides of wicketkeepers.
If we can include Taunton Vale as well, yeah.
Left alone outside of stump.
Give you a little twos update. Andy Mead, 31 not out. Steve Davies went for 31. Tom Abel is now bang at number 3.
That's brilliant news, isn't it? I mean, that's a really strong side.
Ridiculous. Genuinely could be a first-team county 11.
It takes me back to the days of kind
Division
of 05, 06, when your second 11 was all pros. Parsons was in it a bit, but you had Gazard, Sapaya before he broke into the first team. Solid defence again from Cameron Bancroft. I think Neil Edwards hadn't quite got in the first team there. People like Foss Hunt might have been around. So you just had pros in the second team. And we talked about it at the top of the show, didn't we? How it just feels like for the first time in a couple of years, there's always been depth in the seam bowling. But in the batting, there are a few options. There's people putting pressure on spots.
It's quite a different Cornwall 11 from the names that have played here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in the 50 over warm-up fixture. There's a game down at Truro last year. Now Kean Burns is batting number 5. I watched his brother play football for Tavistock the other night, actually. Kean's an aggressive middle-order player who actually scored some runs here. The big, tall left armer who was on the Somerset books. Cornishman, his name will come to me in a sec.
No, Hancock wasn't left armer.
No, a couple of they put on a little partnership.
Rob Woodman for Devon.
Ooh.
Outside off stump, and he's gone for a little bit of a waft there, Cameron Bancroft. It's ended up safely through to Michael Burgess. Another good over from Ed Barnard. 27 gone. Somerset 65 for 2. Just shaped away from Bancroft. He was just pushing. Well, his front foot was out there, but he was slightly pushing away from his body. Ed Barnard will be encouraged by that, and it might just buy him another over as well, Harry.
Yeah, Hannon Dolby's been getting loose for a little while, but maybe it just takes him a while to get into it, and if Barnard keeps bowling well, then if it ain't broke, don't fix it, don't change it. I would be more inclined to change Hassan Ali for Chris Rushworth. I'd have probably opened with my 2 best bowlers this session after a 40-minute lunch break. Hassan Ali hasn't quite got it right yet, but he does get the outside edge of Curly Cowboy's bat, but
I think they do have to be a bit careful with Rushworth, who tweaked his calf just before their tour to South Africa, and there was some talk about a few doubts as to whether he'd be fit for this one or not. So he's already bowled a couple of spells this morning, so as encouraged as much as Will Rhodes might want to use him, perhaps they just have to be a bit of careful management. Particularly, I mean, we've not seen Will Rhodes, the part-time bowler, come on himself.
While you mention that, we should say Danny Briggs had that long-term knee issue, so he underwent surgery. Long-term issue. 31 years old now. Danny Briggs been around for a while for Sussex, leading wicket taker in the T20 Blast.
That's some record, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's some record for him.
So he missed out on the T20 Franchise League he's going to play in January. due to be for Sharjah Warriors, alongside Mo and Ali, Chris Rhodes and Chris Benjamin. But a bit of Warwickshire contingent there. There's a good bit of fielding at mid-wicket. Saves Kola Cadmore getting another boundary to his name.
Benjamin's an exciting player. Can he keep as well?
Yes, yeah.
He's an exciting young player, isn't he? Not playing in this game, you wonder quite how long it'll be before he breaks into the Warwickshire side. But there are some good young batters, in particular, Mousley, Bethel, Yates. Bit of second season syndrome, I think, is how the coach described it, Mark Robinson, for him last year. But I expect him to have a better year.
It's partly why Adam Hose has then moved on again to Worcestershire. Because the 7 youngsters, that's a better ball from Hassan Ali. Because of the youngsters coming through, Bethel, Mousley, that sort of pushed Adam Hose down the pecking order a little bit. Hose did superbly in the T20 Blast last year. Scored a magnificent 100. I remember a couple of rain-reduced games and he whacked it all around Edgbaston. But former Somerset now, he's gone on to Worcestershire. And
I just wonder, he might not say it out loud, will he regret leaving? Because he was in the 4-day side, wasn't he, when he left?
Ali into Kola Cadmore. I don't think Hose would get in Warwickshire's strongest red ball 11 this year. Monai's not going to play that many games.
I meant regret leaving Somerset.
So, Hose. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You were talking a few years back now.
Yeah. A few years ago, he was in. I know Somerset were disappointed. He went midway through the season, didn't he?
Yeah, I think there was more to it than met the eye with that, to be honest with you. I think I really liked him as a player. Similar to George Bartlett. Aggressive, tall, right-handed, sort of 4 or 5 bat.
They've got Hose and Pollock, haven't they, in their 4-day side? So that's certainly a bad ball. 2
from Warwickshire to Worcestershire. Kola Cadmore on the charge. That's not even a small charge. That's a few steps down. But Hassan Ali isn't quick. I would think if I'm a Warwickshire captain, I want to see Michael Burgess stand up here. Hassan Ali isn't bowling particularly quickly here. The only problem is he's spraying it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's it. Is he too sharp to stand up? Probably not. Michael Burgess has the ability to stand up to him, but A, he's spraying it, and the speed of the outside edge, actually, if someone nicks one, what you don't want to be doing is, because it's sort of pot luck, those edges standing up.
That's full and cool. The umpire's been saved there. Hassan Ali's hurt his hand stopping that. Don't think it's the webbing. He's going to be right. Shake it off. But Kola Cadmore just hits the ball so hard. We've seen 2 cut shots. Everyone else has run their boundaries today. Do you know what I mean? Kola Cadmore's the only person here today who's hit a 4 and not had to move. And he's just straight driven that, and it's been
really hurt him, hasn't it? Oh, he's got a big smile on his face straight away, but yes. He got a pat on the back from Will Rhodes. Did you see that?
Yes.
Which might suggest a change of bowling at that
cheers, son. Good shift. Let someone else have a go kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. Don't know if Will Rhodes is called Hassan Ali's son, though.
No, okay, maybe not. Well,
Ed Barnard is going to continue. He's having a quick word with Chris Rushworth. You're just joining us on the live stream. Welcome, Somerset fans, Warwickshire fans, general cricket fans. Please do put your comments in the comments box. We do look at them, or tweet We Are Somerset, or at Sam J. Dalling, or
I do. Harry Everett _14.
There you go. Oh, just got onto the back foot there, Bancroft. He was looking to pull it and maybe realised it wasn't quite short enough, and in the end jabbed his arm down on it into his body. It could have been quite painful. Let's have another look at that one. He gets onto the back foot quite early. Yeah, just rushes in perhaps. And maybe
it did. I think rush him is the way to say it. It's not. I mean, it worked nicely with Rushworth. I like it when James Fuller bowls full, and I like it when Chris Rushworth.
It's hard to say, isn't it? I'm saying to say it is. It's not the surname. It's when you say Chris before it.
I don't know why. It doesn't make much sense. Like red lorry, yellow lorry, but yeah.
Keeper is up now. It's gone through him, but
it's gone through everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of juggling from Sam Hain. I'm looking forward to seeing Sam Hain back. He's a player. I mean, it's not. Again, it's one of those I'm going to call it an argument, but it isn't. Sam Hain for England. How he hasn't had a go in some format, and I thought.
Yeah, James Hildreth category, isn't he?
But when Tom Abel wasn't able to play in Bangladesh, I know they didn't want people. They didn't want people to travel unnecessarily, but I'm sure Sam Hain would have jumped at the chance to go out there and be in an England squad. Tucked off his hips there, Kola Cadmore, so he picks up a single. His first single. He's dealt purely in boundaries before then. No, it's not tucked off his hips. It's a leg by, so he still hasn't scored.
Still dealing in boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make a good point. Well, actually, how's Kola Cadmore's on 13 on the scoreboard?
Well, I don't know if they picked up the leg by then, because there definitely was signal.
He's doubting Polly Rhodes.
Back down to 12.
Oh, yeah, she's quickly correcting herself with a pen next door. Yeah, you make a good point there, actually. England actually lost that series, didn't they, in Bangladesh? Partly because they didn't have an extra batter. Just
outside edge, and it's not quite carried. Bancroft, I think, had fairly soft hands, which is why it didn't carry. Took his hands off the bat, certainly. Just goes down and does a little bit of gardening. It's that beautiful line here. It's keeping quite low, but it has moved away. Bancroft does actually plant that front foot, unlike Kohler Cadmore, but Bancroft moved that front foot and plants it quite early to try and push through the covers. That's a couple now. Look, a couple have gone past the outside edge, and that one has found the outside edge. Leaves that one alone. New bowling coach for Warwickshire over the summer, Stuart Barnes, formerly of Somerset, in there.
Got a lot of good bowlers to work with. I mean, Henry Brooks, from a love of cricket point of view, I'm sad to not see him playing. I really like him. He's almost a young man's Ollie Stone. Out in New Zealand over the winter, I watched Ollie Stone bowl at close quarters in the lunch break. He'd come on and, gosh, he bowls it quickly and really puts effort in. I think Henry Brooks falls into that category.
Left alone there by Bancroft, under the over 67-42. Gus Atkinson, I think, is quite sharp as well. He's one to keep an eye on.
The Surrey bowler, yeah.
Looks to me like James Rue on the far left down there. Casey Aldridge in there, was in the squad. The match day squad didn't make the 11.
Is that Alfie Ogborn on the right? I'm trying to work out the taunt. I find it odd to work out with Taunton Vale how they worked out that Casey Aldridge is not going to be picked in this 11 and he's not going to play in the second 11 and he's kind of jinxed it. How did they work out when there's 22 players playing? As Hassan Ali does continue. Kohler Cadmore misses that one. That looked a bit quicker. Hassan Ali's getting rolled up a bit.
He's keeping low. And he's not a tall man, Hassan Ali, so he's skiddy rather than a fast bowler that gets bounced. And Kohler Cadmore was 4 or 5 steps down the pitch there, but that kept really low.
Yeah, he's not doing things by just a couple of steps, is he? Yeah, so we got Goldsworthy and Aldridge and Brooks. Am I right? Yeah, am I right saying that? Who've missed out on this squad, but aren't getting action at Taunton Vale. So many fit players as Kohler Cadmore drives straight. I said 26 in the squad, so there's 22 playing. Those three I just mentioned is 25, and Shoaib Bashir is not in the second team, 11. So that's the 26.
Yeah, is there another name missing as well? I was thinking.
I think that's the 26.
But it's difficult, isn't it? Because A, you might not know. Somerset's team for this game may have changed. For example, if we turn up this morning and they say, actually, there's no play today, or there's no play until 4 o'clock.
Well left at that time. Back drawn in the line.
Then maybe you're thinking, all right, we don't play Leachy, in which case, do you play an extra seaman? Does Casey come in? Does Lewis Goldsworthy come in as an actual spin option? So I think if you're in the first team squad, and they will probably be in the first team squad next week, so there's a big block of county championship games coming up. So I see what you're saying, it's just down the road. But I think you have to, if they're in that first team 14, if you've not decided your final 11, they have to be here until the latest possible moment.
Again, Kohler Cadmore's not backing into his crease much at all. Keeps flying down the wicket, doesn't he? All about making his ground. Yeah, we should say it was meant to be a 2-day match at Taunton Vale. Yesterday was rained off almost in solidarity with this game. So, yesterday with no play whatsoever.
And it is just a friendly, so maybe there'll be some cricket for these guys to play tomorrow at some point.
It was carded as a 2-day. It was carded originally as a 2-day game.
Flexibility though, isn't there, in a friendly? I don't know. Maybe they play an inter-squad game, so there are options.
Hassan, I don't know what has upset TKC here.
That Stewart, I think, just popped up his head up in the.
Oh, he did, yeah. Another bold headed.
In the luminous yellow jacket. I saw the 2 young lads who you described as looking sheepish. Yes. They'd got. I love their innocence, the innocence of youth. They'd thought, right, well, there's a block of seats that are completely empty in a prime spot there. So why wouldn't we go and sit in them?
Again, Kohler Cadmore this time he gets an inside edge, but part of me thinks when Kohler Cadmore's running down and Hassan Ali is getting a length for Kohler Cadmore running down, surely the other time Kohler Cadmore stays in his crease, he might then get a ball that was the length for when he runs down for, and then that's a short ball he can then pull or punch for 4. trying to wait for that other ball. When this going to come inside, actually, I'm not going to run at this ball.
It's a real game of cat and mouse.
Yeah.
Exactly. I remember chatting to. I don't need to be here, Harry.
3 slips still. That's an alley. That one's a little bit short. I'm just punching Bancroft. See, Curler Campbell would have probably tried to whack that for 4. Bancroft is happy to just punch that for 1. Safer shot. Now this is an interesting sight. For those who haven't been here yet, I used to call these the green seats. Growing up, I didn't know it was called the Somerset stand. As a kid, I just called them the green seats.
Can't do that now.
And now I'd be lying, wouldn't I? The white seats.
To be honest, until that was put in our ear, I hadn't noticed.
Oh, Sam.
I hadn't
Don't
noticed.
give me that. Oh, you weren't here for pre-season, were you?
I've been here 2 days, hadn't even clocked it.
Oh, Sam. I'm sorry for my unobservant co-commentator. Apologise, everyone.
I'm concentrating purely on the action. And what I can see in the action is that Ed Barnard is coming out of the attack. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has been warming up for an age. He's coming back into it. It's the Marcus Truscoffic Pavilion end, which is where he bowled before lunch. It also looks like Chris Rushworth is doing his warm-ups as well, right next to him. So we might see a double change. Hannon-Dolby, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. He picked up the first wicket. That was Sean Dixon a couple of hours ago for 5. He's in search for another one. He's got Cameron Bancroft on strike.
Just back on Taunton Vale the seconds. Where is the Somerset first team? This our live stream set up, do you reckon? Are the Somerset batters sat there with their pads on, watching this on their phones?
I don't know. It's the honest answer. Maybe.
If anyone's at Taunton Vale, can we?
Tom Banton's listening. You can send us a message.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Well, Tom Abel's now batting, so Tom Banton's not a bad shout. Goldsworthy and Banton padded up to bat next. Are they watching the 2s and the first at the same time?
Tom Abel probably won't text Tom Abel.
No.
Won't help us.
Steve Davies might just be doing a sulking lap after getting out for 31.
Onto the back foot there. Bancroft looks like he has a lot of time.
Yes.
I know it sounds weird to say, but it is those extra split seconds. He just hasn't really looked rushed. Yes, he's pushed it a couple down the wrong line, but he's also made it look quite easy. I know he's only on 27, but he feels like one of those players you could suddenly look up. You'd have no idea what score he's on because it just looks quite serene. You don't notice him scoring runs, but you don't notice him not scoring
Jonathan
runs.
Trott syndrome, should we call it? I just thought he was the best for just accumulating runs. You don't realise he's suddenly on 70.
Not quite as idiosyncratic, mind.
No, but Trott was one of those, he could score 100 with 3 boundaries, for example. He'd just pick up, he'd score at a decent rate in ODI, for example, in the early days of ODI cricket. Well, not the early days. The early days of Jonathan Trott's ODI cricket career.
The early days of ODI cricket.
You know, back when it was acceptable to score 220, and that's a decent score, he'd still go at a fair rate just for picking up 1s, 2s and 3s.
Well, I still love that that Ashes 2005 win, that T20. Didn't Strauss bat at 7 or something in the T20? I love that. The innocence of the early T20s. Nice looking shot there from Hannon-Dolby, but he won't get any runs. And Sophie mentioned it a bit earlier on, and Sophie's going to come back in actually at the end of this over, but she made a good point that Bancroft, he just rotates to strike as well. He's quite good adept at finding the gaps. If he's not playing a shot where he's actively looking to score runs, and he just drops it into nice areas.
He's also showing us the Kookaburra bird very nicely. How many times have we seen the full face of his bat?
In summary, we quite like Cameron Bancroft. Open that face out. Jacob Beffel swoops round at cover.
I also like his loud, clear calling. You know, there's no mistaken, is that a 1, is that maybe a 1? There's no waiting or messing about. It's a very clear no reverberating through our glass box.
If it was up to you and me, Harry, bless you, it sounds like we'd offer him an extended deal right here, right now.
Yeah, pending his Ashes selection, I suppose, might have a slight influence. But Matt Henry is due here from May.
Not the world's strongest man.
Nor the BBC Sport cricket correspondent.
Oh, he just looked like he was trying to push it into the offside. It was a little bit straight. Get to over with that one. End of the over. Sophie's going to come back in. Somerset 69 for 2.
While we're having a swap around, should we'll get is it Alex on the camera downstairs to give us a little pan to flat watch? We got plenty of gentlemen enjoying the sunshine on the balcony above the retirement flats to our left, behind the former green seats, now the white seats. We've had a hashtag flat watch for the season yet, but plenty of people enjoying the cricket from different vantage points around Taunton. Sophie looks like she's been wandering around in the sunshine with a earpiece in. Where did you get to, Soph? I will see Hassan Ali bowl first, but that's a shortish ball, actually. Left comfortably by Cadmore.
Yeah, I had a little wander round, familiarising myself with the ground again. It's good to be back here at Taunton. Sun's out. It's actually, I had my coat on, obviously. Still acclimatising back to the English weather, but
yeah. How often did you wear your coat in 4.5 months in Australia?
Didn't have a coat.
Tasmania maybe a couple of times?
Yeah, actually was a little bit colder down in Tassie. Ali's in and Kola Cadmore sort of advancing there, but then leaves it alone.
How many
Yeah,
times?
they sort of had like gilets, like puffer jackets.
Yeah.
So got given a hoodie and a gilet, and yeah, I probably did wear that in Tassie. Actually, we played a day-nighter as well, so got a little bit colder towards the back end of the day.
I remember being gutted. I was all set to watch you, and then the timings of your games and my travel plans kept.
Oh, looks to leave that one alone, but ends up hitting it down into the cordon. And look like they have a little tussle there. Hayne and Yates trying to fight over the ball.
He's actually played a few times well into that third or the slip cordon area to Kola Cadmore. Just, it is soft hands. It's sort of, he wants to drive it, he wants to cut it, and then last minute thinks actually it's not quite there. I'll let it hit the bat, but I'll run it down to the ground. Safely played.
Short from Ali, and Kola Cadmore climbs into that deep square leg. I think that's Jacob Bethel out there, can't get round in time.
I actually think he towed that. He's a big man and it's quick enough in front of the square, but it didn't get the middle of the bat, and that didn't sound very good.
No, you
power.
can see that in the replay. There just closes the face on it.
Yeah.
As he hits that. He'd have probably wanted
Clothed
to.
it almost.
Yeah, clothed is a good word, Harry. He probably wanted to hit that into the Somerset stands.
Yeah, I think if this is a white ball game or he connected properly, I suppose he did try and hit it down then, didn't he?
Yes, and
Because
that's where he's
there.
just rolled his wrists over the
Yeah.
over the top and hasn't got that clean connection.
If it was a white ball game with the man back there, I think he'd have just backed himself to go over them.
Oh, it's driven beautifully back, but
Yeah, imperious, isn't he? I can't think of a big, tall bat like, Bartlett's not short, Banton's not short, but a big figure like Kola Campbell, the way he's just crunching it on his drives.
He looks strong, doesn't he?
Kind of guy you don't want to field at mid-on and mid-off to. He's just peppering it. I remember first game of the season a couple of years ago, I had to field at mid-on to Ben Green, and our opening bowler kept in-swinging it to Ben Green. He just kept munching it at me at mid-on.
Well, that's exactly what we've been talking about. The strong figure of Kola Cadmore, and he just climbs into that one. I probably didn't get all of that, to be honest, but just that strength and weight transfer through the ball enables him to pierce that extra cover region, and he's picked up a couple of boundaries in this over. He's moved on to 21, and yeah, he's looking to score, which is good.
That would have been a very wet ball a couple of weeks ago into the former lake outside the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, now nicely covered up with black matting. I think Alex Davies chasing it, wasn't quite sure whether he should run over the black matting.
I was just going to say,
he was trying to work out, wasn't he?
Are you still trying to evade it, or are you actually allowed to step on that? Is it matting for like out of bounds, or
yeah, the Colin Atkinson.
can you trespass and go steady?
Someone underarmed it from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Is Bancroft just a little inside edge come in from Helen Dolby. Yeah, the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, whoever it was picking the ball up, wasn't sure if he's going to be able to underarm it over the black matting as far as Alex Davies. Kola Cadmore from Yorkshire. We've got people in the YouTube comments who haven't heard of Tom Kola Cadmore. Oh, wow. You'll be excited to see him back. Probably the biggest name signing of the winter. Sean Dixon, I think, is going to be very underrated and very useful. But Kola Cadmore comes with big pedigree as former Wisden Cricketer of the Year, Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year, former Yorkshire man and Worcestershire. Very Australian. Wait on. I would try and be Australian with my accents, but
Haven't heard any no runs yet, have we?
no, I don't think we have.
No.
Oh, wait. Or maybe he's trying to be West Country. The wait on. Maybe that's Bancroft's attempt at local accents. Sometimes I feel like I reply to comments on the YouTube stream, and then what happens if that person's just gone out the room or just turned it down or just answered a phone call? And then someone else, and they ask the exact same question 5 minutes later, and they think, I've just answered that.
Is that what has happened? Someone's...
Oh, it's a good bit of fielding at cover. Keep it to 1 for Bancroft. Well, then I answer it, and then someone else answers it in text 30 seconds later. We've got some interesting... I like looking at the names of the YouTube users listening in. We've got our regulars that we know quite well, and we've got these some very odd, different YouTube names that I haven't seen before this year.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at these
DJ
now.
Spuds.
DJ Spuds, yeah.
There you go. That's Polly's daughter, Amy Matthews, paying full attention. Brilliant. Fortunately, your mum's paying full attention next door in the scoreboard as well, so we're under good control.
Yeah, she's got it all under control in there, hasn't she?
She'll have her sandwich and crisps delivered in the next hour, I reckon. Just after lunch, she seems to get her tea quite early. Got to keep the scorers happy. Arguably the most important people here, I suppose. How are the umpire? Keeper stood up to Hannon Dolby. I like that from a Warwickshire point of view. I'm trying to be a neutral stream here. We've got to applaud sensible captaincy from Will Rhodes. Aggressive captaincy, really. Oh, I presume it was Rhodes. It might have been Burgess or Hannon Dolby's idea, but just to stop Curler Cadmore running down, which he actually wasn't doing as much. Curler Cadmore is going to advance more to Hassan Ali, who's a bit skiddier and not quite as quick as Hannon Dolby, who's got that back of a length.
Yeah, I think you've also got to be a little bit wary with Hannon Dolby and just being a taller figure, slightly more bounce. So, yeah, credit to Burgess, who's standing up to him.
Another LBW shout. Yeah, is that? No,
going
turn
down
again. Someone's trying to tell me that Curler Cadmore is an asteroid name, but nothing's coming up on Google. I just googled asteroids named Curler Cadmore. I think that's some kind of late April Fool's prank or just inaccurate information. But if Google doesn't tell me it's an asteroid, then I'm not having it, I'm afraid. Meanwhile, Tom Abel's 11 not out, 1 boundary at Taunton Vale against Cornwall.
Great to see him back playing cricket, albeit not here in front of us. It's just great to know that he's getting some game time and 1 step closer to full match fitness.
Wow, that's smeared down the ground from Curler Cadmore, straight off the boot of Hannon Dolby, who's acting like he's in no pain whatsoever, but I'm sure he is. Yeah, it's almost a bit of a shame, really, such a star-studded lineup for the twos to be played at the same time. Like, they should be watching this. I want to be watching the twos, you know what I mean? It's a bit of a shame that they're at the exact same time.
Yeah, I guess this time of year, twos want to be getting as much cricket as possible, and especially with pre-season games being slightly curtailed with the weather here, those players in the second 11 will be chomping at the bit. You know, I think those pre-season games, that's where you get good opportunity to see a lot of your squad on a rotation basis, and Somerset probably haven't had the luxury of doing that. So that second 11 game, is it Cornwall that they're playing, Harry, did you say? Yeah, really important for those guys to get some game time no matter who they're playing. It's going to be Rushworth in then. Bancroft driving at Vades mid-off. I think that's going to trickle away actually to the boundary. I think that was Alex Davies there diving to no avail. He's brave enough. He's walking on the
twice he's done that.
Black matting.
If there's holes in that black matting, is it going to do the job it's meant to? It's an interesting shape as well. It's an extra little pokey bit where the old little scoreboard used to be between the Ian Botham and the Coin Accent Pavilion.
Yeah.
I missed that little. It wasn't really a scoreboard. It was just a. Do you remember that? It was like a three number. It was score, over, and wickets, I guess.
Yeah, just a little summary. Quick single there by Bancroft. That's well run. We have been talking about his rotation of strike throughout his innings, and yeah, both batters on their toes there and just putting pressure on Warwickshire by taking those quick singles.
They have been really impressive with the single taken. I think the score would be a lot less impressive without the quick rotation of strike, the quick singles, because boundary balls have not been there to come by. All 4 seamers, well, Hassan Ali hasn't been great, but the other 3 have been tight enough. Well, I suppose Barnard gave 2 wide ones to Curler Cadmore, but
Rushworth in and Curler Cadmore defending.
I guess that's almost a perfect bowling attack for Warwickshire. Really, they got the 2 openers who have barely given anything away, both past 30 now, but consistent areas. Don't have to be quick, but move it, good areas. Barnard bowled a couple of bad balls, as I say, to Kola Cadmore, but him and Hassan Ali will bowl slightly different areas, slightly more skiddy, slightly different lines. Chris Lintot's informed us on this asteroid called Kola, named after a German biochemist who won the Nobel Prize. There you go, that's our fact for the day, so we learnt something new.
Yeah, it's amazing what you learn watching cricket, isn't it? Rushworth in and strays onto Kola Cadmore's pads, who plays that through mid-wicket. It's some good fielding out on the boundary there. Certainly stops 4, saves 2.
Yeah, there's been some good fielding actually in general. I was laughing the other week, the pre-season game, and it was pretty wet and pretty dangerous, and chatting to Craig Overton and laughing at Josh Davey. He almost let one through his legs before. I said, look, how does it work with pre-season, Craig? Because it's tricky. You're hiding to nothing, really. If you don't dive, you're going to get stick. But if you dive and get injured for the season, you're fuming, you're gutted. I said, yeah, you've got to be pretty careful in pre-season and not risk putting your body on the line.
Defending to mid-on is Kola Cadmore.
But now the season has started, it'll be full throttle in the field. And fielding stands have definitely improved the last few years. You can tell even in the Red Bull game now, which was meant to be the more sedate, more gentle format, the boundary flickbacks that you see in T20 cricket, you now see in Red Bull games. I've had kids practicing boundary flickbacks in youth sessions, and that's one of the most positive takes, I think, in recent years from the white ball game, how good the fielding has now become.
Rushworth in, and again, Kola Cadmore is defending that one. Yeah, I certainly agree about the fielding standards, and I think Somerset are a great example of a team that really pride themselves in that skill set, and it's no surprise that they can deliver what we see out on the pitch, because they work really hard at it and they dedicate a lot of time to it, and I think that's definitely where the game's going. It's more common in the women's game as well to see those spectacular catches, those flickbacks on the boundary, like you say. It's just part and parcel of the game now. You can't really get away with being one-dimensional. You know, if you're not an all-rounder with bat and ball, you have to be able to do your main skill set and be able to field as well.
Yeah, we'll come back to that with 3 slips from Hannon Dolby, defended by Bancroft. So, in Australia, compare the Parramatta fielders, say, the standard of fielding. Would you say it's better at club level in Australia than in England?
It's different.
Or compare New South Wales to
I would
Western
say
Storm stuff, maybe?
At state levels,
yeah,
probably a little bit better. I still think it's probably an area that both countries can get better at, and I think naturally you're always going to have some fielding that some players that fielding comes more naturally to them and they're able to move a little bit better, but ultimately you're driving those standards all the time. And I was obviously involved at the New South Wales Breakers, and their head coach Gavin Twining is, you know, very heavy on the fielding side of things. So they work really hard at that to try and upskill themselves, and it can have a massive impact on the game these days. I
think that's a good point, actually, because Paul Tweddle's massively into his fielding here, isn't he? Fielding coach here, and does a bit of batting. He's a former wicketkeeper himself, and I think he went to the England Lions, actually. Yeah, England Lions, winning place of Africa here. Went away with the England Lions as fielding coach, and you see Somerset a pretty good fielding side. Don't often let much through and throw themselves around and take some incredible catches. I enjoyed if you scroll back through the Somerset YouTube channel, you can have a look at the Waller versus Abel masterclass. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Waller,
yeah, we've actually had. Well, I've obviously been away this winter, so I've missed out on working with him. But Western Storm have had Max Waller in during the winter to work on a little bit of fielding, and you know, anyone that watched Max play during his career know just how good a fielder he was and the standards that he set. So it's been great for the girls to have his experience into the environment, and yeah, hopefully we'll see a little bit of him throughout the summer as well to keep those things ticking over.
Here we are. You've got to say hello to us every now and again. Check we're
behaving.
Yeah.
Just got a little bit of sawdust going down by the looks of things.
Yeah, it seems, well, a bit of an odd time after 34 and a half overs gone. Why does it suddenly need sawdust now? Oh, well, it's the back foot as well. No, not even. Not
Yeah,
really,
it's
even the
sort of
back foot.
just off the edge of the square there, isn't it? So just whether it's...
It's his left foot before. It's almost 2 strides before his delivery stride.
I can imagine Hannah Dolby's got, what, big size 12s or something like that as well. So
Not quite Joel Garner
Yeah.
feet, but nearly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's got to come down to it partly. Do have a look on the new Somerset website, the new match centre, different design, different colours, interviews.
it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
I had a little scroll through the other day, and
Get the scorecard on there, get all your information.
Bancroft not getting hold of that one, trying to carve it through the offside. End of the 35th over here, 85 for 2. Bancroft 33 not out, Kohler Cadmore 23 not out.
Gotta say, it's becoming more Somerset's day the longer this partnership goes on. At lunch, it'll be fairly even with that last wicket. Okay, Warwickshire back into it, but look at that. Crammed, heaving James Hildreth stand. Even with it being Good Friday, plenty of football on. 3 o'clock kickoffs all around the country, local derbies, whatever. Holiday time with family. And the delayed start. And yes, they don't have any playing yet. Still, we've got hundreds in the ground. Not got an exact figure for you yet, but got to be at least a couple of thousand in here. And a few hundred in the Hildreth stand.
Rushworth still toiling away then from the river end. Kohler Cadmore defending that one into the offside.
Burgess stood up both ends to both bats now. Oh, is it? Is that the plan, or is it just Kohler Cadmore? Bancroft's not going to use his feet, is it?
I reckon he would stand up to both batters, yeah.
Andy Mead has retired not out on 41. What a weird number. That implies they might only be
strange,
playing
isn't
today
it?
then.
Kohler Cadmore just works that down to Hannon Dolby at fine leg. Rushworth just getting a little bit too straight.
So Lewis Goldsworthy is now batting along with Tom Abel. And the twos are 98. The twos in inverted commas, we should say. Somerset's squad, who aren't fully fit enough to play whatever selected for 11 in the first team. They are 98 for 1/2. I always think retired not out shouldn't count against you. It shouldn't count as against your averages out, really. It should be not out, but
Squaring Bancroft up that time. Yeah, weird to retire on 41.
yeah, slightly odd, isn't it?
Yeah. How many overs have they played there, Harry?
Cornwall have bowled 31.1 overs. They're going to be back for Easter Saturday, maybe. They're probably not going to play a Thursday at Taunton Vale. Wonder if anyone legged it across Taunton Vale for 20 minutes at lunchtime, then came back here in the 40-minute gap. Could be done.
Bancroft clipping that one off his legs, but again, Hannon Dolby doing the fielding work at fine leg. Tall figure down there, just in front of the new scoreboard here. Again, just the 2 slips in for Rushworth. Backward point, cover and mid off on the onside. Kohler Cadmore defending that one back to the bowler. They've got a tight, probably not catching, but tightish mid-wicket. Looks like Jacob Bethel there. Looks like he's having a conversation with the non-striker Cameron Bancroft. Hassan Ali at mid-on, and then 2 men on the leg side boundary, one at deep square leg just in front, and Hannon Dolby down at fine leg. Rushworth in then, and again Kohler Cadmore full face of the bat, solid in defence, up the ground, back to the bowler. That's the end of Rushworth's 9th over. He's still wicketless, only gone for 22 though. Look at that. Church here at Taunton. Beautiful blue sky here.
Lovely sight, isn't it?
It is, that's what you like to see this time of the year.
Rushworth bowled particularly well. How many overs will he keep bowling in? We talked about injuries he's had, and first game down for Warwickshire.
He's got a man catching on the drive now for Bancroft.
Just had a sub-fielder come on for Warwickshire, trying to work out who's gone off. Ethan Brooks, 77, just came on for that last over. With his white sun hat. Has he gone off already?
Yeah, I think he might. Can't see him out there anyway.
Quick toilet break. I was just trying to work out
Yeah,
the last over. Come on for one break.
Someone's
One
just
over.
nipped to the loo.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out who went off. Bladder's not quite tuned in for the 2-hour sessions yet. First game of the season.
Yeah, or too much fluid at the lunch break. That's a good shot.
Yeah, good bit of fielding as well. Rushworth diving along. He's in the action, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's busy at mid-on. He's pulled out a couple of dives. Some more successful than others, but certainly stopped some runs there.
Yeah, no. Behold says on YouTube, I love a rarely spotted silly mid-off. Yeah, I like a silly mid-off. Dan Mousley in there.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Just like Keller Cadmore would swing his hand at that, wouldn't he? Bancroft, that's gone pretty quickly, middle of the bat, but he's just timed it, just a little punch.
Yeah, I was listening
But
earlier
use
and
the
Sam
pace.
was saying that Bancroft just looks like he's got so much time, and
Yeah.
I think that is just an example of that, just letting the ball come and picking your gap, and yeah, that just oozed class.
That's the man. He's a top run scorer in the Sheffield Shield. Down under. Continuing where he left off in Australia just a month or two ago now. Oh, not quite so good. We just talked
We
about
talked him up, didn't we?
That's a pretty filthy inside edge. He tried to cover drive a ball coming into him. And that's probably the ugliest shot he's played, to his credit. I like hearing where people are watching from. Errol Cadigan is enjoying the game in sunny Clarendon, Jamaica. I feel like there's a Clarendon everywhere. There's a Clarendon in Melbourne, I think.
I'm not sure I want to know where people are in the world. I mean,
What's better than the
obviously,
context?
I am
Come on,
obviously
Dave.
loving being here today in Taunton.
Less of that. You've not been back long enough to want to be out away again.
But I bet it's beautiful in Jamaica. That's a glorious shot again.
Save him. Don't need to run them, Cam Bancroft. What a shot. Goes into the Suave Owl, the suit makers advertising hoarding, down where Tractor normally. They haven't heard Tractor yet today. I can
No,
see him though. There's his
I
red
haven't
hat.
heard him.
He's just lubricating up with the Thatchers. Give him an hour, and he'll be coming. He's normally noisier when Somerset bowl, which he probably doesn't want to see today.
Yeah, he likes getting behind the bowlers, and a bit of Craigo.
Yeah, what's his? Wonder how he's going to greet Matt Henry when he comes in. He likes the O names, doesn't he? Or likes a nickname for a bowler. I wonder what. Come on, Henry. He's not quite got the same ring to it,
It
is
hasn't
it?
got the same ring to it, no.
The rest of the bowlers pretty much the same. I'm not sure we're going to ever see Tom Keller-Cadmore or Sean Dixon bowl in Somersetshire, although I do remember watching Banton and Bartlett bowl at various times and being quite entertained.
I don't think I've seen Bantam bowl. I remember Bartlett because that clip gets It's Bartlett, isn't it? That one,
Yeah.
the no ball.
There's also a Banton clip that I think was on the TikTok, or I'm sure we could dig it out for you. So we'll ask the technical blokes to our left. I'm sure they could sort out Banton and Bartlett video footage. Oh wow, Woody Covey is watching from South Korea. That is not a country I expected to announce watching the cricket. Brilliant. An Adrian from sunny Plymouth.
Still going to be Rushworth from the River End. Somerset closing in on that 3-figure score. Again, good length there by Rushworth, and Keller-Cadmore can only defend that up to mid-off.
We haven't done a county round the grounds update in a little while, have we? Normally I'm quite good at checking on the other scores, but we should probably go Should we go instantly to a ridiculous scorecard? If I was to look at one of the better batting lineups in the division, I'd probably say Middlesex is right out with one of the strongest lineups actually. Top 6 with plenty of runs on paper. As we see a big shot into leg side for only 1 run. Kelekama tried to whip that through mid-wicket aerially. Didn't get hold of it. Yeah, Middlesex 8 for 4. Robson, Stoneman, Milan, Eskenazi. All 4 of them getting ducks. Sam Cook with 1 and Porter with the other 3. And Holden and Simpson have got a bit of repair work to do. And, I mean, Porter, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 3. Sam Cook's got 1 for 5. They were, was it 2 years ago? They were the main men, weren't they, really? Cleaning up the early stage for Essex.
Yeah, I don't know how much, streaky from Bancroft, but he's going to get some value through that mid-wicket region. I think it's just going to be a couple. Hassan Ali doing the fielding out there. Yeah, I'm not sure how much Porter played last year for Essex. Obviously, a few years ago, he was pretty close in and around that England setup. But yeah, you don't see that very often, do you? The first 4 batters all going without scoring. And Stoneman bowled Cook, caught Cook. Not sure whether that was a caught and bowled or whether Sir Alistair Cook would have snackled that one, I reckon. It would have been the latter. Bancroft just defending that one up to mid-on for no run.
Salt Lake City, thanks to the great broadcast, says Brian Giannini. That sounds like an Italian footballer. Brian Giannini? Yeah, I hope that said right, Brian. Plenty of Brian's going around today. Brian the cat we haven't seen yet, have we? In his Bradford box underneath the Andy Caddick
I didn't
pavilion.
see Brian walking around the ground, actually.
He's not been up in the box yet.
Rushworth in. Shorter, and he's nicked it. Short, wide, and that has been the undoing of Cameron Bancroft. He's done all of the hard work for 44. But he flayed at that one, and Rushworth gets the reward. Just lack of foot movement there, Harry.
It's a real blow, isn't it? Because you sign an overseas to get big scores. An overseas top 4 bat. Not trying to be too critical of Cam Bancroft here. 44, you know, a good effort in moving around conditions, good bowling, but you don't want a pretty 20 odd. 44 is better than a pretty 20 odd, but you really want him to go on. Someone in the top 4 really needs to make a big score. Lammonby we thought was there. We thought he was set. Get out just for lunch. Rushworth just bowls good areas and it doesn't give you anything. You've got to be really patient. That is a loose shot. It's short and wide, isn't it? I think we can be harsh, can't we?
Yeah, I think that's a poor shot. I think it was actually probably one of Rushworth's worst deliveries. And like, how many times do we see that in cricket as well, where, you know, he's toiled away, he's into his 10th over, you know, had numerous close calls and got no rewards, and then, you know, why wouldn't you bowl one slightly shorter, slightly wider and see what happens? And yeah, the undoing of what was a very classy and assured innings from Cameron Bancroft unfortunately comes to an end, and Somerset 3 down now for 98.
It's not a wicket-taking ball, is it? That's the way to put it. It shouldn't be a wicket-taking ball. It's a short, wide, long up, really, that he should back foot punch. Didn't move his feet, throwing the hands, and you either throw the hands massively, don't you, and get it over the slips with an edge, or you leave it, or you move your feet and back foot punch it, and he's sort of gone to back foot punch it without moving his feet.
Yeah, and we're talking about how much time he does have, and obviously as a batter, your footwork is imperative to that. You know, the best batters in the world probably have the best footwork, in my opinion.
Yep.
And yeah, just on that occasion, maybe, you know, Bancroft might not have been expecting that loose delivery there from Rushworth. You know, probably wouldn't be bowling that sort of line and length with just the 2 slips. He starts with a shorter one again. I don't think Bartlett was expecting that.
He tried to do a kind of camel and walk down the wicket, really, didn't he? And then just misjudged it and nearly made a fool of himself. He did well to get out of the way, George Bartlett. And yes, we should mention that would be the first wicket for Rushworth, the former Durham man. Over 600 first-class wickets. That's his first in a Warwickshire shirt. He's got his jumper now, and he's going to try over to mid-on again, probably. Quite happy with his morning's work. Bartlett with a very fresh new bat. Doesn't look like it's been used since it's come out of his bubble wrap.
Yeah, it looks like he's changed sponsor as well. So I reckon he was GM before, and that
Yeah.
looks like where everyone's going these days, World Class Willow.
Just up the road. See, Bancroft moved his feet really well, didn't he, before that ball? If we were to criticise anyone's foot movement, Colin Cadmore, I said he doesn't really use much foot movement. He just booms. It's a good hand-eye and long levers. Bancroft is quite meticulous with very good foot movement, so it's a shame that that has been his undoing in the end. But that's cricket. He'll be frustrated, but he's done a good job. Sounded good, didn't it? Crunching through the covers. Another 4 runs to the old green seats, now the white seats. And we've picked up Colin Cadmore so much. Well, so has everyone around the county game, really, this massive signing for Somerset. All the T10, T20 franchise runs around the world. And can he do it on a cold April morning or afternoon in Taunton? And he's proved he can to the tune of 29 so far.
Yeah, lovely sound off the bat. Talking about Bancroft seeing his Kookaburra, a lot of it, the full face of the bat, and be the same for Colin Cadmore. When he gets into good positions, he's able to hit the ball very nicely as he works that one just out to deep square. Moves to 30. It's going to be a change in field here as the new batter Bartlett comes on strike.
So Bartlett is another tall right-hander. You'd think it'd be a roughly the same field, but keeper's gone back. He's probably not going to be as aggressive as Colin Cadmore, definitely not early on. Talented stroke maker, George Bartlett, but can be infuriating too. Sometimes just, what a glorious straight drive. That is straight up, but sort of, he looks so good, doesn't he, Bartlett? He does love a pretty 30, 40, gets himself out.
Yeah, I think last year we saw him contribute a little bit more. I remember, I think he got an 80 odd here, and I'd have to look at his stats to know just how much he did contribute, but I did feel like he was making a few bigger contributions last year, which was promising.
And I think the fact that he scored runs against Warwickshire helps his cause for the first game. That cracking knock at Edgbaston.
Yeah, did he get 100 there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive knock. Took Danny Briggs to the cleaners, actually. Giant Yadav, he took for a few runs as well.
Yeah, I think that's what I've noticed, actually, saying about taking Briggs to the cleaners, but especially against spin, I think he has been a lot more positive than maybe what he has been over previous seasons. I definitely saw that in his game last year, and obviously there's a lot of talk about Bazball at the minute, but I think being proactive and just looking to score, especially against spin for Bartlett, is really important.
Good way to get off the mark. One into the legs offside, sorry. Alex Davies left side, and Michael Burgess is flying across trying to stop it. Not happy with his backup wicketkeeper's throw. Alex Davies stitching up Michael Burgess. Hope he's not deliberately trying to make a point, but I think it's just a...
Yeah, I think Davies, in fairness, was actually trying to go for the stumps, because Colin Cadmore there was actually ball watching and had to get his skates on towards the back end there. Rushworth's bought himself a few more overs here, hasn't he, with that wicket of...
Yeah, he has. Right, as
Somerset
Rushworth continues,
overseas.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Sammy D.
Sammy D. It's not another YouTube
It's
commenter,
his old
is it?
Twitter name. I was very disappointed when he changed his Twitter name.
Well, as I wait for Sammy D to join me in the hot seat, Rushworth is going to continue. Bartlett's on strike. Again, Bartlett trying to walk it. The experienced seamer of Rushworth, and Rushworth just getting the better of Bartlett here. I think he knows what the young Somerset batter wants to do here, and he's just being a little bit more skillful at the minute. Obviously, Bartlett only 5 balls into his innings, so always a little bit vulnerable at the start. Again, Bartlett sort of just walking at Rushworth across his stumps. going to come back for 2 as that goes out to deep square leg, and Han Dolby does the fielding, coming round from fine leg. He's been busier out there this session. Sammy D, how are we?
Hi, Sophie. I hope that's not going to stick.
I think it's going to stick now.
I'm a bit sad. I was enjoying the asteroid chat, to be honest, a bit earlier on. Interesting.
I can't say me and Harry were able to go into too much detail. We'd need more information, but good to know that our followers, our listeners, our watchers are, well, increasing our knowledge, shall we say.
It was one of my all-time, I think, favourite lines of commentary, actually, from Harry Everett. I was listening and it gave me a right chuckle. I wrote it down, actually. It tickled me that way. If Google doesn't tell me it's an asteroid, I'm not having it, I'm afraid. Absolute brilliant from Harry Everett, in fine form, despite it being so early in the season.
Rushworth in again, and again Bartlett looking to just advance at the bowler.
It's clearly a plan in again, isn't it? That short mid wicket. It just looks like we've seen a bit of uneven bounce on Somerset players with the pace of the likes of Rushworth. They're just trying to get on top of it and turn it into the leg side, those straighter balls. I think it's Jacob Bethel in there.
Yeah, I think as well, Somerset batters are looking to come at Rushworth, and I think sometimes if you're not quite set and balanced, then you might just get a little bit too early on the ball, and you're not as in control as what you want to be. So yeah, I definitely think that short catching mid wicket is a wicket taking opportunity for Warwickshire, especially if there's just not loads of pace in the wicket as well. Someone as skillful as Rushworth as well. The combination of those two things. Again, Bartlett looking to advance, lets that one go outside of the off stump.
It's always it's already even a real battle, this. It's proper county cricket. It's the opening day of the season for these two sides. What are we, 40 overs old now? 106 for 3, so nothing really separates them, I wouldn't say. Maybe slightly. Basically, it's one of those where one incident almost sways it. So Somerset 100 for 2, you're thinking Somerset are on top. That wicket changes it, and Yorkshire edge back in front. But it's a little bit... it's very even. Yorkshire bowling superbly. There's been some excellent batting.
Yorkshire? Where are you getting Yorkshire
Yorkshire,
from?
I don't know, actually. That came from nowhere either. I've not been... The Yorkshire might well be bowling superbly. I've got no idea. Has no bearing on this game whatsoever. Hassan Ali has ball in hand at the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end from Kola Cadmore, who I think could be the difference maker in this innings, actually. I think someone with his ability to strike a ball and to score quickly. The field spreads a little bit. There's a deep square leg, couple of slips in. Still no third, which angers me. Kola Cadmore shows us the face of the bat and pushes it back. Shane Berger was just up in the media centre next door. Somerset's new batting coach, replacing Lachlan Stevens. Berger, interesting last 4 years he spent in Scotland. A couple of them were during COVID, but one of those associate gigs where actually he was just saying that there's always pressure on associates games. There's no free hits, there's no bilateral series. As Kola Cadmore uses his feet again, and it's quite nifty work there from Hassan Ali, who was just looking to take George Bartlett by surprise. Unfortunately, he was a little bit wayward, and Bartlett was back anyway. But he's coming in. So there is a fresh look to Somerset's batting. And actually, I thought Lachlan Stevens was excellent last year. He was very honest in his assessments, and the boys really liked him. I think he decided in the end he wasn't very well at one point during the season and decided to move home with his family. But Shane, I think, is a good appointment. Kola Cadmore opens the blade, and it's a good bit of work there at backward point. Is it Ed Barnard? He's been there for much of the game so far. If that gets past Barnard, there's a good chance he's running away to the boundary.
Yeah, great bit of work there. Sort of scrambling for the ball in the end, but did all the hard yards initially with that first couple of movements. Certainly in the game there against Kola Cadmore. Sort of found the outside edge a few times down to that third man region.
Big shout for LBW. Bowler likes it. Bowlers tend to. No one else was that interested. You can always tell, can't you?
I really enjoyed that appeal. It was just I don't know how to describe it, actually. I can't wait to watch it again, as we are now.
He whipped round very quickly, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he did, yeah.
It's not a bad shout.
Looks quite high.
You think? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, he sort of give it the one arm and then the...
He switched up, and he didn't think
Yeah.
his left arm was going to do the job properly. It made no difference to the end result. That one shoots through very low. Michael Burgess is taking that right by, well, it was in between his legs, but ankle height at best. He's got a little bit better as the day's gone on, Hassan Ali. His last spell from the river end, the last couple of overs, he was causing a few more problems.
Yeah, he might just be literally warming up to conditions here in Taunton. Slightly different from what he's used to.
Turned away down the leg side. Is that off bat? Is that off his pad? I think it's going to be leg buys. Yeah, 4 leg buys. He was trying to tickle it down. 4 added to the score, but Cola Cadmore remains on 30. I know bowlers, you're probably quite relieved as a bowler. You do mind it, but you don't mind it so much when it's leg buys because it doesn't go against the figures, does it?
Yeah, I think that's a perfect example of Ali and what he's delivered today, really. He's bowled some really good areas, and then at times he's just strayed. And, you know, sometimes when you're wicketless in that column, you can sort of force it and try and go searching for things. And just on occasions, he's just aired a little bit too straight. And Somerset have capitalised, obviously not going onto the batter's score of Cola Cadmore there, but still 4 more on that score sheet. And Somerset are, yeah, just rebuilding with this partnership of Bartlett and Cola Cadmore now. It's going to be more runs. Bartlett this time, not convincingly driving through the offside, but it's going to reach the boundary rope there.
Very rare loose delivery from Rushworth, actually. Though you did say the wicket was almost one of his worst balls, wasn't it? But that tends to be the way, isn't it? You have it on a string for 10 overs, go for no runs. But to be fair, it's usually you do that and then someone at the other end bowls a long hop and gets a wicket. So at least he got the spoils himself, Rushworth.
Yeah, he looks a little bit calmer than what we saw earlier from him towards the back end of his first spell. He was pretty fired up. Left alone by Bartlett. But yeah, Bartlett is someone that will put his hands through the ball, especially through that offside region. And to be fair, there's plenty of space there. Obviously got 2 slips in looking for that outside edge, but just got the point shortish cover and mid off, so a few gaps that he'll be looking to pierce. Ooh, a little bit shorter from Rushworth and Bartlett. Almost flaying that one off, but defending it back up the ground.
I enjoyed the little whip of the hands there to get his bat
risky,
afterwards.
wasn't it?
It's a big season for George Bartlett. I really like him. I'm glad he's in the team in the off. I think he has the ability and the temperament to bat at 5 for Somerset in the county championship for many years to come. Difficult time last year, came good towards the end, and he was out of contract at one point. People were saying, will they renew, won't they? But actually, he scored a few runs to the end. He got that couple of, was it 1 year or 2 year deal? I'll have to double check that. So he ended up averaging 41. His numbers aren't great. He's played nearly 50 games now, averages 30. This is kind of the time where I think to be a long-term career batter in county cricket, to bat 5 in Division 1, you need to get that to 35. At least, I think that's got to be a minimum. And he has the ability to do that, but big season.
Yeah, it is a big season. How old is he now, Sam? I know you're full of stats, so you must know this.
Born in 1998, so he has turned 25 on the 14th of March. You caught me there. I have notes for the away team. My Somerset notes are up there, so I couldn't instantly give it to you. But yeah, 25, so.
Yeah, so I think we were talking about this last year as well, just around those Somerset, younger players. But, like you said, he's played a number of games now. And at what point, do you say, like, you've almost had your opportunity, like you need to be averaging this? And I think Somerset signing the likes of Dixon, Cola Cadmore, bringing in those players that are slightly older, a little bit more experienced, does put slightly more pressure on. There's less spots up for grabs now, these Somerset batters. So, you know, Bartlett's got that opportunity today and, you know, needs to make the most of it, because otherwise that becomes a rotation policy again. You know, oh, we'll give Goldsworthy a try and we'll give someone else a try there. You know, Banton, for example. And, you know, I'd be looking at Bartlett and going, or he should be looking at himself and going, well, you're not having that spot off me. Like, I'm going to make that spot my own now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hassan Ali to continue. I would say, I think you need to give him some games, or whoever it is, whoever they've gone with, I think they need to go, okay, you've got a block of 3 or 4 games. Ali in, and that one's gone through very low. Berger just has done well. It bounced in front of him, looked to dig up a little bit of sawdust or sand. But yeah, absolutely, because Banton is so firm with the fact he really wants to play red ball cricket, and he got that made in first class 100 in slightly odd circumstances. You know, he didn't think he was going to be playing. He comes in late in the game, gets 100 at Chelmsford, and for I sound like a broken record. For so many years, there was just one extra batter. It was like, well, there's one person that could come in. Now there's 4 or 5, and also I think the people like Kohler, Cadmore, and Dixon left alone outside off stump. It was a shorter ball that from Ali, able to shoulder arms. They're not scarred, because whatever you say about professionals, they should be able to block it out. It's very hard. They've come under a lot of criticism, both externally and probably internally. You know, this is an elite sporting environment, so they're going to have coaches telling them it's actually not being good enough. So to have a little bit of freshness, I think Bancroft, Shane Berger said came in and he's just extremely professional. He's someone the boys can look at. Kohler Cadmore has this extra little bit about him, as Kohler Cadmore leaves that one alone. Just that kind of little bit of the way he goes about his business, there's that bit of magic. He just strikes the ball so firmly, and that can bring the levels of those around him up.
Yeah, absolutely. That experience in the dressing room, and obviously with someone like James Hildreth retiring as well, just need that. These younger players need those experienced heads in the changing room, and I definitely think someone like Sean Dixon is a great signing for those reasons. I think sometimes, you know, cricket is a stats-based game, and we almost get obsessed with what their numbers are. But I think we have to think about there's more to a player than that. And I think I don't know Sean Dixon. I'm hopefully going to meet him in a few weeks' time, because I'm participating in his master's study that he's doing.
Oh, nice.
Which will be interesting. But you know, Somerset will have signed him for other reasons. You know, his character, the experience, all of those sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sounds like an interesting study. That looking at his numbers, 87 games, averages nearly 35. Like, that is for a county, for someone who's going to be a county pro, not going to play international cricket. That's where you want to be if you're a batter. If you want to keep getting contracts year after year. Someone like Goldsworthy, look, I think he is a brilliant player. We forget how young he is too. He's only 22. It's because he's got the temperament of someone much, much older, and he offers that left arm spin option. But maybe he doesn't play red ball cricket here that much this season. Goes for a cut there, Kohler Cadmore. It didn't get up. That entire over from Hassan Ali, barely a ball has got up. Michael Burgess has been fishing around by his ankles. A couple have gone through on the bounce, 114 for free. You wonder if at some point maybe someone goes out on loan to get a little bit of experience. We've seen other that did swing late actually, but it went underneath the bat. It's been a long time since I could be made to look very foolish here, but since Somerset have had batting resources to send out on loan.
I think you'd be right there, Sam. And I think that depends on, you know, who they go with at the start of the season, and whether, you know, the younger players in the dressing room that are desperate to play red ball cricket feel like they're not getting that opportunity because, you know, George Bartlett has scored X amount of runs in the first 4 games, and, you know, he's made that spot pretty secure for himself. But they might be looking at it, you know, it might be a different conversation where they feel that they can really push someone like George Bartlett to get into the 11, and they feel like that's their best option. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see how the season plays out and whether there are any loan agreements.
I would, and you'll be surprised to hear it's not up to me, I would give Bartlett this block. I would say, we're backing you. There's pressure on you because you're playing for your career in a sense here, but this is your 6 or 7 games. Show us that you should be Somerset's number 5, because you have the ability to do it. And Goldsworthy maybe gets games elsewhere in Division 2 to play a little bit more cricket.
Rushworth in and left alone outside the off stump. I feel like there's a bit more of a ploy for Rushworth in his line, just going a slightly wider. Don't know whether that is a purposeful ploy against someone like Bartlett, who, like I said, strong through that offside, wants to get bat on ball through that offside. They've actually packed that offside for Bartlett. They've got an extra man in at cover. They've still got the catching extra cover, but they've packed it as Rushworth is in again, and Bartlett defending that time. Slight sort of appeal, bit of noise from the cordon. So whether they thought that was close to being pad first.
You skiffed a fair bit, Sophie. Those conversations you have with the coaches, it must be a fine line between giving somebody that extra game, but also having a player. You want to give people enough time to prove themselves. You don't want to be completely ruthless. But if you've got players waiting in the wings, that's difficult.
Yeah, Rushworth is in again, and well, that's well fielded at pretty short, close point fielder there. Gets a hand on that. Yeah, it is tricky, and I think it goes back to age sort of does come into it as well. When you've got a younger player as well, you need to give them the confidence that you're backing them. I mean, look, everyone wants to be backed and have that, coach's nod, but I think as a young player where they're still trying to figure out their game as well, I think that backing is really important, and almost take away, if you said to Bartlett, right, you have got this block of games, does that take away a little bit of pressure for him where he feels like, oh, I'm playing, for my spot in the next game and the next game after that, does he just relax a bit and say, I've got a few opportunities here?
It's that balance, isn't it? You want him to still fit. You don't want to overload him with pressure. What you don't want is a batter going out thinking every innings could be their last one, because I just don't think that works for many players.
Just a slight field change here. Looks like we're going to get someone into maybe another slip in.
Yeah, Dan Mousley's gone in there at third.
Bartlett works that way through mid-wicket and fumbled there by, I think that might be a sub-fielder actually. Harry was saying number 77 came on earlier. Can't remember who he said it was, maybe Brooks. But Bartlett picks up 2. And that is the end of the 44th over here. Somerset 116 for 3. Still a glorious afternoon here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. See the Quantock Hills in the background. Just one little cloud in the sky.
You never know it was April until you step outside. Then it is a little nippy still. Hassan Ali going to continue then. Still wicketless. I was going to say before that ball, big appeal there. I think for a caught behind. Everyone else seems a bit bemused, as does Hassan Ali. I'm not sure wicketkeeper was that into it either. He's looking back at the umpire, throwing his arms open. Did it come off the pad? Can we have a look at a replay? He's quite animated there, Hassan Ali. It was an expansive drive from Cola Cadmore. Umpire said absolutely not, and Cola Cadmore remains there unbeaten on 30, but he's just ticking a little bit. He's got a bit of the Rushworth about him.
They've just got a little bit excited and animated in the last couple of overs. We'd like to see it though.
Pushing to the leg side where Brooks, the sub-fielder, we think it is anyway. I wish I had Harry so organised. He brings those binoculars as well. There's a lot I can learn from Harry Everett.
He's on it. I didn't even realise there was a sub-fielder on earlier, Sam, so I'm slowly getting back into the swing of things up here.
It's kind of, we've not had much of a pre-season. It's been rained off. As you say, it's absolutely beautiful. Oh, there's a very good crowd in as well. There always is here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for 4-day cricket. I've seen a few Warwickshire shirts, heard a few Midlands voices as well.
Yeah, it's not too far down, is it, for the Warwickshire faithful? I expect there's a lot longer away trips being had around the country.
Yeah, it's ideal as a county for location for away days. Warwickshire's ideal, isn't it? You're probably a couple of hours from everything. You can just shoot off in different directions. Yes, there's trips like Durham to Sussex to Durham and things like that, which a little bit more arduous. But yeah, you look at the fixtures, Easter Bank Holiday weekend starting on the Thursday, that is ideal. Left alone there by Cola Cadmore, that exaggerated leave. Ali's been a bit better these last couple of overs. He's kept that line. It's perhaps a little bit wide to be threatening the stumps, but he's banking on Cola Cadmore actually trying to go after balls. He's just putting it wide enough for Cola Cadmore to think, okay, maybe I can have a drive at that one.
Yeah, he certainly enticed him that first delivery of the over, which is the delivery that Ali got extremely excited about.
Leave that one alone there. The exaggerated, almost lightsaber leave. It's a good battle. There's two high-quality cricketers. I don't know. Harry would know because he follows the T20 leagues religiously. I'd imagine they'd played against each other in the PSL, these two. Tom Cola Cadmore's played a number of seasons over there, and quite successfully too. So they've probably faced up to each other before. Yeah,
the PSL is a competition that I don't follow. There's just too much cricket on these days, isn't there? It's hard to keep up with it all.
There is so much, and there's a new competition every week, it seems.
Yeah, they keep popping up all over the place, don't they?
That one, having just praised Hassan Ali's ability to put the ball in the same spot, that one strayed. Well, it's like the one, the last ball of a couple of overs previously, where it looks like having left it outside off stump, he just tries to straighten up, and he's overdone it. And gone down too wide even for the batter to get a tickle. So end of the over, 116 for free.
Yeah, just overcompensating his line there. Obviously trying to tempt Cola Cadmore into the drive, and then wants to bring back one a little bit straighter, but just not being able to get his line right on those straighter deliveries, just straying too far down the leg side. Yeah, it's a great crowd in here today. Probably wouldn't be choosing to sit in the Somerset stand at this moment in time. Looks a little bit chilly over there in the shade. There are sunnier spots in the ground, which I would be relocating to.
And there's a decent crowd in the Ondarchi Pavilion as well.
So we've got to change a bowler here.
Looks like Will Rhodes to me, is it? No, it's not.
Might be Barnard.
Apologies. Only seen him bowl from this end.
Yeah, it's 30. Ed Barnard back into the attack.
Picked up one wicket, that of Tom Lammonby, on the stroke of lunch. Well, it was the last over before lunch. He actually turned it into just one ball. He took up a wicket with the first ball of the over.
Barnard in, and I talked about Bartlett's strength being through the offside, and he's not going to miss out on deliveries like that. Crunched just in front of point there. So we see the replay.
We've just seen it a bit more since like the first session. Warwickshire gave Somerset hardly anything there, but actually this second session, from the very start, Tom Cola Cadmore had a couple that he was just able to cut away. Where Somerset have been most successful.
And just looks to walk to get into line with that one, but is able to let it go through to Burgess, the keeper. Yeah, and I think it's, you know, Warwickshire were very tight early on. You know, the experience of Hannon Dolby, the experience of Rushworth. But it's the first game of the season, and bowlers probably won't have bowled as many overs leading into this game as they'd have probably liked, as that one is left alone again by George Bartlett. And, you know, coming back for those second, third spells, that consistency of line and length will be a test for bowlers on both sides, I think. Again, packed offside for Somerset's number 5, George Bartlett. As Barnard is in. Again, Bartlett tries to just walk towards Barnard and clip that one through the onside.
Lively bit of work. Was that Alex Davies in there? Mid-wicket. He's dealt with a couple of balls in it. Mid-wicket that have just bounced in front of him.
I'm not sure it is. I think he's too tall, whoever that is in there, to be... I think Davies is actually at backward point at the minute.
Yes, you're right.
But there's been a bit of change of personnel in terms of the... that's gone. Poor shot from George Bartlett there. nicking that to, I think it was Yates, was it?
Yeah.
With the catch. Again, very similar dismissal to Cameron Bancroft. Lack of footwork. He's absolutely fuming with himself, and to be honest, so he should be, Sam.
I loved a couple of things about that. I loved how softly you just went, yeah, it's gone. It's gone. I loved it. We might see it again on the replay. There was a mini celebration, and then Burgess and Yates just looked at each other after about, it was like a split second, we'll see it here, and then he just jumped into his arms because that was the combination that dropped the catch between them. Look there. And he just suddenly goes, the second movement. It was Burgess that tipped that one round the post. The criticism is in the lack of foot movement. The ball was there to play that shot. I think it was wide enough. And Ed Barnard couldn't have been disappointed if that gets hit for 4, I don't think. Am I being harsh?
No, well, I think I was being harsh, but I think it's fair in all honesty. The ball's nipped away. It's left Bartlett, but because he hasn't moved his feet, he hasn't been able to adjust. And before I saw the replay, I actually thought, oh, maybe that wasn't there to cut. Maybe he tried to cut one that was just too straight, but definitely the width was there. The length was there to be able to crunch that one away to the boundary, which he did a couple balls previous. And yeah, just limited footwork has been the undoing of Bartlett there, which is a shame because he was actually, albeit he's only scored 13, he was actually looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a couple of quick wickets and Warwickshire will feel they're on top. Somerset 120 for 4. The new batter, it was the end of the over, so he'll be at the non-striker's end, who we haven't talked about much in this kind of squad rotation or depth conversation, is James Rube, because having played so few games, it's just assumed he will be in the side. I know he's a wicketkeeper, so it's slightly different, but there's the majority of Somerset fans, and certainly myself included, have just assumed he'll be in the team all season. As Hassan Ali continues to Kola Cadmore, who continues to play his shots. That was a lovely, lovely drive. It was all along the floor. It invited him. It was there to be hit. Hassan Ali has been putting them out there for Kola Cadmore, but that was never in the air. Beautiful shot. Went through a kind of vacant extra cover area and up towards the Somerset stand for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Kola Cadmore, and like you say, Ali just trying to tempt him into that drive and probably just over pitching there. And Kola Cadmore, well, he's just too good there, to be honest. Huge gap there and played that with ease.
Oh, edge, and that one's taken. Somerset have lost 2 wickets in 3 balls. Hassan Ali really, really enjoyed that one. Again, it just kept it a little bit low. It was a good catch because it went through low to slip as well. It was a sharp one. And Somerset suddenly 5 wickets down. Tom Kola Cadmore had batted beautifully for his 35. I think it was Yates again at first slip, was it? I'll have to have a look again here. It was either Yates or Hayne. I know that's not really me putting my neck on the line. It is Yates. That's a really good grab, isn't it? Because the wicketkeeper hasn't gone this time. It was low, slightly to his left, so almost by his left ankle. So Hassan Ali has his first wicket in Warwickshire colours, and Somerset in a little bit of trouble here.
I just want to watch Hassan Ali. I'm obviously a little bit biased as a Somerset fan, but I almost want to see Hassan Ali take a few more wickets because his celebrations, he's loving it out there. I think he just gave it sort of like the big one to his teammates there that he couldn't hear them cheering enough. Like, fantastic.
It's brilliant, isn't it? That's what I love about county cricket, right? Actually, if you look at the people that come in, the county championship is, it's a silly term, but the holy grail. Like the quality of signings overseas in the county championship, I think, is higher than for sometimes the Blast and even the 100. People want to come and play in this competition. If there's any, sometimes people say, oh, overseas they turn up, they're not that interested. I'll point you in Hassan Ali's direction. New batter is the skipper then, Lewis Gregory, who probably didn't have his pads on about 5 minutes ago. It's one of those, it's been a bit of a rush for Lewis Gregory because Somerset have lost 2 wickets in 3 balls. So they've got 2 batters out there, James Rue and Lewis Gregory, neither of whom have faced the ball yet this season, and there's some work to do for both of them. We know how capable they are. Lewis Gregory's had a decent season with the bat last year. He's got work to do. Hassan Ali got 3 slips in now. Pushed into the covers where Will Rhodes does the fielding.
Yeah, Kola Cadmore will be disappointed with that dismissal. I think, like, credit to Ali, he got crunched for 4 the ball previous, and that ball he just straightened up his line, hit a really good length, and actually looked like he trapped Kola Cadmore on the crease. Again, probably a little bit of indecisive footwork from the Somerset batter.
It's been difficult because he's been bowling at times slightly back of a length, but the ball hasn't carried through to the wicketkeeper. We've seen Burgess taking them round the ankle, so it almost feels as if there's 2 possibilities with this pitch. Either they're going through really low, or we've seen a couple that have pop up. So there's certainly something in it for the bowlers. Somerset still 126 runs short of that first batting bonus point, by the way, given the parameters have moved. They've left alone. That one's whizzed through to Burgess.
Yeah, just a couple. Obviously, Ali got a little bit more pace in this attack, but you know, when he gets it right, there is a little bit of zip through. But that one that was the undoing of Kola Cadmore. I mean, great catch in the slip cordon. Never easy when the ball's dying round by your ankles. So that was a great grab out in front. And again, you want to take those, especially when you feel like it's a big wicket and a big name in Kola Cadmore as well.
Leave that one alone, Gregory. So, end of the over, another good one. In the space of the last 7 balls, Somerset haven't scored a run, but they've lost 2 wickets, and that leaves them 124 for 5. Someone running a drink on, is it? Or is it a bit of bandaging for the hand?
A bit of running repairs on the digits. Wonder if that is Yates, actually. He's taken the catch and needs a bit of TLC.
Well, you almost have to do a double reaction, because your instant reaction is to get your hand in the right place from off the bat. But then you have to see it dying on you and then adjust them slightly. So 2 excellent catches. I think he's probably just about made up for the one that he dropped, particularly given I don't think that was his fault. I think it was more, I don't like to ascribe blame, but it felt more Burgess than Yates dropping that first one.
Yeah, I think when your keeper's diving across you, it's always challenging, isn't it? And yeah, again, I think the more they play, that slip cordon will become more in sync with one another. It's one of those things that's probably really hard to replicate in the winter. Obviously, these days, players are going away and playing all across the world anyway, but yeah, there's nothing quite like getting outside and sort of practicing those fielding positions as they actually are in the game, as we see another fielder, Jacob Bethel, come into that cordon. Barnard's coming round to the left-handed Roo. Short and play and miss. Yeah, that one looked like it got through a little bit as well. And Alex Wharf is just checking where Barnard is landing with his front foot. Again, he's in around the wicket and left alone by James Root. Looks like, I think that might be Hannon Dolby at mid-off, just going through his bowling warm-up.
It can only be one man with that height. I tell you what, wouldn't Warwickshire have a couple more here before tea? They're on top already.
Defended by Roo, strongly in behind that. Yeah, I think Warwickshire obviously picking up those 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls have really wrestled momentum. We were talking, Sam, weren't we, when it was about 100 for 3, and just sort of where things lied with each team. But fortunately for Somerset fans, Warwickshire have got the upper hand at the minute, as Roo leaves that one alone as well.
They've just got to start again, these two, haven't they? What was Somerset? 98 for 2 to 124 for 5. And Warwickshire have bowled well, albeit we did just say the Bartlett one was one he should have put away and hit for 4. definitely areas for improvement. It's just such a shame because everyone's had starts so far apart from Dixon.
Hard in and tighter line there, but still left alone by Rue. It's the end of the 48th over here.
I'm not going to be too critical first up, but you just look at it and you look at it as opportunities missed. When 3 of your top 4, you got 22, 44, 34. Actually, to win games of county championship cricket, when you win the toss and bat and your top 4 get starts, you need one of them to get 100 and one of them to get 50. It's sort of is a minimum harsh, but that on average, that's what you want.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the toss there as well, and I think Somerset having won the toss, I'm not saying that puts more pressure on your top 4, but you know, you're obviously itching to get out there and you want to bat and make the most of those conditions. And yeah, obviously, like you said, disappointing that they have got starts and not been able to go on. But credit to the Warwickshire bowlers. Will Rhodes has rotated his bowlers really well, I think, and made some good changes, as we're about to see.
So yeah, speaking of which, Hassan Ali, having taken that wicket, Will Rhodes had a very quick word and then ran away from Hassan Ali to grab the ball out of his hand. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, though, back, who's got a long run-up, but actually, in terms of the number of paces, it's probably no longer than anyone else's, and that one's kept quite low. Gregory takes a couple of steps towards him. You can see, actually, it's quite noticeable, the difference in pace, isn't it, between Hannon-Dolby and Hassan Ali. Both fine bowlers in their own right, but that's it. There is a point of difference. A lot of people talk about that being often a left-arm seamer, but actually Ali in this attack is a real point of difference.
Yeah, I think you do talk about, you know, right arm, left arm point of difference, but yeah, bowlers have got different skill sets in their own right, haven't they, and can add different things to the attack. I think if you had an attack where they were very similar to Hannon-Dolby or a Rushworth, for example, in terms of pace, you know, batting lineups would probably look to build upon that and cash in when people are similar pace. But when you've got that change of pace and a little bit of a different edge in someone like Hassan Ali, I think it does play on your mind as a batter.
Keeper is up, so there's something else for the batters to think about. Lewis Gregory won't be able to go walkabouts. Immediately he's on the back in his crease, trying to flick it into the leg side. Shouts for a catch. I think it was a little bit of bat, a little bit of pad, but it wasn't really anywhere close to falling for Dan Mousley, who's a shortish mid-wicket in there for the catch. Warwickshire will be delighted. There's 3 slips in attacking field, why not as well? 124 for 5.
Yeah, I like Burgess up to the stumps as well, keeping the Somerset batters in their crease. They've looked to walk at the bowlers quite a bit, and I think it takes that option out of the equation when you've got the keeper up. It'd be a very bold and brave move from the Somerset batters to continue to look to advance towards those bowlers with Burgess up to the stumps.
Yeah, I was thinking as I said it, I was saying, oh, Lewis Gregory went, well, actually, if anyone might, it would be Lewis Gregory, because he does back himself. A brilliant cricketer, brilliant ball striker, and he's always calm. I know some people think he sometimes comes across as too laid back, but I just think that's his style. He doesn't overthink it.
Yeah, and you can't really argue with the career he's had, so if it works for him, then let him crack on.
Oh, well bowled there from Hannon-Dolby. Gregory just playing down the inside of it. Yeah, I really hope we can see a lot of him for at least a couple more years, because he had all those, played, what, 10, 11 games last year, I think, but we didn't see him bowl as much as we might have done in previous years. So once he played 11 games, 530 runs. But bowling-wise, actually, by his standard, 15 wickets at 53s by anyone's standard isn't great. But he had those injury problems. But Trees talks about it. He's capable of those Stuart Broad spells. And Dolby in 53 wickets for Hannon-Dolby last year, by the way. Led that Warwickshire attack brilliantly. End of the over, 124 for 5. Yeah, Gregory, back in 2019, 59 wickets at 15s. And I remember asking about it. I said, oh, what was different about that year? What? Oh, he said, I had a new back, mate. Which is just back injuries. Once he had suffered so badly with them. He was so quick when he first came on. And actually, he's had to learn because of those back injuries. He's become a very skillful bowler.
Yeah, we definitely didn't see him bowl as much as what we would have liked to last year, especially in the shorter format of the game as well. Some T20 games that he wasn't able to bowl, and I'm not sure he bowled actually much in the 100, but I presume he's still getting picked up as a genuine all-rounder in all formats of the game.
I just think you have to manage it a bit more, don't we? But he definitely did play. He did pick up 15 last wickets last year, in fairness, but that's there was definitely games where he would bowl 1-2 overs.
Yeah, we were always questioning, why hadn't he? Oh, that's gone. It's played down by Rue, so it wasn't a catching opportunity, but evades the cordon and he's going to scamper back for 2. Yeah, there were definitely a couple of T20 games where we thought it was unusual that Gregory hadn't completed his quota of overs, and that was by no means like he was getting smacked around, and that's why we just couldn't put our finger on it.
We played 16 games, 204 balls, so what's that, 180's 30, so 34 overs in 16 games, so 34 overs out of 48, whereas always before we would bowl 4 overs guaranteed.
Barnard in, and Rue looks to clip that one through mid-wicket, but only finds the Warwickshire skipper Rhodes, who does the fielding in there.
We talked about Somerset seam depth, but Warwickshire have it too. We've seen it. Rhodes, the skipper, hasn't bowled yet. Norwell, not fit, sadly. They've got Craig Miles too.
Barnard in and left alone by Rue again. Burgess catching that one round by his ankles. Not sure I'd want to be a wicket keeper. It looks like quite hard work, all that bending down.
Yeah, you're constantly in the game, so at least there's no switching off. The whole division is peppered with quality this year, actually. It's very difficult to find a weaker side in it.
Again, Rue leaves that one alone. Left-handed Rue just doing a little bit of gardening. Early season, Sam?
Why not, eh?
Why not, yeah.
So I think that's just batters blaming the pitch. Do you think people actually, do you think they just do it because that's what they watch their parents or the club players they played with do?
Oh, that's drop short, edged by Rue, but drop short in front of Sam Hain, I think that was at second slip.
It's just not that much pace in this pitch sometimes.
No, there's not.
It's very difficult because you don't want to come too close, do you? But that's dropped well short. It was a genuine edge as well. Problem is, you take a couple of steps up, and the next one just flies past you, and you can do nothing about it. Are you a gardener when you're batting, so?
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you think it makes a difference? And there we are, the flats, beautiful spot. They're not in the sunshine. I'm not going to say what is on that flag because it's a big point of contention. All I can say is I knew the county cricket season has started. Hannah Dolby is in to Gregory, who is yet to score. He's on the back foot. I knew the season had started when I saw Twitter arguments about...
Yeah, I saw a few tweets as well.
...distinguishing between I love how people get so exercised about 2 mythical beings we're talking about here. So if neither of them exist...
Yeah, I don't know enough about it, and I'm not even going to try and get involved because I think you're better off staying out of that, aren't you?
I would. There are people that are adamant. There's a few people on the top deck, actually. That communal area, that's well populated, as is the slip cordon to Hannah Dolby, and that one just keeps a little bit low. Gregory has to jab his back down on it quite late.
Yeah, I think the gardening is, sometimes you do want to, clear a little bit of debris off the wicket or whatever it is. Sometimes you just get a bit of dirt off your spikes that's just lying there. Or for me, it's more of a routine thing. I'm not like twitchy and nervous, but just sort of something to do in between balls that takes my mind off what's going on in the game.
Leave that one alone. Well bowled from Handel. But yeah, it's that, isn't it? It's not, you don't believe it's making a difference to the pitch, do you? You tapping it with your bat. Is it more It's just routine.
Yeah,
You can't
it's
say
just-
why.
yeah.
It just
I mean,
is.
cricket is quirky for
It is.
so many different routines.
Who's the quirkiest in the Storm side or the 100 side you playing? Any interesting routines?
Good question, actually. I can't think of anyone that does anything too unusual at Storm. They're all pretty relaxed, to be honest, Sam. So I haven't noticed too much.
That one's gone leg side and Gregory is off the mark. He's going to pick up at least a couple. I think they'll probably leave it at that. Chris Rushworth does the fielding in his floppy hat down there. So Gregory has 2, Somerset 126 for 5. But I'd say that's probably because someone creates such a relaxed environment for them to be in. So.
Oh, I don't know about that. They'd probably say the opposite. They're usually telling me to calm down because I'm too intense.
So actually, if I asked that question to any of the other Storm players, they probably immediately say,
yeah, they
Sophie
would say
Love.
me, yeah. Yeah.
You haven't got a Neil Mackenzie or whatever. He used to tape his bat to the changing room ceiling, I think, Neil Mackenzie.
Yeah, I have heard some weird stories. Yeah, I hate to say it, but cricketers are a different breed at times, aren't they?
Well, it's interesting. You almost get 2 extremes. You get the ones that are the real badgers that know every number about every game that's ever been played. Harry Everett, for example, would be one of those if he was a pro. And there's some that just don't watch any cricket and just couldn't tell you who's playing for the opposition until the analysis is given to them before the game.
Harry needs one of these TVs, doesn't he? But he needs every game on. So I'm currently looking at a screen where there's 10 different camera pictures, and I think Harry would love this if he had, you know, however many county championship games all going on at the same time, so he knew what was going on where.
We've all done that at home. 128 for 5. I have 3 screens for work. Sometimes there's been 3 different county championship games going on. It's just beautiful. I love the fact that every game, you can go and watch any game in county cricket now, men's and women's. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, it's so good. I think as much as we'd probably want the women's game to be televised live on Sky a little bit more and all of those sorts of things, the fact that we've got live stream facilities now at grounds has made the women's game so accessible. Again, left alone by Rue. Barnard at times looks to be bowling with good pace, actually. It's a variable bounce. That one seemed to get through a little bit more, but saw in the last over Rue nicked one that didn't quite carry to Sam Hain.
Yeah, I agree. It does look a little bit sharper than Rushworth and Hannon Dolby.
Again, Rue leaving that one alone.
It's almost a little bit more side on than those 2 as well. It's almost that arc, and it comes from a little bit more of an angle. So yeah, it kind of angles it in to the left-hander. It comes in from wide outside, going around the wicket, and then nips back away from them.
Yeah. Jacob Bethel just doing a couple of stretches at
Left arm spin.
point. Whether we see an over of spin just before the tea interval,
Be rude
or
not
whether
to.
he's just given a shorter from Barnard, and Rue didn't really duck that, just sort of evaded it.
It was actually quite well directed, that.
It was,
from Barnard.
yeah.
I think they both played that. Well, he played that quite well, but it was well bowled.
Yeah, whether actually Bethel's just giving Rhodes a little bit of a hint, any danger, mate. He's done a couple of bowl throughs there, so we might see the left arm spinner just before the tea interval, and that'd be interesting, actually. Rue, obviously a teammate of his in the under-19 setup.
Oh!
It's put down by Burgess. That was a regulation catch there. And I think Rue was almost walking to the pavilion there.
He was. He turned around, just expected to go. You see the bowlers mid-celebration. It's one of those, you can't really say anything, because what can you say? I'm not going to criticise Michael Burgess, because we all know what should have happened there, and it wasn't what did happen.
Chance gone begging there for Warwickshire, as Rue is defending that one. Yeah, it's always it's interesting, isn't it, as well, because obviously in 4-day cricket you've got 3 guys stood next to you. And what do you say?
He just had to, he dropped it, he just had to pick the ball up and flick it to Sam Hain. And it must be stony silence in there. Must be
yeah,
really awkward silence.
I'd love to be like a fly on the wall down there right now.
That's 2 he's put down, Michael Burgess, behind the stumps.
Again, Rue more assured, defending that one back up to Barnard.
See that one more time on the replay. It's just that little bit of extra pace, doesn't it? It zips through. It's a beauty of a delivery. It's an absolute beauty. The slow motion replay isn't going to help Michael Burgess's cause either. He's probably quite lucky there's not a camera at the other end. Barnard heading hands. In fairness, he turns away. Any expletives that may have come out of Ed Barnard's mouth were not directed towards Burgess. There was a little glance by umpires Bailey and Wolf towards the clock because it was a 4:10 scheduled tee. It's 8 minutes past by my watch now. We are going to get one more over, and it is going to be Dan Mousley with a little bit of left arm spin. As you say, I remember watching him in that under-19 World Cup. I think he hit might have been the quarter final against South Africa. I think he hit 80 odd in maybe 42 balls. He was just brilliant to watch. I mean, he grew up in the Caribbean as well.
Yes, he does have. Yeah, I have had heard
Jacob,
that actually, because the World Cup was in the.
It was in the Caribbean,
Indies,
yes.
wasn't it? Yes.
Jacob Bethel. I think I just said Dan Mousley to confuse everyone, but what I meant was Jacob Bethel. Yeah, grew up in the Caribbean, then came across and went to rugby school when he was 13. I think little bit of left arm around. Gregory gets onto the back foot, just watches it and flicks it to Hayne. I've just seen one comment. I shouldn't. One comment in the YouTube. At least he saved the boundary in reference to Burgess's drop catch. Gregory defensive again. Interestingly, there is a long on.
Yeah, it's quite a defensive
Hassan
field
Ali.
actually by Warwickshire. You got deep cover point, deep square leg, and long on. Who's Hassan Ali's fielding on the beach down here.
Short and cut. He's got away with one there, really.
Gregory's missed out there.
It's an odd bit of captaincy, that, because if what you want Gregory to do is try and play that big shot down the ground and think, oh, short boundary, I can just plonk it for 6, surely you leave mid on up and say hit over us. Even a miss hit's going to go over there. Well, I'd be pretty disappointed if Gregory did take that shot on now.
Yeah, I think with a minute to go before the interval, I think as the stand-in skipper for today as well, in Tom Abel's absence, I don't think Coach Jason Kerr would be too happy. But looks like he just wants to see out this over, Gregory, the way that he's playing at the minute.
2 balls left then before tea. There's going to be 35 overs, we think, after a 20-minute break. So if you are in the area, I would urge you to pop down to the Cooper Associates County Grounds. It's glorious down here. That's a fuller one, kept out by Lewis Gregory. It's been Warwickshire's session. In fact, the scoreboard was 1 ball behind, so that is tea. End of the second session. Warwickshire will be very pleased as they're tucking it. I was going to say scones, cream and jam. I doubt that's what they're having. Well, you never know. Whatever they're about to eat, their energy gels and drinks, they will be very much enjoying them. 128 for 5. Lewis Gregory will come back alongside James Rue. Both are unbeaten on 2, and they have a little bit of work to do. We will be back, Sophie, Harry and myself, in about 20 minutes time, courtesy of the sponsorship and the friendship too of WPA Health Insurance.
good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 128 for 5. Lewis Gregory and James Rue new to the crease in the opposite order to normal. My name's Harry Everett. I've just been chatting to Shane Berger, who's informed me, yes, it is a sort of plan for the season, give Lewis Gregory to allow James Rue to bat at 6 for the season. I've got a special guest visitor with me. You might have seen the Bright Side of Life podcast recently nominated for an award. Shep, talk us through it.
Yeah, shortlisted, well, good afternoon, everyone. And shortlisted for Best Cricket Podcast at the Sports Podcast Awards. Unfortunately, voting closed for that yesterday.
Bad timing. You should have come on yesterday.
It's a bit late to give a shout out and beg for your votes, but yeah, really, really happy with that. Really surprised. Didn't expect that coming. And just had an email through today that the results are going to be announced next Friday. I think it's 6 o'clock. They're doing a live stream or something like that. So if you do want to give us a follow, we're on Twitter at Somerset Podcast, and I'll let you all know when that's going to be.
Brilliant. So we had Barnard take 2 wickets. Bethel just bowled the 1 over, 1 maiden. Bit of spin. We thought Lewis Gregory might try and take him downtown just before tea, but he resisted the temptation. And Rob Yates, 3 slip catches all in the afternoon session, I believe.
Yeah, it was a canny bit of captaincy, wasn't it? Get the spinner on with the shortened boundaries here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Just give it a little bit of a tempter to Lewis Gregory, but very restrained. Saw it through to tea. 128 for 5. 2 wickets of Tom Kohler-Cadmore and George Bartlett within a couple of overs of each other before the tea breaks. Put a little bit of a different spin on this game. I mean, obviously losing the first day completely in the first hour today. Here's the first ball after tea. Solid from Rue. Yeah, those 2 wickets, at least they've pushed the game along a little bit, Harry.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. A 3-day game, the batting points don't change being a 3-day game. It's still 250 for the first batting point. You still got to get 3 wickets. So Warwickshire on the board with their first batting bonus point on 1 ball, 1 wicket away from a second. But I still think we could see a result that's not a draw come Sunday afternoon, Easter Sunday, of course.
I mean, that was one of the criticisms of the old 3-day county championship, wasn't it? You had a lot of contrived results, in sort of declarations and declaration bowling. 4-day cricket has obviously been an improvement in that area, but first game of the season, do you want to risk losing to try and win the game? I mean, that's the approach that obviously Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have taken with the England team. Is it a little bit early for it to try and filter down into the county championship?
Yeah, it's looking at other scores around the grounds. We can look at Middlesex being 4 for 4. We can look at some ridiculous scores, but then I love the little story of Michael Hogan, 41, bowling at Garethburg, 42. Not quite Darren Stevens, but decent bit of play there. And Berg took Hogan for 3 fours and over, and good bit of play there. We saw Alex Lees whack a quick 50 odd yesterday, having dropped from arguably being too slow for Bazball, top of the order. So that's a leg bye for James Rue. And the Somerset total. Having seen Lees arguably be dropped, it wasn't officially, but for being too slow, but for Ben Duckett to come in and play as aggressive stroke player, and then Duckett's been pushed down to 3 on the card for Notch yesterday. Bit odd. And Alex Lees got 50 and 50 balls against Sussex. So it's an interesting year for English cricket and how people play it and how it's going to all work out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Cam Bancroft today. I know he's not obviously not pushing for an England place being an Australian, but he very much played the old school first class way of looking to tip and run. That was probably his most productive shot, just a little dab into the covers and getting himself up the other end. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, was impressed with him. He looked really positive in all of his movements, looking to get down the pitch at the bowlers, but then if it wasn't there, he wasn't trying to find it and play an aggressive shot. He was quite content to just to defend it. Latched on to anything short. Pulled a lovely one through mid-wicket. So yeah, he looks a really, really good signing. I was down chatting to a couple of people earlier, and I sort of said that, and I got called out on it a bit. I said he was a great bit of business because obviously he's coming in at 4 and replacing Hildy, and then with the form he's been in the in the franchise leagues in the winter. He's replaced Riley Rousseau, which listening to it again, it's quite it's a bit of pressure I've put on TKC there. But I think what they've done is they've done a really good bit of business with a player. And when he was out there, I was just impressed because he wasn't looking to, try and dominate by smashing it into this short boundary here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. He just played a very, very sensible first-class innings.
Yeah, well, I mentioned in my preview, actually, I think we might have mentioned it in the podcast on Monday night, about replacing Riley Rousseau with Tom Culler-Campbell, really. I don't think we're leading overseas bat in the blast, I said, unless there's injuries. As Hassan Ali is going to change to the Trescothick Pavilion end down below us. Lovely back foot punch from James Rew, and a bit of a trip over there, almost a fumble from Jacob Bethel. He does pick it up. Yeah, I mean, I wrote all about my little county preview. I wrote all about how Rousseau's been. He's almost hit and miss, isn't he? I watched a couple of times he's playing the iPad. He gets a lot of ducks trying to whack sixes first ball. Then he gets rapid. He gets 6 off 2 and be out. And then he plays ridiculous innings like that 100 here, of course. And he broke his own record for the fastest PSL century in history off 41 balls. James Rew smokes that at point. Good fielding. Yeah, I think he got, I'm just checking my notes here, 11 games, 453 runs, 45 average at 171 strike rate was Riley Rousseau in PSL 8. Got 52 as they lost in the final for Sultans against the Qualanders. I never know how to say that. But yes, it's good to have him as a left-hander, slightly different. But with Culler-Campbell coming in, the top 4 for T20 is going to be Smead, Banton, Abel, Rousseau. Yeah.
Ali just switched to around the wicket here, different angle against James Rew.
And the thing is, if we just mentioned James Rew, I think James Rew could that's a no ball overstepping. He's just remarking. Polly's on the ball with a no ball marking next door to us. I think James Rew might have more of a part to play in the T20 potentially. We think Banton might keep, Culler-Campbell might keep, but James Rew is a left-hander. Tom Lammonby's probably going to bat 5. Depends on maybe Lewis Gregory at 6, but I could see James Rew coming in with his ridiculous array of reverse sweeps, and as he gets older and stronger, might not start in T20 as that's a play and miss that sort of stump, but at some point I think he will play a T20, if not this year, next year, and he could be very exciting.
Yeah, it's a difficult lineup to force your way into though, because Will Banton and Smead, Abel, TKC, Lammonby, Gregory,
and the other E's.
Now 6, Roloff, Craigo, it's a difficult batting lineup to force you
Ben
into.
Green probably.
Of course, Ben Green as well, yeah.
7. See, Hassan Ali for me is bowled too wide of the off stump most of the time. Then every now and again he's tried to spirit and straight and it's gone down the leg side. I said a few times, I think he's been the worst of the 4 bowlers today. He did get the wicket Culler-Campbell, which could be crucial. He looked the most positive of the lot. A few starts, no one's surpassed Cam Bancroft's 44 yet.
Yeah, not whatever. I've been sat down in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. It's a lovely sun trap down there. I've got a nice bright red face now because I didn't bring any sun cream. But yeah, so sort of from that perspective, you can't really see the lateral movement. But yeah, Warwickshire looked to have bowled really, really well. Yeah, 131 for 5 or 54 overs, so just a smidgen over 2 and over.
I think that's been the story of the day, really. Warwickshire bowled really well. There's no more required to add. I don't need to criticise Somerset too much. Bancroft was a poor shot.
Yeah, he just got away from his body. Just noticed his left shoulder pointing towards mid-on. Just meant he was just a little bit off balance, and that bat just went out searching for the ball. So I was going to say something to work on, but he's a leading run scorer in Sheffield Shield cricket. So
you tell him what to work on.
Yeah. Even the best players can make mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
So how does Somerset win from here then, Harry?
Good question. I think I did say, possibly controversial, I said at tea time, 220 might not be a bad score here. EQA to 220, I still think Somerset have the best tail end in the league. You look at Hannon Dolby, Chris Rushworth, they are nothing on a Siddle, Leach, Davey. So Davey opened the bat for Middlesex.
Yep.
Pete Siddle has multiple Test 50s. Jack Leach has 92 in Test cricket.
Yep.
And who's the other one? Craig Overton. Well,
Craig Overton.
Tail end. You can't really call him a tail ender. He'll be bat 8. So that's proper batting all the way down.
Yeah.
Whereas Hannon Derby can hang around. Rush, not really a bat. Yes, Hassan Ali's a decent 9. But I think that is slightly in Somerset's favour. Kind of want these two to hang around, yes, but look, they're digging in. They're playing proper cricket. They're hanging in there. So if Somerset, even if they're all out tonight with 220, it might not be the worst. If Somerset may as well be all out of half an hour to play.
Yeah.
And have a little cheeky dart at them tonight. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Obviously, they're not going to declare. They want to get batting points. But Somerset happen to get. It's not. Thinking like day-night cricket in Mount Maunganui. It's not quite that.
Well, I had a quick chat with Anthony Gibson down at tea, and I sort of said jokingly, I saw Peter Siddle was out having a little bowl. Casey Aldridge with a baseball glove on.
Good shot for
I thought, is he maybe getting ready for a little bowl after tea? Or could they, take the aggressive approach and declare with 40 minutes to go at that? I mean, I don't think they will.
The thing is, if it wasn't for batting bonus points, that would be more likely. In Test cricket, there's no batting bonus points, even the World Test Championship. Somerset have a hatred towards batting bonus points. First innings. How often does Somerset score better in their second innings than their first innings? It's frightening, really.
Well, they didn't used to. I remember the Bob Willis Trophy season. They conceded one batting point, didn't they, against Worcester in was it the last or the second to last group game?
That was when Overton and Davey were on fire that Bob Willis Trophy season, wasn't it? But okay, say Somerset back till close tonight or even early tomorrow morning, get 220, 250. There's still some key men you got to get out. Michael Burgess 180 in the first game of last season. Proper player at number 7. Like, him and Barnard could be 6 or 7 really, but walking down the crease from Gregory to Ed Barnard. Interesting. There's been a lot of that today. We had a good chat with Shane Berger earlier, the batting coach down from Scotland, who's South African, played against Roller back in South Africa, and he's loving his job down here. Really excited, really enjoying the challenge. Just talking about sort of positive intent and where can we score, where can we rotate the strike.
Yeah, it's a really good sign in Shane Berger on the coaching staff, right? Because you would think, being head coach of an associate nation, your next step is to go up. And I'm not necessarily not at all saying that becoming the assistant coach down at Somerset is a step back, but
But officially, yeah.
Yeah,
Can't argue that. I put that exact question to him actually. There you go, great minds think alike. He there he is. He's probably down there. Is he? No, that Ned. Who's that? That's not Ned.
No,
Need my binoculars. I keep naming Somerset 2 players today, thinking they're here. It just doesn't seem right to me how many first team players, regular first teamers, are at Taunton Vale and not here for the first game of the season.
2-day game against Cornwall, wasn't it? First day was washed out. They started about 2 o'clock today. It was Andy Umeed, Steve Davis opened the batting, Tom Abel at 3. Lewis Goldsworthy at 4. Bantam was due to come in at 5. But
Goldsworthy's 15 not out. Abel's 40 not out.
Yeah, so they've declared. I think they're just having a little bowl now. So that friendly game against Cornwall has just turned into a sort of a more of a practice.
But exciting to see Ogbourne and Baker get a wicket each is really exciting for me to see Leonard Ogbourne, Baker and Green all with the ball in hand. I mean, Ben Green's only gone for 1 run in his first 2 overs. That's pretty decent for a man who's, all-rounder. Not better than a part-time bowler, but wouldn't be a first-choice bowler for Somerset, the first team. And just to see Leonard, Baker and Ogbourne, young lads, coming in through. And Leonard was thrust into that Hampshire game with the COVID and the injuries this time last year. As Rue is probably going to get 4 here. Soft hands behind third, easy. Ran away for 4 down to the Con Atkinson Pavilion. You could have fielded the ball if you stayed down there.
Yeah, short and boundary there today. You can see the black... not sure if they're tarpaulins or germination sheets, but just covering up the wet area, which has been a bit of a chronic problem here at the outfield of the Cooper Associates County Ground for a number of years now. I think the work to get that done is planned for the off-season in October, but it is a bit of a monumental one to do.
So you didn't do the thing I hope someone here has done. Maybe Mike from Ilminster might have done it, Mike Unwin. Did anyone leg it to Vale for half an hour at lunchtime? I figured it's only a 5-minute cycle or leg it to Vale. 40-minute break, 5 minutes travel either way.
No, unfortunately I got my timings mixed up, so I left the ground at about 12:55 to get into the Ring of Bells for some lunch, and then I was walking out. I was like, why people still sat down? And then I asked the steward, he said, "Oh, lunch is at 1:30." So
oh, come on.
But I had a very nice chicken ciabatta roll with a side of chips and a pint of Thatcher's Gold.
Do they not have the stream on the... Oh, James Root's been bowled. Lovely ball from Hassan Ali. What a celebration. Both bails up in the air. Off stump. Decent nut. James were a bit stuck on the crease there. And Hassan Ali's got that amazing celebration. We saw in the Champions Trophy. We've seen it for Pakistan. He's bowled some bad balls today, but that's his second wicket. Top of off.
Yeah, it's gone in between the gap between bat and pad.
Root's got to get really far forward there and nullify that with bat and pad together. He probably shouldn't have gone back as he did. Kept forward, particularly in April. Bit gutted for him. Got the chance to bat number 6 for the first time in the County Championship this year. And Craig Overton will come out with his big, bounding, long limbs to join Lewis Gregory. And a bit of bother for Somerset.
Yeah, disappointment for James Root. But now, if you are Craigo, how do you play it? Because obviously he'll be out in the middle with the skipper.
I think they might counter-attack here, you know?
Yeah. Or do you just...
They're not going anywhere playing these guys. I'm not saying everyone should counter-attack, but these two, they've backed together long enough. They know each other's games.
Yeah. Does Lewis Gregory almost just say to Craigo, have a couple and just maybe be a bit of a wild card? Because we talked about, you just said Somerset not really progressing. It's only a 3-day game, and you know, a quick 60 or 70 here from Craig might be the difference maker in this shortened 3-day game. We've got the short boundary down here in front of us here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Yeah, I was chatting to Craig last week, the pre-season last week, all about this short boundary. He's having a good giggle about it. The 20-yard boundary, he called it. It was maybe slightly more than that, but it's not. What is it today? 50 yards, do you reckon? 30-yard circle plus a little bit.
God, I could probably clear this one, so it can't be. I'll be fancying my chances here. Yeah, so.
As people worried about the Jack Leach bowling here, will some of the Warwickshire aggressive batters just think, oh, we can just chip him for 6? Because we are, what, 20 yards in, down below us, but then you'd have thought Jack Leach just bowled from the other end. But then it is a little bit in from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as well.
I suppose you say it's wickets that are going to win this game.
Yeah.
I mean, when Jack's been...
Hassan Ali looking for his third. Craig Overton forward with a big, long stride, nice defensive push.
When Jack's been playing for England, I think Vic Mark said it on the stream yesterday, was on the little preview that he did with Pete Trigo and Sam Downing was talking to Jack Leach out in Pakistan, and now it's really all about wickets for Leach when he's playing for England. And if you've got to tempt the batter, if you've got to say, you go for 2 or 3 sixes and you get the guy out, it's 1 for 18. Thank you very much. My economy rate might not be great, but
it's going to be a first run for Craig Overton, just the one with the outside edge. Yeah, I was walking around. I was fortunate enough to be travelling and playing a bit of cricket in New Zealand and Australia over the winter, and I was walking around the Basin Reserve in Wellington. I felt like I was at Taunton. I just kept walking around, bumped into a mate from Minehead, a mate from Paynton, and then Lucy Hawkins, Leach's girlfriend, just said hello, Harry, and I didn't recognise her with sunglasses on. And you don't think in New Zealand and Wellington you're going to see people you know. Oh, flip it out. I didn't twig, like, actually, yeah, she is out here, fair enough. Chatted to her for about an hour, actually, afternoon session on one of the days playing, just the positive, the community, the culture of England, and saying how much Jack's enjoying. She was telling me this quite funny story about Jack playing golf with the lads and how he's not really a golfer, but we'll just get into it and love him playing with them. And it's just great to hear how much they're enjoying their cricket. And you can see Jack's performing better. He's enjoying himself more. As much as Joe Root's a quality batsman, I don't think he ever set quite the right field for Leach when he bowled for England. Barnard's going to continue here, up in the thigh pad, that bit high, wasn't it? Ambitious appeal.
Yeah. Noticed that with a lot of the LBWs today. They always seem to be a little bit high, most of the big shouts that Warwickshire have had today. So I don't know whether that's indication of just a little bit of a nip in the pitch off a length. But going back to the England side, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you go into any call centre, there's a sticker on the phone that says "Smile before you dial," and that's very much the approach that McCullum and Stokes have taken with the England team. Is a happy team is more likely to be a winning team.
Yeah, and it's been cricket play with delight on their face. Even Jimmy Anderson, when he played that, what I thought was a lovely flick down the leg side for 4 runs, almost celebrating. And suddenly Tom Blundell comes leaping like a salmon out of nowhere and takes an absolute blinder. And suddenly that's a 1-run loss. You thought, well, they weren't gutted, they're enjoying it.
don't think anybody begrudged New Zealand that win.
Oh, another well bowled from Ed Barnard. Craig Overton holds the pose. He was there in what you think is a solid defensive position. But the ball hits the timbers, and 136 for 6 becomes 136 for 7. Craig Overton has to go, and now Somerset are in trouble. I talked about their long tail. I remember Craigo got that, was it 98 here a few years ago? The last couple of years he did bat 6 a couple of times, now batting at 8. We'll see this in super slow motion. We'll see it. Decent nut from Ed Barnard, but...
Did it clip a bit of pad on the way through?
Did come in a long way, didn't it? Well bowled, Ed Barnard. Josh Davies now gonna... He's quite good at that defensive push, Josh Davies. He'll hold his front leg and his bat very tightly close together. But Somerset are in trouble. No denying it. I kept saying how I thought Rushworth and Halland Dolby were the 2 key bowlers, but suddenly Hassan Ali's got 2, Barnard's got 3. I think Rushworth and Halland Dolby deserve plaudits for keeping it tight and making it hard, but now the scouts are going to Barnard and Hassan Ali.
Yes, ball's into its 58th over. It's still doing a bit. Josh Davies more than capable with the bat coming out at number 9. I've got a feeling Josh Davies is going to score 100 this year.
Today?
It'll be nice. Well, if he scores 100 today, that'll be some going. It'll be worth.
Still 31 overs remaining. Yeah,
well, you never know. I mean, this is the very, very definition of a commentator's curse, saying that before he's even faced the ball.
There you go. Well, I said about front pad and back together. 31 overs remaining in the day. That's going to take us past 7 o'clock, and we'll be lucky to get those overs in. We can play past 6:30. Polly assures me, but it will depend on the bad light, even though it's a glorious sunny day. It is April after all.
Yeah, with the weather today's been absolutely glorious. It's was Davies beaten on the outside edge. Yeah, it seems strange that we had a delayed start today. I suppose the amount of rain that's fallen on the ground here over the last month or so is almost unprecedented.
Yeah, it looked a bit like Worcestershire's new road, didn't it? With all the water standing on the outfield. People who kayaked and canoed at the Taunton Dean Cricket Club in the winter, or New Road in Worcester.
The Taunton Canoe Club.
Yeah.
Pete Trigger always gives them a shout out. It's left
Swinging
alone
a bit. Yeah, still swinging. 57 overs old, still swinging around.
Your 250's looking a lot further away now.
Here's a question then. Hayden Wolfenden on YouTube says, I miss the days when Taunton was a road. Do you miss those days? I think you're going to say no.
Well, it was a road, then it was Hyderabad, and now it's...
What are we? We're in between.
Well, I know we're only on the first game in April, and it's been the wettest March for about 40-odd years, so you've got to say that this isn't going to be a typical Taunton pitch for what we're going to see for the rest of the season. But Hyderabad was good. We got results at Hyderabad. We got the best spin bowler in the country. It was exciting cricket to watch, and I think, although we saw, how many times the side scores, 5, 6, 700 down here at Taunton when it used to be a road. Makes it very difficult to get results. I mean, obviously, back in the day, you had bowlers like Caddy and Mushtaq Ahmed. I mean, Caddy was as good a bowler on this as anyone has ever been.
Mushtaq, Craigo about him. I was thinking Caddick and Overton, similar-ish. That Chat Leach rehearsing. We'll get Alex the cameraman to give us a little pan to the Annie Caddick Pavilion in a minute, and we'll see Jack Leach shadow batting away. He'll probably sit down as soon as I've said that. Well, they might maybe got the stream on, he's heard it and he's put him off. Sorry, Jack. There's some lovely cover drives. Shadow batting up there. Short ball pass now, that's filth, really. First long up we've seen in a long time. Lewis Gregory is probably one of the best, arguably the best Somerset player on the pull shot. Colour Campbell will probably have something to say about that as well. You can't bowl there to Lewis Gregory. And that's a waste, because Hassanali's bowled so well this little spell after tea, sorry.
Yeah, it's a rare loose delivery. Just releases the pressure now. Gregory moves on to 6. He'll be feeling a lot better after that.
Squared him up, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a third down there. Outfield's been a bit quicker than I thought it would be. Obviously having the sun on it for another day will quicken up as the game goes on.
We will update scores around the ground as we go. Been a bit behind with that today. Been so much excitement here, but is that ridiculous? I'm just catching up with some of the morning action. Yorkshire scored nearly 200 in the morning session. Poor old Leicestershire. Getting them up to there, 473 for 8 at lunch. Poor old Rian Ahmed. We go for 20 odd yesterday in his first over. We went for 15 odd in an over today. Milan got 132. Night watch from Matt Milnes from Kent. Oh, I don't think I ever saw get runs for Kent. Got 75, and Jordan Thompson whacked a quick 26. So, yeah, Yorkshire should you'd think clean up in Division 2, really. But fair play, Finn Bean, young lad, got 100 at the top of the order.
Yeah, I remember watching him score all those runs in that second 11
Yes.
game last year. 400. He got, I think, their YouTube second 11 streams probably normally only getting one man and his dog watching. It was up in sort of the tens of thousands when he was on his way to 400. A bit similar when Sam Northeast was getting his 400 for Glamorgan against, was it Leicestershire?
Yeah.
It was at Grace Road, wasn't it? Sorry, the Upton Steel County Ground.
Yeah, it's still Grace Road to me, I think. Don't worry about that. I like the old classic names. Full, always Yorkerish there from Hassan Ali. He has bowled licorice all sorts as a negative term, but he's a white ball bowler often. In 50 over games, he changes it up. He likes to keep attacking. He will give you boundary balls, but he's taking wickets. Don't think our mate Nathan Gilchrist was playing for Kent, was he? Trying to look at the Canterbury score as well. Northampton all out for 117. Is that Crawley did get a few runs. He's an important knock for the incumbent Test opener. The Middlesex-Essex game was a bizarre one today. Essex getting up past 200 and then Middlesex being 4 for 4. So
Yeah, 76 for 5 they are now.
yeah, they've done well to rekindle that situation. Simpson got 1,000 runs last year. He's a key cog in that Middlesex lineup.
Keeper up to the stumps now. As it beats the diving gully. Jacob Bethel couldn't quite get a hand on that.
We should mention one of the transfer news that came through today. Yorkshire, we know they signed Shai Hope, that was a couple of days ago, and they've also signed Saud Shakil, the 27-year-old Pakistan test bat. Only a short-term overseas contract, a bit like Cam Bancroft's come here, really. He's going to play in the second championship game of the season against Gloucestershire at Bristol next week. So there'll be a few Pakistanis in the county championship this year. We saw Imam ul Haq player last year. Hassan Ali, of course, are watching now. There he is. Oh, who's that? Someone else is wearing a red floppy hat near tractor. Can't take tractor's spot with the red floppy hat. Well, in 3 wickets' time, he will be in full voice.
Yeah, it's not truly the cricket season until you hear the first tractor. Just like it's not spring till you hear the first cuckoo.
It's not Somerset cricket until we hear the first. Come on, Grego.
Come on, JD.
Yeah, probably will be those two. I love that we've both gone to the 2 opening bowlers. Should have thought Siddle might be first change.
Well, who would you go with?
Yeah, I'd go. Personally, I'd go Overton and Davey. Seems ridiculous with all Siddle's test experience, but he'd often bowl first change behind a Stark or a Hazelwood or even back further along.
Yeah. Jacob Bethel can't get a hand on that one again off the outside edge of Lewis Gregory. Picks up another couple. Not been easy out there today. Oliver Hannon-Dolby looks like he's warming up at mid-on. Bowling a few shadow balls, getting himself loose.
Oh, another anecdote I thought you might have seen earlier is Zafar Gahar opened the bowling on day 2 at Cardiff. Oh, sorry, distracted by Lewis Gregory, pulling imperiously, really. Whacking it toward the old green seats of the Somerset stand. 1 bounce 4. Risky with 2 men back, but Barnard's not quick enough to bowl. And this is what we said, didn't we? With Overton coming out, we thought Gregory and Overton might go on the attack. Now Davies there. Davies yet to get off the mark, but Gregory's had 1 short ball from Hassan Ali. That wasn't that short from Barnard. What do you reckon? Back of a length rather than short?
It was almost a half pull and a half leg glance, wasn't it? Just sort of a whippy
leg glance. I like that. It's not quite the Marcus Dornis strapple, the straight pull I like to talk about, but yeah, you're right. Almost a leg glance for 1 bounce 4 is possible when it's fairly short boundary.
I thought it may have carried all the way. Phil, would that have been the first 6 of the day?
Yeah, he did time the pants off of it.
Yes, when I saw the boundaries, the size of the boundaries this morning, I thought, it's going to be a run fest today. Saw a little look at the pitch on the live stream yesterday. It looks fairly grassless, fairly good, but yeah, it's been tough going. So we've got a change in bowling here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Going to be Ollie Hannon-Dolby to take things up.
Yeah, I think that's a worthwhile move from Warwickshire. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, class act, has bowled very well today. I'm going to make way and give you a bit of a stint with Sam Dallin. I can't call him Sammy D, I'll get told off for calling him his juvenile Twitter name.
Nicely tucked off the pads by Josh Davey. They'll come back for a couple. Outfield not as quick as it could be, which is understandable given the rain. Previous games at Taunton would have seen that fly off a lot quicker. As Sam Dallin looking resplendent in his retro 90s Arsenal training top.
Thanks, Shep. I didn't realise before today. You find out who people support, don't you, when you wear different teams' kits. Hannon Dolby then, from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, bathed in sunshine, full of 1. Davey pushes it to Hassan Ali for 2. How are you? I should have asked you off air, really. I haven't seen you.
Well, you're the busiest man in the ground, probably, Sam, so you're beavering away at your piece for...
I'm actually, I've been doing bits. I'm trying to do some research for football tomorrow as well. Multitasking, but we've got the test earpieces have come, so we've got 1 of them there. Hopefully, going to be here for the next game, the in-ground one.
Yes, I
absolutely
saw
fantastic.
Those announced through the club's social media and on the website.
Oh, I don't think that's quite where Josh Davey meant to get the ball, but it's gone into the offside, and he's going to pick up a couple. Harry was hovering with the test earpiece in. Maybe he will. There we go. He's coming back. Todd's going to get us on. Harry's going to lean in. It's going to be a bit weird now. There you go, Harry. Just have to look that way. Looking beautiful. I believe they're going to be Somerset colours. So that's just very much a test one. But the sound quality is brilliant. It's all synced up. It's absolutely fantastic. We've both been walking around the ground at various points today. An absolutely brilliant addition, that. Shep. Perfectly synced. So we're going to bring our voices to a new range of people, those in the ground. How about that? You going to get one?
I might get one, yeah. It sounds like a very good, a really good idea. I mean, our friend Ben Warren there over in the production suite has really been a pioneer of bringing Somerset into the digital age with the live streaming and all the technological advancements. We finally got the new screen here, although it's a bit grim reading at the moment at 152 for 7. But
the aversion to batting bonus points is the fact it's gone to 250 is probably neither here nor there right now, because 152 for 7, as you said. Ben Warren just is a general pioneer, I would say.
Yeah.
Didn't like the use of the word might, by the way, in that sentence. And Dolby's in, keeper
Shot.
up. That's a lovely, lovely looking shot from Lewis Gregory. It's almost the ideal situation for him. He likes to play where there's no kind of real pressure on him at all. He can do whatever he likes. He is the skipper, but that's a beautiful shot. We're just seeing it on the slow-mo replay there. He's just leant into that, checked the drive, and all along the floor.
Yeah, lovely shot from Gregory. It was in the slot. It was there to go. Half volley from Hannon Dolby, but you've still got to put it away. And Lewis Gregory has done just that. But yeah, you're right. It's a kind of situation. If you're 156 for 7 and you end up being 170 all out, well, it's not ideal, but you can understand it happening. And nobody in the dressing room is going to sit there saying, "Why did you play like that? We're 170 all out when you're 156 for 7." It's just not going to happen. But if you do get a bit of momentum going, all of a sudden you're getting the bowlers into their next spells. The ball's getting a little bit older. And things can just happen for you. They can just all of a sudden turn in your favour, and touch wood.
Still 19 overs remaining with the current ball, but you're absolutely right. Actually, playing aggressively is your best chance of getting up towards 200, 250 here.
And also factoring in that it is now a 3-day game. So if you do want to affect a positive result, you want to try and win the game, then you've got to accelerate it. You've got to take it on your shoulders to push the game along. Especially now with a reduction in draw points from 8 down to 5.
Yeah, I heard you and Harry having that discussion actually.
It was in the air for a little while. Fielder at mid-wicket would have been interested for a little while, but it's gone under the covers there. That's 4 to Josh Davey.
Two people who Gregory would describe himself as a batter in his own right, and so would Josh Davey actually. So there's still some hope. Oh, that's depressing, isn't it? What are we? 60 overs into the season.
First day of the first game, and there's still some hope left.
I didn't mean it like that. I meant it in the context of this innings. We're going to have a look at the ball again. Did it end up in the stands?
Just went in under those blue covers in front of that cinch advert out at mid-wicket there. So maybe picked up a little bit of moisture, or landed on a bit of grit or something. But Chris Rushworth is giving it a good shine.
I think I've given everyone a complex today because it doesn't seem like it should be. Saying Rushworth is fine. Saying Chris Rushworth is actually quite difficult.
We go Christopher Rush. Oh, that's even worse, saying Christopher Rushworth. Wow. That is a Robin Smith-esque square cut from Josh Davey. Absolutely leathers it through point. And that's back-to-back boundaries for Somerset's number 9.
I might clip that up, Shep. I think Josh Davey would quite enjoy the Robin Smith comparison. It was a lovely shot. It was there to be hit.
Yeah, you've got to call it as you see it there. I mean, Josh Davey is a really capable bat. I mean, he's got to be up there with the best number 9s in the country. And that's the second commentator's curse I've given him today. So I do apologise as he lets that one go. But yeah, I was just saying to Harry, I've just got a feeling in my waters we could see Josh Davies' maiden first-class century scored this year.
I would like it today, ideally. Is that asking for too much?
Maybe
27 overs.
Yeah, maybe about midday tomorrow.
That's fine. I'll take that.
JD to pass 3 figures.
All right, I'll take that.
But joking aside, he's got it in his locker. I mean, there have been worse players who scored first-class hundreds than Josh Davey.
Yeah, some of them in the Somerset team. I think Jack Brooks likes to give him a little bit of stick for him being Davey being the only bowler without a first-class 100. Siddle, yes.
I must admit, I was thinking up the order when you said that, Sam, not down. I was thinking, which Somerset batter are you having a go at now? But yeah, I mean, well,
let's not call him worse. Let's just call him different in approach, shall we, Jack Brooks?
Yeah, Marchant DeLange, of course, formerly of this parish, had one as well. But yeah, Marchant would probably get one off about 45 balls. Smashing it everywhere. Is he playing for Gloucester this week?
Oh, you've put me on the spot there.
I should have looked, sorry.
No, you're all right. I'll have a look.
Well, I was used to sitting next to Harry, and Harry would know straight away.
He apparently is. Thanking Todd Linley via Alex, who's a resident Gloucestershire fan. Oh, beautiful.
That's classic Josh Davey. If you can have classic Josh Davey. But that is a shot that he plays really well, that punch through mid-wicket. Really sound technique. It's just a half volley on leg stump and all along the carpet for 4.
Trio of boundaries in the over there. Josh Davey. Oh, if he keeps going at that rate, maybe he will. Yeah, Martin DeLanger, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41 so far on his Gloucestershire debut. Brilliant to see. Didn't quite work out for him in red ball cricket here at Somerset, but I don't think anyone can doubt that he's an absolutely fantastic human being, and he is a fantastic cricketer too. I think some of the spells he bowled in T20 cricket, yes, some days he could be expensive, but other days he was unplayable.
He really was the girl with a car, wasn't he? Was it?
Here's Hannon Dolby, keeper up. Tucked off Gregory's legs. He'll move into the 20s. I think they'll just get 1. Rushworth does the fielding there. Somerset move 169 for 7.
So this partnership, all of a sudden, is now worth 33 in what seems the blink of an eye. So goes back to what we were saying about 10, 15 minutes ago, that you hang in there, you play positive, and all of a sudden things go your way.
Changing of field is now a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Still a couple of slips in. Davies got 15. Opens the face, and there is my bugbear. There is no fielder at third. Sam Hain is going to chase it and does actually quite well. Does very well, in fact. Fancy footwork, flicks it back, so they only get a couple. I would rather have a fielder at third than a deep square leg.
Yeah, if it goes down to third,
And there's a wide shot off the field. They just run, the number of runs that go down there, they're just freebies.
If the ball goes down to third, you've generally bowled a good ball. If it goes down to fine leg, you've generally bowled a bad ball.
Yeah, yeah.
And same with the guy at deep mid-wicket as well. So yeah, so a couple of slips, point cover, mid-off, mid-on. Fairly shortish mid-wicket.
And Dolby in again, beats the outside edge of Josh Davey, who just played down the inside of it. Go through to the keeper. Still plenty of cricket left in this game. Potentially not that much cricket left down at the Aegeus Bowl, though. Notts are 93 for 4 in their second innings. So day 2 there. Bowled out for 185 first up. Bowled Hampshire out for 231. And now Notts' lead is just a 47 with 6 wickets remaining, so we could be looking at a 2.5-day game down at the Aegeus Bowl. Lovely delivery there from Hannon Dolby outside. Davies off stump as well. Middlesex, a recovery of sorts. They're 85 for 5, so it doesn't look great. I'm going to put that in the context of them being 4 for 4, and it sounds a little bit better. John Simpson, who had a fine season last year, he's 25 unbeaten, and Ryan Higgins, who rejoined the county at the back end of last season after a number of very successful years at Gloucestershire. He's unbeaten on 44.
Yeah, Surrey doing well against Lancashire, recovering from being 77 for 4. Cam Steele with an unbeaten 141. They made 442 all out.
Missed that one, Cam Steele. He played 2s here when he first came over to England.
And then in reply, Lancashire, well, struggling a bit, 186 for 5, so still about 260 on behind. Keaton Jennings has made 76 for them. Bell and de Grandhomme are the not-out batsmen. A lot of people tipping Lancashire.
Yes, there are, aren't there? And they'll be in. Again, down to third. Open the face, yes. Soft hands, yes. Sam Hain is probably going to get there again. Not going to use his feet this time. But there's 4 more runs. And the final game in Division 1, Northants 117 all out. Kent 203 for 6. Sam Billings unbeaten on 19. Chris Tremaine on debut. Another Aussie over as 3 wickets. Yeah, where are you going for the title? Well, who's going to finish second to Somerset, Shep?
I mean, Surrey are always strong. I can't remember whether it was Wisden or the cricketer, but you sort of have the squads are in the bottom right-hand corner of the page, and Somerset's kind of came up to sort of just below halfway, and Surrey's was almost nearly up to the top. I mean, I think a full-strength Surrey squad, although I think you were saying on the live stream yesterday, if you'd rejig the maths for the new 5 points for the draw, it possibly could have been Hampshire's title.
I didn't do it, but yeah, I think Hampshire won 10 games to Surrey's 9.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Surrey only lost 1. Oh.
That's going for 4. Will it be? Yes, leg buys. I think that's Alex Wharf down at the river end signals that. A despairing dive from Michael Burgess. 4 more to the total, and this partnership is now rocketing along. This is Somerset's probably best period of play today, apart from when Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Cameron Bancroft were together. But this partnership now up to 41, unbeaten.
So I know it's kind of pointless, but so Surrey had 250 points, but they had 5 draws. So what do you take off that? 15 off the tail, so that takes them down to 235. Hampshire, they just had the 1 draw, so 221. So actually, there's still 14 in it. But it's just a bit tighter. They won the most games and didn't win the county championship, and they only drew 1. So there's a lot to be said about positive cricket.
Yeah, and I mean, you would also maybe need to look at the circumstances of those draws. Were they really dominant draws, or were Surrey straight hanging on? I don't remember them hanging on for many draws.
Home pitches, isn't it? There's some really placid. There was a big... did Pope get a double 100 or something in a high-scoring draw?
Rings a bell.
You can just assume, I think, at some point in every season, Ollie Pope scored a double 100 for Surrey, probably for the next 10 years. And Hampshire is very much a result surface as well, isn't it? Although didn't Surrey hold on? They clung on for that draw. Was that last summer when Hashim Amla batted about 2 days for 5?
That was down at the Aegeus Bowl, wasn't it?
Was,
I think that was that last year or the year before? The greatest day of Mark Church's life, I think that was. Surrey radio and live stream commentator. I think that is going to beat the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. It is. That's 4 more now to Lewis Gregory.
It's just a little bit looser, isn't there? There's signs of tiredness in Hannon Dolby and Rushworth, who have been absolutely brilliant all day, but Rushworth was nursing a calf injury coming into this one, and it's the first game of the season, and yes, you played a bit of pre-season, but it's not the same, the intensity.
Yeah, this is now 60, into now the 64th over, so you expect now this is probably going to be the time where these bowlers are now starting to tire. The sun is out. This pitch looks like it's flattened out a little bit. There doesn't seem to be as much movement with this older ball.
Leicestershire 125 for free, up at Headingley, 517 Yorkshire made. Peter Hanscom is 31 not out, so he's almost got his highest score in England, I think. Well, actually, no, he had a terrible spell at Middlesex. I think he might have been at Durham before and done a little bit better.
Little inside edge from Davey down to fine egg. Yeah, so Hannon Dolby's bowled 16, Rushworth is into his 15th, Hassan Ali's bowled 16, and Ed Barnard's bowled 16 as well. So apart from this single over from Jacob Bethel before tea, it's really been those 4 seam bowlers. So they don't seem to have a 5th bowling option that they can go to just to give one of these guys an extended break.
Well,
I mean, they could.
But they've got Will Rhodes, who's... I know I take the mick out of Harry for calling him a part-timer. He's got 87 first-class wickets at just over 30.
Yep.
So to me, he's less part-time than, say, a Tom Abel or a Tom Lammonby.
So why aren't they going for that then? I mean, could you maybe now roll the dice a little bit, get Bethel on at this end, or even Rhodes, and just say to Lewis Gregory, go on then.
Well, speaking of which, that is Will Rhodes is just doing his warm-ups in front of us. It's Hannon Dolby to continue for the time being. That distinctive action as Davey drops it. And they think about a single, but it would have been a terrible decision, and in the end they made the right one. And Will Rhodes does the fielding. So he was just going through his... I think he came on first change in this game last year when he came down here. I think this is where the part-time Michael taking out of Harry Everett comes from. Definitely came on first change. Yeah, last year as we are this year, thanks to WPA Health Insurance.
Matt Renshaw got 100 that day, didn't he? I remember it was a really ragged bowling performance from Warwickshire. That's a lovely shot from Josh Davis, straight to the fielder that. Alex Davis picks up at mid-off. Yeah, Renshaw got 100, Lambie got a few. I think we were about 350 after close on the first day. But Warwickshire's bowling performance was really ragged that day. It's chalk and cheese to how they performed.
It was the day, and then it was that Sam Haynes wicket that Matt Renshaw was instrumental in, the short,
clapping.
The leg slip, yeah.
Yeah, the short, almost short leg gully, and then
in behind that one.
The rhythmic clapping as Jack Brooks was charging in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And that, of course, ended that run of 7 consecutive championship defeats for Somerset. So it was a good day all round.
It's a decent day for Warwickshire so far today, though. 7 wickets in their first 65 overs of play. 183 for Somerset. Somerset are having elected to bat first. If you're just joining us, it's day 2, but day 1. No play yesterday, but a slightly shortened day today. And Hannon Dolby is in to Josh Davey. 23 overs remaining after this one. So we're going to get 88 overs today, we hope. I don't think there's going to be any problems with light. It's beautiful out there, if a little cold.
The Quantocks are crystal clear through our commentary box window here.
It's not a bad spot, is it, Shep?
I can't think, there cannot be a better view from a commentary box.
I just wish that monstrosity over there wasn't there.
Oh, the new car park.
Yes, I wasn't putting it at the Lord Ian Botham stand.
SDIC, what is that for then? Sam Dalling is...
International cricketer. Left alone outside off stump. Yeah, so, I was kind of drawing your attention to it by saying it was terrible, but really I just wanted to...
How much do you make from your own personal car park then, Sam?
Oh, you know what parking rates are, particularly when you've got commuters.
Or has that got your fleet of supercars at the on the top level?
Yes, my Nissan Micra, car of the year 1993. Somerset down enjoying some sunshine on the benches. Andy Hurry's down there. Looks like Casey Aldridge in the bib to me. Doing a bit of 12th man duty. Aldridge and Brooks were both in the squad, as was Goldsworthy, not selected as there. Hello, we've got a person down at third. It's Hassan Ali. And so opening the face just gets Josh Davey a single. 65 overs gone. 184 for 7, Shep.
The game's moved on a little bit in the last half an hour or so, but this time in Somerset's favour. As we see, tractor driver Mike Sellis, his customary floppy hat and pint of Thatcher's in hand.
Don't tell me his real name. I don't want to spoil the image. He can't be a person.
Looking very well. He's our tractor. He's in the Ring of Bells for lunch.
Yes, I heard about your misstep. You need to speak to never leave the Cooper Associates counting ground without checking.
I'll tell you what it was. It's partly yours and Harry's fault because they're piping the. I was sat in the Colin Atkinson pavilion having a coffee before play started, and they were piping the live stream commentary in there. And unfortunately, I couldn't hear any of the PA announcements informing us when the hours of play today.
The very first time you watched Skipper into the attack.
It was a good job we did get there, else we wouldn't have been able to get a table. So it's another thing ticked off of. It's not quite a bucket list, but it's your kind of resumption of cricket list. It's sort of your lunch in the Ring of Bells, your first pint of cider at the ground, first time you hear tractor, the first Somerset batting collapse.
I was waiting for it. I wasn't going to say it.
Well, Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory doing a fine rebuilding job here.
For me, I know the cricket season has started when people are squabbling on social media over mythical beings and which one is on the Somerset flag. Of which we have a brand new Somerset flag. We mentioned it earlier, but it's worth mentioning again. Polly Rhodes, she is the creator of that fine, fine flag above the Somerset dressing room.
Did you come up with? I wouldn't say it was upholstery. That's sort of
I know.
covering furniture.
Yeah,
more-
I knew it when I said it. I did say upholstery, but I just couldn't. It's not darning either, is it?
It's not It's kind of an element of embroidery because you obviously need to.
It's craft work, isn't it? Unfortunately, the wind isn't. We do like it when it's not windy for the players, but the wind isn't helping us sell the flag. But it is magnificent.
There has got to be a specific term for the creation of a flag from scratch. Haberdashery would be kind of a general fabric. Sort of creation process. Are you Googling it now?
Yeah, but it's not great because I've just Googled word for sewing. So I've got
And it's
I've got
come up sewing.
I've got embroidery. It said sew, stitch, darning, tailoring. Can we say tailoring?
I'd say that was more clothes.
You're fussy. You're a hard man to please, aren't you,
I
Shep?
just know that there's got to be a specific word for it.
Pushed out towards Barnard, who's kind of at a wide, quite deep gully, and there will be no run. Yeah, there will be a specific word for it, and you've got to be specific, Shep. That is why you're a man nominated for awards, because you have
I'm
standards.
looking up flags and flag creation, and I'm just getting a myriad adverts now for. Do you want me to make a flag for you? Heraldry. That's more the sort of coat of arms and crests and things.
End of the over, 184 for 7. Shep, I think we're going to bring Sophie Luff back in very shortly. She's loitering in the background. I'm disappointed you haven't found the word
Well,
for us,
I'm going
though.
to say that the study of flags is called vexillology.
That's a study of this.
That's the study of
so we can
flags.
call ourselves vexillologists.
We're looking at that flag on the live stream. We
Yeah.
are amateur vexillologists, which is a phrase that I'm sure nobody has ever said on cricket commentary
if you
before.
add that to the sentence, if you say Chris Rushworth is a vexillologist, that is a hard one, isn't
That
it?
is she sells seashells on the seashore.
That's definitely a sentence no one
It
ever
is.
said. Shep, always lovely to have you on the
Lovely
live
to catch
stream.
up again, Sam.
Good luck. When do we know about the awards?
There will be it's either a YouTube live stream or I think it's on Twitter. I didn't really read the email properly, but next Friday night at 6 something is happening.
And for those who are foolhardy enough not to have yet subscribed, where can they find you?
If you just search for Always Look on the Bright Cider, as in the drink, life on any of your podcast providers. We're on Twitter at Somerset Podcast as well.
Magnificent, Shep. Best of luck. Clipped into the leg side. That is a lovely looking shot. Oh, it's a good bit of fielding as well from Jacob Beffel out there. Cracking arm. He made that look really easy. It was about 10 yards to his left. Gregory moves on to 27. I thought it was a boundary the way he struck that ball. It is the longest part of the ground still. And a round of applause there as well, because the 50 partnership is up. 50 partnership for the 8th wicket. Lewis Gregory has 27. Josh Davey has 21. Sophie Luff will shortly be coming back next to me. She's looking perplexed at the wires. We sometimes get our wires mixed in here, quite literally, as Hannon Dolby bowls to Gregory, who gets in behind it. Hey, Sophie, you all right?
I'm good, thank you. Sorry, I was just sorting out the headset. I don't want to say Shep's got a big head, but it was slightly bigger than mine, so I just had to adjust it.
Well, if he wins that award next Friday, he'd have every right to. Oh, a little bit of a recovery, Soph, then.
Yeah, sorry, I've been out of action for a little bit. Been chatting, and I actually got collared for a selfie around the ground. That's actually never happened before. I'm meant to be in disguise, I'm not even in kit, so.
You're a recognisable face, Soph. Tucked into the leg side. They're going to think about 2. They don't get there. Actually, Gregory slipped at the non-striker's end, although I'm not sure they would have come back anyway. Rushworth did well.
Yeah, so I said that I'd give him a shout out. A couple of gentlemen from North Curry Cricket Club, actually.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, they were trying to persuade my dad to play for Somerset over 50s.
Nice.
He turns actually 60 in June.
Lovely.
And hopefully he's listening to this, so I don't actually have to discuss it with him in person. But yeah, they were like, oh, your dad should definitely play for us.
And what's his club?
We're Limpsham and Belvedere.
I see. Hannon Dolby in. Less alone outside of time. I love that you're using the live stream to do your personal life admin, Soph.
Yeah, well, I don't think Dad will be too keen to participate. He's still playing club cricket, though.
What's he do? Batter? Bowler?
Yeah, he's a batter. Yeah, he's always opened the batting, and yeah, he says every year for the past I don't know how many years. He said, "Oh yeah, this year it's going to be my last year," and then Each year he turns up for one sort of pre-season game and then straight into it. So don't know how he does it really.
You play what, 15, 16 games the whole summer?
Yeah, he'll play most weekends. He still chooses to play over watching me really. He loves it that much. So
Pushed into the offside. Thomas Brown has explained to us that the nice lady, Polly Rhodes, is a vexillographer. God, there's words that I'm really struggling with today. We were just talking about the flag, Polly's fine flag, and how it was made, how it came about.
So that's if you make a flag.
Vexillographer, yes, is if you make a flag.
Harry's really enjoying the content that we are delivering today.
If Harry was on
He's in the back of the comms box going, shut up.
If he was on there, he'd be loving it. He's just jealous. He's had his asteroid chat driven by Davey, but there will be no run. So end of the 67th over. Somerset 187 for 7. We saw the 50 partnership come up there. There's just a little bit of tiredness to people like Rushworth and Hannon Dolby, which is understandable on the first day of the season. Somerset cashing in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what's Hannon Dolby now? Back for his 3rd spell, is it? So, yeah, just that sort of stop-starting seam bowler. God, I don't know how they do it, to be honest.
We've got Will
I wonder.
Rhodes.
I'd love to know, who's more excited at the start of the season. Is it the batters, or is it the bowlers? Because the bowlers should be excited in terms of maybe some of the wickets they would be coming up and playing on initially. But the thought of running in that 3rd, 4th spell of a day. It's got to be pretty taxing on the body, hasn't it? As that one's played out to deep cover.
Yes, but then if you're Sean Dixon and you've had all that excitement and all
This
that
is what
tension, but then suddenly your day's over after 5 minutes. So surely you don't want that. You want as many opportunities.
Yeah. So you're saying you
I'd be a
start the
bowler,
season
yeah,
bowler.
yeah.
Okay.
I miss not having any toenails if they've grown back during the winter. I want to have blisters on my feet again and blood coming through the socks.
No, I do not want to look at any bowler's feet. Left alone there by Davey outside of the off stump.
I'm told Craig Overton's are beautiful.
I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, it's really taxing on the feet, isn't it? It's I expect similar to ballet dancers' feet, which are quite. There's a lot of strain on them.
Yeah, you think about how much force these guys are putting through the ground and their delivery strides. It's probably no surprise that their feet end up looking like what they do.
Would you be tempted to go back to Jacob Bethel for a little bit more spin here, just to try something a little bit different? These two look quite settled, and you've got, 12 overs until the new ball? Second new ball, sorry.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't do any harm. Obviously, sort of more of a just a standard field now, just one slip. Harry said that you'd tell me off as calling Will Rhodes part-time seamer, but yeah, I probably would maybe just give him a go. I don't think you've got much to lose. You're still massively on top of the game, so even if a couple of overs doesn't work out, you can then go back to your 4 seam bowling options, 5 with Rhodes included in that. That's edged away by Davey, and that's going to race away.
I'm not going to say it safe. I've said it so many times today. Have a fielder there. I did say it.
You're an avid sort of third man, aren't you? Yeah.
It's demoralising. Shep said it. If that's a good ball that's gone down there, if you go for a boundary at fine leg, that's because it's a bad ball most of the time.
Yeah, I sort of see what you're saying. You're saying you're setting fields for good bowling, aren't you? And more often than not, if it is a nick, then you force the batter into an error and bowled where you want to bowl. So always flashed outside the off stump and misses that one, Davey. That is the end of the 68th over here. Somerset creeping towards the 200 mark, 192 for 7.
So that's 20 runs they've had in boundaries down here. So 5 of them. So you just say 15 runs by putting fielders in there, and there's been 1 boundary down to fine leg. All right. there's not even been that many runs that have gone down there either. So where's your cost-benefit analysis? Where's your better fielder? Both the psychologically setting for the better bowling, and also just the pressure that you're putting on Somerset. So, they're 177 for 7 rather than, and in what could be quite a tight game, those are the margins.
Yes, good point actually, Sam. Sam's currently looking at the wagon wheel of Somerset's first innings. This is NV Play, isn't it?
NV Play, yeah.
NV Play, where you can access different batters' scoring areas, and I think when you visually see it like that as well, I think it can highlight certain areas, because I think bowlers have it in their mindset that, but I always bowl with a fine leg. Well, you can actually show them that, does your fine leg actually field the ball at all?
A square leg or a deep square leg fields all of those balls. Ed Barnard back into the attack. He's bowled excellently, I think. Keeper up. He hasn't started excellently. That was too short, a little bit too wide. And Lewis Gregory, who's in good touch, gets onto the back foot and crunches him away for a boundary.
Yeah, Lewis is... I can feel like I keep putting the mockers on players that get to 30 and saying they look good, so maybe I shouldn't say anything, but obviously Bancroft earlier and Kohler Cadmore, they did look really settled and assured, and Lewis is looking similar here. As he plays and misses, of course he does.
That's a better delivery from Barnard. It's a remarkably few runs scored down the ground as well. Just a one boundary. It was that nice punch. Was it Lammonby early on?
Yes, that on drive, yeah.
Down at the river end, potentially off Hassan Ali. Yeah, I think it was Hassan Ali.
It was, because Rushworth was the fielder that, I say it evaded, but I feel like he could have stopped it with
mutual evasion.
A little bit more effort.
Barnard is back in, and it's pushed straight to Hannon Dolby. There's been a decent number of balls that have gone straight to mid-on, mid-off. But there's been nothing straight enough to get past them.
Yeah, I would say actually that Warwickshire on the whole have actually set quite a straight field with those two mid-on, mid-offs. Sometimes, you might see the seam bowlers, if they're looking to hit in hard length, like thinking that they won't get hit down the ground, so they almost leave that area a little bit more vacant. But Warwickshire have packed it, and I probably think that's conducive to the conditions that they're actually bowling on. We've seen some catches in front of the bat today. They almost want batters to go across the line on this sort of wicket.
Barnard then, perhaps the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers, 3 for 42 he's got so far on his debut. Gregory in behind that. He looks in good touch, Lewis Gregory here. 5 boundaries already in his 33. He always looks very relaxed, and when he has his days, when he's on, he just makes it look so easy. It's really easy on the eye, and he never feels like he's in any sort of trouble. Even when he is occasionally squared up, he looks like he's in control of it, nonplussed. Jabs down on that one, an early call.
Yeah, I think Lewis he's someone that, look, all batters want to score, but he's someone that does want to put the pressure back on the opposition, and I think when he's being assertive about his decision making and that sort of thing that comes with batting, I think that's when he plays at his best. So I think actually we've probably seen him, albeit this is a contradiction, but Somerset loses a couple of wickets and all of a sudden he starts to play a little bit more positively, and I think that actually plays into his hands.
But yeah, he's definitely been far more positive. It just suits him, doesn't it? It just suits him. Across at Taunton Vale, Sher Bashir, I think Harry said wasn't playing.
Yeah, I'm sure he said he wasn't playing. 5
overs, 2 for 8 he's got so far.
Full from Rhodes there, and slightly dug out by Davey. I think he's actually doing a little bit of gardening, and probably proper gardening there, Sam, as in like repairing a little bit of a divot that he may have taken out of the wicket that's being prepared here.
What do we think is par here?
Rhodes in again, shorter this time, and Davey just defending that, trying to drop and run, but doesn't manage it.
I've put you on the spot.
You
I
have,
reckon
yeah.
300. I'll put my neck on the line. I think 300 is par. Maybe even a touch higher. It's a little bit slow and low at times in variable, but
I think there's been enough in it for the bowlers when they've got it right. And if you do that for long enough, then you're always going to reap the rewards. But yeah, I think you're roundabout right there, Sam. Obviously, it'd be interesting to see what Somerset were thinking at the start of the day, having won the toss, batting first, electing to bat. I think that's a brave decision, first game of the season, to go, you know what, yeah, we're going to have a bat first here.
it's an indication, isn't it? That they probably you don't win the toss and elect to bat first if you think it's a 200 pitch, do you?
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully these two can put on a few more here. That's left alone by Davey.
I think one of the most frustrating things from a Somerset coaching and dressing room perspective will be actually, we've seen this last 10, 15 overs, runs have been scored a bit more freely. Cameron Bancroft, and no one will be harder on himself than he is, but he'd done all the hard work, he'd survived all the ball moving around, and then there was just that slightly loose shot.
Yeah, and I think it's a classic discussion around, at the end of the day, as a batter, you want the bowler to genuinely get you out. And obviously today we've seen some dismissals where batters have got themselves out, which, it happens. But yeah, Bancroft and Bartlett would be examples of guys where actually a ball that was probably there to be put away and they've misexecuted, and it's been their downfall. Bethel's in quickly on that one as Davey defends into the cover region. 70 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 196 for 7.
Credit to Warwickshire though. The flip side of that is because they bowled so well, because there were few balls there offered up to be put away, that actually Somerset's batters felt potentially that as soon as there was something that was almost in the zone of needing to be put away, it wasn't a complete long hop, but there was the opportunity. They didn't feel like they could let that go because the opportunities had been so few and far between. So you could say it was built by Warwickshire's pressure as well. Barnard is in again, keeper up. That one keeps it a little bit low, and Gregory keeps it out.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the scorecard would suggest that Warwickshire have bowled very well today, and it's probably a reflection of what we've seen as well.
Yeah, I struggle to see them struggling again like they did last year, as Gregory keeps that out. I think the whole division is so strong, and it's easy to say. I think the two weakest sides are probably Northants, Kent, and we all know how well Northants did, so I'm not writing them off by any means, but if you're looking purely on paper, I think those are the two weakest sides. And I know a lot of people talk about Middlesex. Even before being 4 for 4, I don't think their batting lineup is as good as people are maybe saying in Division 1. Lovely looking shot there from Lewis Gregory. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It just looks so easy. He's hit that and then just kind of looked and gone, yeah.
I wouldn't even say he's hit that. He's literally just leant into that. Like, look at where he's made contact with that, right underneath his eyes. Everything's still. Yeah, he's just trusting himself there and reaping the rewards. And now you see, look, you see the bowler having a conversation with the captain, and this is what happens when you can put teams under pressure. Might change their plans. What are they thinking now?
Those runs brought 200 up for Somerset. No batting bonus point yet, though, as Barnard does a better line of length and Gregory keeps it out. And I suppose Warwickshire would have expected at some point Somerset were always going to put them under pressure in an innings. They're always going to, almost always, there is going to be some form of partnership. This 164 is now considerably bigger than the next highest, which was Carolyn Cadmore and Bancroft. They put on 46 for the third wicket. turned in to the leg side. So still 9 overs left before that second new ball is due. So I'd imagine we won't see Rushworth and Hannon Dolby again before that. And whether it's worth a burst, we've talked about Bethel, is it worth another burst of Hassan Ali? Maybe they need to manage his workload, because there were doubts as to whether he would play as well. But he only landed in the country on Saturday. Maybe hasn't got the volume of overs under his belt. He's bowled 16 overs already. It surprises me, actually. His economy rate is far better than Rushworth's. 2.63 for Hassan Ali, Rushworth 3.4. Short, and actually he was through that shot way before. It was nowhere near, he had finished that shot long before it had passed him. It got up eventually. It was that tennis ball bounce that people talk about. It was so short. Look how, I wish we had a side on view, because I reckon the ball, I know it's not here yet, but I reckon that, sorry, I had Tolly in my ear. I reckon the ball's a yard or two away from Josh Davey when he's playing that shot. He's got into position early. It's just sat up. End of the over, 201 for 7.
Yeah, interesting point you make about the economy rates there, because just the way that they've bowled, if you were to not look at the stats, you'd have said that Rushworth was the more economical, and probably credit to Ali, actually, the way that he's come back in most recent spells. He was a little bit expensive in his earlier spell, and I guess he just strayed a couple of times.
He had that pour over Rushworth where he went for 3 boundaries. Josh Davey played 3 beautiful shots, so picked up a trio of boundaries in the over. And yeah, Ali has got, and Ali's got better as today's gone on, and Rushworth has got, I'm going to use the word worse, I'm not saying it's been bad, but from the standard he set, he hasn't been as good.
Lewis just plays that one off the back foot out to deep cover point. Brooks does the fielding out there. Bit of a shoddy throw into Burgess. Especially as the sun's getting a little bit lower as well now. Skipper Rhodes still toiling away from the river end into his 4th over now. Just trying to see his side through to that new rule potentially. And behind that is Davey. Alex Davies very busy in extra cover. There's not many left in the Somerset stand now, is there, Sam? I reckon they were listening to my advice about following the sun. A few brave souls over there, wrapped up, got lots of layers on. Davey advancing and then defending Rhodes into extra cover again.
Yeah, it's more sparsely populated, isn't it? Yeah. It must be nippy over there. Ondarchie stand still pretty full, the family stand in front of the, well, it's in front of the Ondarchie stand, isn't it? It's the Ondarchie Pavilion. Colin Atkinson Pavilion is always well populated.
Rhodes in again and Davey driving up to mid-off where Rushworth does the fielding. One ball to come in the 72nd over here. Oh, and Davey thought about hitting that into the river, and well, he went through with trying to hit it into the river, but got nowhere near it.
It kept really low, that, didn't it? It went right way under that bat. Oh, did it? Oh, maybe I'm being harsh. I think he was just through it early again.
It was just a practice shot on it.
Yeah.
That one, classic practice shot.
Yeah, it would have been lovely. If he'd hit it, it would have been glorious, wouldn't it?
Would have gone over the Colin Atkinson Pavilion or scoreboard over that side. Or straight into the lake, should we say. I think it would have gone further than that, actually. He swung that hard.
I think it's still going to be Barnard. He's the one with his jumper off. There's a conversation going on. He's got 18 overs so far. Barnard.
Yeah, I think they're just going to changed the field slightly, so I think that might be Hassan Ali out on the cover point boundary now to Gregory.
It makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if some people might argue it's a bit negative, but they are under pressure and they've got a new ball coming, so why allow these two to get any more runs than absolutely necessary? Just plug those gaps as Barnard is in, and it's turned around the corner where Fine Leg, who I have always argued is a vital position, run saving position, swoops and fires it in for a single.
But technically, Sam, there, deep square could have, was running to get that as well, and would have stopped 2 as well, probably. There's an argument there.
I was making that exact point, that the result there is no different without the Fine Leg fielder. Deep square leg is at least coming in now to placate, well, probably not to placate me, but just as a general fielding change.
Yeah, maybe just a slight change in field and tactics for Davey.
Yeah, the fielder's come in off. Hassan Ali has gone down to 3rd. Sam Haynes come across into the covers, and keeper's gone back as Davey leaves that one alone. Watches it through to Michael Burgess. A couple of seagulls swooping in front of the commentary box. They're probably a bit late to pick up on people's lunch. I think you saw what I saw there as well, didn't you? Wonder where that landed. Now there is a fielder back on the boundary, I think. Yeah, deep point. Davey leaves that one alone. So we've got Alan Dolby at mid-off. Will Rhodes, the skipper, at mid-on. Sam Hain is in at cover. Looks like Alex Davies at backward point. Hassan Ali's down at 3rd. Chris Rushworth is at Fine Leg. Subfielder Ethan Brooks, is it?
Yeah, mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket. So by process of elimination, that means Rob Yates must be deep backward point.
No, I think... is he not at slip?
Oh, yes.
And Mousley maybe out roaming on the
yes.
boundary out there.
Good point, well made.
I'd be trying to get as a fielder in this situation. I say that as the captain, but I'd be trying to get myself in the sun. I wouldn't want to be fielding in the shade.
Who's gone off then, do we think? Is it one of the bowlers? No, because Hannon Dolby's out there, Rushworth's out there, Hassan Ali is out there.
That's a good point, actually.
Let's have a look. Jacob Bethel, potentially, is
Yeah,
off.
I haven't seen Bethel, actually.
Well, and that one's gone through low. Davey played on the inside of it. But Burgess has done really well. It's bounced just in front of him. It's been a slightly difficult day for Michael Burgess, actually. Bit of up and down bounce. He has put down a couple of catches, one of them routine. That one did just shape away from Josh Davey, actually. It kissed the pitch, kept really low, did move away. So it went past the, well, not really his outside edge, it was almost the bottom of the outside of his bat. And Burgess did well to gather. Bounce just in front of him. Oh, edged, and it's wide of the man at first slip. Ed Barnard drops to his haunches. It was a good dive from Rob Yates. He is the sole slip. He's kind of in a hybrid first-second slip position. That probably would have gone slightly to the right of second slip. I think second slip probably would have had a fairly comfortable catch. Hassan Ali is down at 3rd, but it was too fine for him
not
to
even
stop.
your 3rd man can stop that, Sam.
I know. A lifeline then for Josh Davey, who's moved on to 29. I think Jacob Bethel is back on and he's doing a little bit of stretching as well.
Yeah, he's just roaming the deep cover point boundary as Rhodes is going to continue. The Warwickshire skipper. Oh, and Lewis inside edge on that. Retrieved by Rhodes himself.
So I wonder, is Hassan Ali's day done? Because
he wasn't moving too well at 3rd man.
And there's, 7 overs before the new ball. And so that will leave us with 8 overs left in the day. So it's got to be Hannon Dolby and Rushworth with that new ball, I think.
Yeah, I think you go back to your senior pros.
And they bowled so well. It'll be be cruel to take it off them, having bowled so well. And Hassan Ali has also bowled very well, with a decent economy rate, actually, as well. He bowled 16 overs. He last played a test match in January, I think, didn't he? He played one of the New Zealand tests for Pakistan. So he's not played any first-class cricket since then.
Left alone by Davey outside the off stump. I just having a look at some of the other scores. I remember someone saying that Middlesex were 4 for 4 at one stage. I'm just interested to see if they made a miraculous recovery. Oh, yeah, they're not going too bad now. 117 for 5. Bit of a partnership there.
Yeah, Higgins and Simpson.
Ah, Ryan Higgins, yes, formerly of Gloucestershire, returning from Middlesex. And talking of Gloucester, I might just check how... Yeah, they're having a tough game at Glamorgan, aren't they?
Kent have collapsed. They were 195 for 5 and they're 222 all out. I was surprised. I just checked and Northants are batting again.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. It's a glorious cricket shot by Josh Davey. It's not a bad shot from your number 9, is it?
Shapes up beautifully. So the second shot we've seen down the ground all day as well.
Yeah, I think Hassan Ali was retrieving that one, and again, I'm not convinced we're going to see him again the way that he's moving there. He'll probably be hoping that the rest of his bowlers can do the job as Rhodes is in again and Davey defends that one. Yeah, hoping the rest of the bowlers can finish the last 3 wickets of Somerset's innings off and he can put his feet up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's got to be it, isn't it? An 88 over day, 15, 16 overs feels about right for him. Can be a genuine quick bowler. He's not someone that, I don't want to call it, because what Rushworth and Hannon Dolby do is invaluable, but like you said, they can bowl all day. It's the kind of bowling that allows you to bowl all day. I think we are going to see a change.
Yeah, it's going to be Bethel.
Jacob Bethel back on the field. The previous over, back with ball in hand. He did bowl just a single over before tea. Going to bowl with his sunglasses on, I believe, but a left arm spin. I think it's fair to say he's a batter who bowls. I think he will end up being an all-rounder, Jacob Bethel, but batting is the primary string to his bow, if you like. He's probably going to get a 3 over stint in here. 74 overs gone if you're just joining us. Somerset 212 for 7. Being a recovery of sorts as well, they were 136 for 7. So this partnership now between Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory is worth 76. Gregory has 39 of them, Josh Davey has 33. And once again, it's not what Somerset fans want to see, but lower order runs as Jacob Bethel starts nicely to Gregory. Lower order runs have been invaluable for a number of years now. And already it's that 8th wicket partnership that's the highest so far of the Somerset innings.
Yeah, well, these two have done a very good job as Warwickshire just making a slight change in the field there.
As Gregory gets in behind, as they did for that over before lunch, they do have a long on. It's Sam Hain in front of us down on the beach, and it's Alex Davies, I think, at long off. So happy to give Gregory the single down the ground. There's a deep mid-wicket. A mid-wicket, which is Ethan Brooks, who's back on the field. Has Hassan Ali gone off, or is he over there?
No, he's at deep cover. And that was the fielding change. He was at backward point, and yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be able to run very fast on the boundary out there, but he's currently got his hands in his pockets, so maybe he just wants to... He's in the action. Oh, he's attacked that one. Sam, did you see him run in then?
I did. I saw. I wouldn't call it a run though, Soph. Credit to I suppose on that boundary, there's not going to be a lot of running, because if it's 5 yards either side of you,
it's 4 or 1, isn't it? Pretty much, yeah.
Kudos to him though, because it would be very easy, and you would see many overseas bowlers and also English bowlers that might go, right, well, my day's work's done. I'm going to stick my feet up now. I know the umpires have cracked down on that sort of thing a little bit as it's pushed into the offside, but if you're not bowling again, it's very easy to go, I've got cramp, isn't it, Rob? I'm going to go and sit this one out and let one of the young lads field. Hassan Ali is still out there, to his credit. He's a wonderful cricketer. He brings quality, he brings enthusiasm, he brings that boom celebration. I think he can bring a lot of joy to Warwickshire fans. As the reverse sweep is out, that's a lovely shot from Josh Davey. Bethel saw him coming and so fired it in down the leg side, and Davey has taken it from outside leg stump. I mean, that's quite a remarkable shot for any batter, really, for a number 9. Shep called maiden Josh Davey first class 100. Maybe. He's going well. Obviously, we just cursed him.
He is batting well, yeah.
Look at this. Super slow motion replay. Fired in. And maybe it was taken from a middle stumpish line, but still. That's a beautiful shot. End of the over. 217 for 7.
Yeah, a great option there by Davey to the spin of Bethel.
I think so, if I'm going to disappear for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's nothing you did, but I can feel Harry Everett breathing down my neck. No, he's not like that, Harry, at all, actually. He's a very chilled human being. But, Harry, why don't you come back in and give us your thoughts for the next half an hour or so.
Still Rhodes then from the river end as Sammy D makes a exit. I'm gonna stick with this, Sam. I hate to say it. Gregory walking at Rhodes, but doesn't get anything on that. Through to Burgess. Lovely evening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Harry's making his way into the comms box.
You can tell it's getting a bit warm in here with that sun coming in. Sam's ears must be burning a bit, putting his headset on after him.
Rhodes in and Gregory defending. Well, it must be a little bit toasty out there as well, because it's I presume it's a Warwickshire jumper.
Yeah.
Donning the boundary rope down here, so someone's obviously
it's got warm.
Feeling warm out there.
14 degrees, my forecast just said, just checked. Dizzy Heights in April, that.
Well, that's well played by Gregory, who, again, Sam's going to be disappointed there's not a third man in place.
He's got stuck in the jumper, isn't it? The ball's nearly gone in that jumper we were talking about, nearly.
4 more to Lewis Gregory. That was nicely played by the stand-in Somerset skipper for this game. What have you made of this partnership, Harry?
Oh, beautiful cricket, so. Yeah, cracking to watch, and it's got the Somerset fans purring again. Bit of disappointment with yesterday, of course, but they're woken up again. Frustrated at batters getting in, Kohler, Cadmore, Bartlett, Bancroft, getting in, getting out, but Lammonby too. But delighted just to see the middle order saviours yet again. How often have we seen over the years Somerset? Not always Josh Davey, but quite often he'd be involved. Tim Groenewold and Jack Leach, even Jamie Overton a few years ago, bailed Somerset out. But good to see Captain Lewis Gregory standing tall, top scorer in the match so far.
Rhodes in and Gregory defends that one. That is the end of the 76th over here. Somerset 221 for 7. Gregory 46 not out. Josh Davey not too far behind, 37 not out.
I've always loved Josh Davey. We've had a bit of a... This commentary can have a bit of a Josh Davey loving sometimes. Hashtag Josh Davey watch. I think it all probably started from that Worcestershire pre-season game. Was it Warwickshire even? 2 years ago. And he just kept shimming down the wicket and whacking it over the top. Beautiful shots, and then covered drive, and now he's got his reverse sweep as well. He's almost become the commentary box favourite. So it's great to see him play. He just plays such elegant cricket shots, as we see. Him take on the left arm spin. Ooh, bounced a bit. Went to go forward, then pressed back. It's just gone past the outside edge.
Yes, I mean, Davey's reaction would suggest that something out of the ordinary happened there, but
So we should inform if you can't see the whole ground. We've got Hannon Dolby playing around with his jumper down below us at long on. Deep square leg over by the dugouts. That one's safely negotiated behind. And then the poor man freezing at deep cover in the shade. Massive difference between shade and sunshine positions at this time of year. And the first slip, quite a deep first slip. Not a slow left arm spinner, Jacob Bethel. Not Jacob Lintop, the other left arm spinner from Warwickshire. He's out in, I think he's out in Bangladesh at the moment. He'll be back for the white ball stuff later in the season. So Lewis Gregory back on strike with that nice one at the leg side. It's the time of day when the seagulls start circling and it come on.
Yeah, there's a few more about
Evening
now,
feet.
isn't there?
Not seen one hit at this ground for a little while. Do you remember one being stuck on the pitch a few years ago?
Stuck on the pitch.
Yeah, he just, I don't know what, he's got his beak stuck in the ground or something, trying to get a worm out. A few years ago now. And there's one, I think it was a Notts game in T20 Blast, they got hit by a shot. That was horrible. The poor bird was in a lot of pain, a lot of distress, having been hit by the ball. Too far leg side from Bethel, easy single.
Yeah, well played by Gregory there.
We did see a long off then to Gregory. No, so that's the slight field change between the two. Everyone else is the same, but oh no, now he's going to stay back. Davies is back a long off for both batters now. Was just for Gregory.
Yeah, I think it's just one ball to come in this over, so just happy to leave the field as it was.
I think they marginally want to bowl at Josh Davey, but I mean, Davies nearly caught up with Gregory. I think, you know, normally you'd think you'd have a different feel to the tail ender as you would to Lewis Gregory, but we're talking 6 to 8 sort of. Well, technically Davies in at 9, but he has batted 8 before. Not much in it between the two of them, playing some gorgeous cricket strokes. Well, we had a twos update. Cornwall 126 for 4 in 34 overs. Kean Burns got 31 opening the batting before Shoaib Bashir had him stumped by Steve Davies. Then Bashir got his second, the captain Smith, and Ogborn and Baker getting the other 2 wickets.
Still Will Rhodes, and Gregory leaves that one alone outside the off stump. 3 overs to go before the new ball, and I think it's pretty clear that Warwickshire will be taking that straight away, isn't it, Harry?
Yeah.
I think I just saw Rushworth just going through a few stretches, trying to make sure his body's ready to go when that new ball does come out. Rhodes in then, and Gregory climbs into that one, whacks it away to the leg side, but Ali's out there to do the fielding, and it's only going to be a single. And you used that word earlier, Harry, clothed. I think
Yeah.
Gregory clothed that one, didn't he?
I think there's a bit of a premature celebration as well, wasn't there? And there was a few cheers for it going to be 4 runs. A big old cheer for 1 run.
Well, I think the way that Gregory shaped up, you would suggest that probably would reach the fence, but unfortunately he mistimed that one. Davey on strike then. And in behind that one just defends that back up to mid-off. These two just looking to extend that partnership before the new ball. Partnership up to 88 now, I think it is. Rhodes shorter, and Davey again just defends that back up to mid-on this time. Just the one slip. Ringfield on the offside. 2 men back on the leg side boundary, fine leg and deep square leg, and then pretty conventional mid-wicket, mid-on field. Fuller from Rhodes, and Davey digs that one out.
Still got plenty of people joining us on the YouTube stream. Do feel free to interact with the old social comments and some of the opinions. People trying to work out how to read the pitch, what kind of score should be. Hard to judge, isn't it? I think They used to have made it look a lot easier against the older, softer ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
The track's slightly flattening out, do you think? Bit of dry sunshine, bit of sunshine like today, drying it out a
Yeah, I
bit.
think. Well, it's nearly in the shadow.
Yeah.
I would presume by the end of play it might well all be in shadow, but yeah, I think there's enough in it for both sides actually. I think Somerset have been able to score when Warwickshire have aired, and likewise when Warwickshire have applied enough pressure and put the ball in the area for long enough. They've asked really good questions of Somerset and got enough out of the wicket to reap 7 rewards at the minute, and they'll be hoping that they can finish off the Somerset innings pretty quickly.
Yeah, someone makes a good point on the comments here. Dan Wilkins, earlier today, getting a batting bonus point looked like a pipe dream, but thanks to this partnership, it's looking quite likely now. That's a very fair point, I think.
Yeah.
These two have... You always think in Somerset's like someone's going to dig them out of a hole.
That suggests that we're more often than not always in a hole, Harry.
Yeah, I think that's fairly true and accurate then. At least the last 2 or 3 seasons, we've been doing the live stream comms. Right, patient batting here from Gregory. Nice one, tucked into the offside. Responsible on captain's head on his shoulders. There's been times when I've seen Gregory in this position shimmy down the wicket and give a catch long on or long off. It is a short, straight boundary, short to the Gimlet's Hill particularly.
Yeah,
Seen him
it
at
must be
6 and
tempting, mustn't it?
Yeah. You could probably get away with a miss hit, but here we go. Bethel was going to bring mid-off back up for Davey. This is an interesting development. Now Davey's going to be even more tempted to do, as we've just mentioned. Davey is quite good against spin. Reverse sweeps well, uses his feet well. Does orthodox sweep as well. There's a vacant mid-wicket area. He could orthodox sweep. He could reverse sweep behind point. Could use his feet and go over mid-off. Plenty of options. Here we go. Bethel's really going to tempt him now. Hannon Dolby coming up from long on. I could see Davey going this over.
I think this is a good
balls.
option from Bethel.
I like it. Yeah, it's definitely Bethel, isn't it? Not Will Rhodes. Speared in quite quickly on middle leg. There's no rush for Josh Davey here, but it's not that much of a risk. Bethel's not a front line spinner who's going to rip it past you. And Josh Davey is in. So you could comfortably see him perform the shot, execute it. No, good cricket. Really good battle this over. Really enjoying this over of left arm spin from Bethel. What's that, 5? No, one single for Gregory, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a single out to deep cover.
The rest of them are dot balls. What's going to happen? The last ball. This is big development in the match. These two crucial partnership. That was quicker, wider. Davey went to cut it.
Yeah, not quite wide enough to cut, I don't think,
No.
that one.
He almost tried to cut it off the front foot, didn't he? Just sort of threw his
Yeah,
hands
I think
at
because
it.
it was quicker as well. I think he just got a little bit rushed there, Davey.
Stayed quite low, didn't it? We've seen a few balls stay low. There's tractor driver up. Apologies, our director's going slightly mad now, he is.
Yeah, it's been a long day, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
we can just ignore him sometimes. So, poor old Todd's just he's had a quiet winter. Great to see the fans enjoying the sunshine, though.
Gregory defends it into the offside, and they're going to scamper through. And
Not out, direct hit, but
Davey didn't run his batting or anything there.
no, I think
Just
it was
always
massive, wasn't it?
scares me.
Who was it? Henry Nichols, was it, in the New Zealand England test? Shocking. Anyway, Lewis Gregory's got to 50. We should applaud that, mention that, what the very ambitious run out. Good throw, but comfortably in. Lewis Gregory as captain. Captain's not. Superb half century.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant innings by Lewis, and well, hopefully there's more to come. Good signs for the rest of the season. .50 to his name off 85 balls. Left alone by Davey outside of the off stump.
Interesting how that's a cue for a few people to leave. Look at the 15, 20 people going out through the car park. I mean, it is Easter weekend. There's a family to see, I guess. A lot of people off work.
Yeah. Well, it probably is a classic case of I mean, I'm not saying that people do always want to leave early, but if you do want to leave early, you're almost waiting for a bit of a landmark in the game, aren't you? I would just wait until this happens.
Then other people would be the other way, that would, if they're Somerset fans, Somerset are batting well, I'm not moving. Some people are superstitious like that.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Shep was saying earlier,
Absolutely.
I don't want to leave the com box while going well. Somerset were doing really well while I was commentating. I go downstairs and you two see a few wickets tumble, but can't be Zeus.
Rhodes in again. Davey faces up, defending into the offside.
Probably a 6:25 train or something, is it? Plenty of people heading back over the bridge. Past Sam Dalling International Cricketer car park over there. I can't believe he's... You missed that?
I was in the background for that, yeah.
Oh, shocking. Some of the stuff we've come up with today. No, it's great to be back. First day back on the live stream this year.
Again, Davey defending that into the offside.
The full shebang after a pretty damp squib of a pre-season. It wasn't just down here, I think. Pre-season was pretty much a washout all around the country.
Yeah, I'm not sure there really was a sort of pre-season, was there?
No.
Some of the teams managed to get out to sunnier and warmer climates.
Talking of sunnier or sonnier, Sonny Baker's got his second wicket for the twos.
Davey clips that one into the leg side. Hassan Ali runs around and does the fielding. That was a lovely segue, Harry.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that.
I really enjoyed that. Yeah.
I've been working on the segues. That's my to work on this summer. As we see, ready to segue into Lewis Gregory whacking a few boundaries. Was that the one he clothed? Yeah, that's a lovely cover
That's
drive.
a beautiful shot.
We can probably have 30 seconds of highlights here with Ollie Hannon-Dolby getting his run-up sorted for a bowling change from the Trescothick Pavilion end. You're not missing anything. By the time there's 15 seconds of highlights, package is finished. There'll be the opening bowler back on with 2 slips. I can tee us up as we see Lewis Gregory raise his bat to an adoring Somerset crowd. And I'm not going to call them Somerset 2s. When we do a 2s update now, I'm going to call them 1.5s. Is that more accurate? You can't call them a second team today with the names on that sheet. They're not even 1.5s really, but...
He must have a new rock in his hand, mustn't he, Hannon-Dolby?
Yep, 80 overs gone, 7 down. Oh, first ball, Josh Davis. You'd think that before runs. Actually, it's quite slow out there. I thought he'd absolutely nailed that. It's only going to be 2. That's the wettish patch where we had the heat lamp earlier, so has held up. Longer part of the ground. So, although it is a new ball that will go a little bit quicker across the outfield, it's not going to fully race through the longish grass. It's interesting how some teams like to give the new bowler 1 over the old ball to get the cogs, you know, wheeling around again, especially someone like Hannon-Dolby, but now he's fresh with the new ball. Lovely shot from Josh Davey, probably just 1 push drive into the covers. So that could feasibly have been 5 off 2 balls. It's just 3, but...
Yeah, it's well played by Davey there. I mean, watching him bat, you'd think he was a top order batter.
Genuine, yeah.
He's played really nicely for his 42 at the minute and just built a really good partnership with Gregory. And at a time where Somerset really needed the two of them to dig in, they've been able to do a fantastic job for the team. And Warwickshire will be desperate to use this new ball to their advantage now. Still only 1 slip in with the new ball though, Harry.
Yeah, that did slightly surprise me. No, he doesn't massively move. We got a bit of movement with it earlier. 2 slips.
Oh, sorry, 2, yeah.
Another not particularly clean hit pull shot today. Lewis Gregory's looked great. He had some great shots, but he's not quite nailed his pull shots. There was one, wasn't there? One he hit out towards the family stand. He really got hold. And there's a weird sort of...
Got hold of that one.
There's a back foot... I don't know what we called it. Back foot, almost glance, that absolutely flew off his bat in front of square. Wasn't really a pull shot, and almost a back foot punch, but a little bit finer than anticipated. That flew off.
That shadow is creeping ever closer to the playing surface as Davey faces up. Again, solid in defence, full face of the bat.
Yeah, I love his lunge. He really gets into the ball. Really good stride in Josh Davey. I presume we'll have a chat with Lewis Gregory after play today. He'll be out for the press for the post-match interviews. Hopefully from a Somerset perspective still with red ink and an asterisk next to his name on the scorecard. While we see this new ball seen out quite comfortably, we should give a few updates from around the ground, really, shouldn't we, Soph?
Yeah, I didn't do a very good job earlier. I was only looking at a couple of scores. But it's interesting because Sam and I were discussing Hassan Ali and whether we'd seen the last of him. And although Hannon Dolby has still got a ball left in this over, Hassan Ali has taken his jumper off at third man, and he's looking like he's looking a little bit more limber than what we've seen him in the last few overs in the field.
Yeah, he's ready to go, isn't he?
So he may have just been conserving his
Look at him.
energy. He's ready. He's doing a lovely little B-skip, is Hassan Ali, for anyone that wants a technical term for some speed drills. That was a nice little B-skip.
We've got all sorts going on here. We've got gloves for Davey, a drink for Gregory, a cloth to wash Davey's face from sweat. I don't know how he's sweating. It's not that hot. Floodlights are coming on. Hassan Ali's coming on. Before Hannon Dolby had bowled that ball, Hassan Ali was walking in like 20 yards off the boundary. Before mid-on to pick the ball up, he was skipping in. So suddenly we're eager beavers. 7 overs to go here. We should get them all in by 7 o'clock, I'd have thought. I would have given the ball to Rushworth if I was the Warwickshire captain.
Yeah, I would have done exactly the same, Harry.
I still think Hassan Ali and Barnard have not bowled as well as Hannon Dolby and Rushworth, even though that's not reflecting the wickets column. Quick run up for Hassan Ali, lovely punch. That's a misfield from Gregory. Do not run to a misfield is the old adage. They probably could have done, really, because Rushworth was in no great rush to pick the ball up, but wide mid off. Just enough of a fumble at cover. Will Rhodes, who's not in the slips. Well, the young man Rob Yates has been pretty awesome for Warwickshire in there. 3 catches. 3 important middle order catches.
Hassan Ali in, and Gregory flaying that one away over point, and that one races away. Again, new ball just travels that a little bit quicker to the boundary edge, and again, Gregory just climbing into that. Not the line, not the length that skipper Will Rhodes will be wanting his international bowler to be bowling there. But it's going to be a slight change in the field. Going to get Jacob Bethel out at deep cover point. I think that might be Sam Hain going into the point region.
It's pretty negative with the new ball, isn't it? You wouldn't be doing that to Chris Rushworth, I wouldn't have thought. 1 boundary for Hassan Ali, 2nd over the new ball, and they've got a deep cover in. Not Basbill field placement.
Yeah, and I think it just almost suggests that, okay, well, I can bowl short and wide now. So they've got protection
which is
there.
rubbish. Why give him the new ball if he's... You give him the new ball because you want him to swing it either way, move it, and hit the stumps. Or get caught behind, LBW. Not bowling for ones to deep cover. And it's not really that he's allowing him to drive, because if you drive him through extra cover, it's going to be 4 anyway.
Yeah. Ali in then. Straighter this time, and 2 straight, and Gregory clips that one very fine. I think actually the Warwickshire sub-fielder with the gilet on, patrolling the boundary rope, has thrown that one back in.
Big old round of applause there. Is that?
That's the 100
partnership,
partnership.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I knew there was something that they would have been applauding.
One of the most crucial 100 partnerships I can remember in recent Somerset history, especially for the 8th wicket.
Wider outside that off stump again, and Gregory drives that out to Bethel at deep cover. Still a fair few spectators in here. Why wouldn't they be? It's been a brilliant knock by these two. Brilliant partnership as the field changes for Josh Davey. Hayne back in at second slip. Bethel up to point. And I think he's just, Ali just directing Hannon Dolby down at fine leg. He's in again then. And left alone outside the off stump by Davey, who is going to receive a soft beverage of some description and a towel to mop his brow.
Josh Davey. Like, just brilliant batting from Josh Davies on 42. Just trying to work out whether he could. His first class best is 75 not out. He's got a chance of getting past that tonight. 6 overs remaining.
Yeah, when was that? It's 75.
No, if it was for Somerset, it might have been for Middlesex, you know. Did used to bat higher up for Middlesex. Sorry, we're going to continue. No, it was for Somerset against Leicestershire. That was it, 2 years ago. I remember it now. Ollie Hannon Dolby's got the keeper stood up, but well defended solidly from Lewis. Yes, I remember now. Van der Merwe got 76.
Was this Martin
De Lange got 75.
Well?
Yes.
Yeah,
370s. 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, 10. Somerset 461 for 9 declared, and all three of them getting 70 odds. Yeah, massive. Massive knock that from Josh Davey. Well, he's flying along here, but Lewis Gregory's keeping him company. We've just had our resident stat guru, Spence Bishop, come onto the mic down our ears as Hannon Dolby is flicked into leg side by Gregory for a single. Gotta get this right. I think, if I'm repeating this correctly, Somerset's highest 8th wicket partnership
against Warwickshire.
Since 1908? Or a long time ago.
1906.
1906.
Yeah.
Oh, there'd be someone shaking in their grave between 1908 and 1906. So wow, that's some stat.
That's a great stat, isn't it?
There you go. The stat of the day for you. Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory. And Josh Davey's eyeing up a half century here. Can he get there before close of play? Oh, potentially not. He's LBW, just as we put the mockers on, all the big build-up. Josh Davies, LBW, looked fairly adjacent, middle stumpish. And he could have been run out as he was out of his ground. Ollie Hannon Dolby does have him, deserves that wicket as Ollie Hannon Dolby. He's bowled beautifully, really well all day, especially this new ball coming back. And the second over with the new ball from the Marcus Public Pavilion. And he strikes. Josh Davey has to go. Sorry for bigging him up. And then
yeah, partnership record. And then
we've got him there, didn't we?
Yeah, put the mockers on him. But yeah, he's played really nicely there. It's brilliant recovery from both Gregory and Davey. I mean, Davey would be disappointed that he hasn't reached 50 there.
Yeah,
but
could have been his 5th first-class 50.
But he's done an awesome job for Somerset. And like you say, Hannon Dolby reaping the rewards. As we see a replay there, just falling over to the offside. And Rob Bailey, no hesitation in giving that one.
Potentially the easiest decision of the day. Well, the first LBW, so I think we could have given that out from here after a couple of shouts.
So it's going to be Jack Leach coming to the crease to join Lewis Gregory. He's going to get a warm applause here, the Somerset crowd.
Interesting, actually, trying to work out who bats first, Jack Leach or Pete Siddle. I was chatting to Shane Berger, the new batting coach, formerly of Scotland, formerly, Josh Davies' coach, of course. South African chap who's been here a month now, and he said, well, it's a nice problem to have, really, if you can't decide between a guy who scored 92 against Ireland at Lord's, wasn't it, for England, or Pete Siddle's got a couple of Test 50s. So.
And that's in a good way as well. Usually you'd already be tossing up your 10 and 11 for, like...
Who doesn't want to bat? Who doesn't bring their kit to training? Who's scared of getting injured? Yeah. No, brilliant problem for Somerset to have. And, well, Somerset want to back to close. I don't know. I was just thinking now, do these two try and whack it and get out and have 2 awkward overs at Rob Yates? And Alex Davies or Will Rhodes, whoever opens up with him. Potentially, I think with 6 overs together, just bat.
I think, yeah.
And Lewis Gregory's
there's not
in.
enough time left in
If Leach holds up an end, Gregory could have some fun here. Leaves the first one confidently outside the off stump.
Yeah, solid leave there by Leach. Looks like he's got new pads on. I've no idea if he does. They just look very white from here.
They do, actually. Maybe he accidentally left them in New Zealand. Or in Abu Dhabi on the pre-season tour. He came back home for 2 days before jetting off out to. And the gloves look shiny in New Zealand.
I wonder if he owns any coloured pads as well, because he doesn't play really.
He did play for Somerset a couple of games in the T20, but I don't think he batted.
No.
After that reverse slog sweep for 6.
Oh, yeah,
he should do.
Oh, that's...
What a shot. That's vintage Jack Leach,
trademark, isn't it?
He's looking for 2 as well. Nice. I don't think there is 2.
Oh. Don't run Gregory out.
He was looking for it. I don't think there was 2.
No, I like that. I like that he's got that energy. Maybe he didn't want the strike. That was probably why he was looking for 2. But at this stage, probably would be better for Leach to be facing the majority of the balls if Somerset want to see it through to close the play.
Just thinking back to all the time, like I remember Somerset 8, 9, 10 bailing the top order out. I think the best example has to be that ridiculous Leicestershire game when you got Roda van der Merwe, Martin de Lange and Josh Davey all getting into the 70s.
I can't imagine they were striking like that. Would their strike rates would have been pretty good for the majority, especially de Lange. Surely he wasn't hanging around.
Yeah, Josh Davey was the only one that hung around a bit. De Lange 119 strike rate, 75 or 63 balls with 6 sixes. But yeah, 7, 8, 9. No, 8, 9, 10. Sorry, 8, 9, 10. That's proper cricket.
And that was a couple of years ago, did you say, Harry?
Yeah, 2021, July 21.
It's going to be Hassan Ali over the wicket to the left-handed Leach, who's pushing forward, only to mid-off. Obviously, Jack Leach is left-handed. We've got 2 slips. We've got Hannon Dolby at 3rd. Got backward point, cover and mid-off. And then on the leg side, we've got Jacob Bethel just, well, in the sunshine on the beach, right down in front of us. Looks like he's having a great time at fine leg. And
the other jumper's there for a towel, like a towel rolled up on the beach, a little head pillow.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it has been folded neatly now.
Really neatly?
Yeah,
Is that Hannon Dolby's work?
I haven't seen who did that, but yes.
It wasn't folded that neatly 5 minutes ago.
No, it wasn't. It was just chucked on the floor. And then we've got a guy just in front of square. And Rushworth, he's been patrolling at mid-on most of the day, and that's where he's currently fielding still. As Hassan Ali changes his angle of approach now, he's coming round to Leach, and Leach is just managing to get something on that. Looked like he rushed Leach a little bit there. Gregory just walking down and maybe just giving Leach a little bit of encouragement there. Ali in then, and driving is Jack Leach. Beautiful shot, but can only find Rhodes at cover.
Couldn't have timed that much better, just the placement. A yard either side, that's 4. I'm just thinking now, the poor lad, who's that?
The poor lad.
Poor lad, who's that mid-wicket? Is that subfield?
Mid-wicket, I think it's Mousley.
Is it Dan Mousley? Yeah, Dan Mousley's got some miles in, hasn't he? The sun just above the retirement flats, unpleasant in the eyes. Leach gets hold of one through mid-wicket.
Oh. Yeah, I don't even think he's wearing sunglasses, is he?
No.
I think he might have them on the back of his cap.
But is it that kind of height?
I
where
never understand that.
I don't wear
So
sunglasses.
many
on the
of our
field.
girls, they don't field in hats or sunglasses, and I
Always wear a cap. Whatever the
I
weather,
don't know
they've
how
got
they
to wear
do
a
it.
cap. Yeah. I don't really like having sunglasses. I always remember Alistair Cook running to pick the ball up. Do you remember that? And his sunglasses fell off the back of his hat, and as he turned to throw, he threw the ball through the glasses.
I've
It smashed
not
them
seen
everywhere.
that.
Oh, it's got to be. It's a clip you must see. If we're allowed to ask our team next
End
door
of
to
the
bring that clip up for us.
84th over here. Somerset 242 for 8. I've never seen that clip.
Ah.
What was this, in a test match?
Yeah, test match. Cook and Strauss were running to pick the ball up from behind the slips, went down to third, and they giggled about it for ages. I'll find a little video. Todd will work on that for tomorrow. It was Andrew Strauss, I think. It was Strauss and Cook running back, whichever one of them broke it.
Sorry, we're just getting distracted watching another game here, but I didn't even see that, Harry.
It's the way they get the
it's
giggle. You went to
glare on
slow-mo
the screen.
replay as Gregory dots it into the offside. No run off Hannon Dolby. It's the giggling from Strauss, Cook and Anderson. They're in hysterics for about 10 minutes afterwards. It's against South Africa a few years ago. And I just always remember it. The umpire comes and picks him up. As he bends down to pick the ball up, the sunglasses fall off. He just smashes them. And then he runs them out off the sunglasses.
It's a good effort, actually. Good job they were laughing about something, because I just saw the score was 350 something for 2.
Yeah. That was an Amler or a Callis day. That gave Swan something to laugh about. Hannon Dolby with the keeper stood up here. As a pigeon dives really low below us. Gosh. That pigeon came right on my eye line as Hannon Dolby bowled. Gregory tucks in leg side for 1. But I'm worried about that pigeon's life.
It was a pretty short ball by Hannon Dolby that just had... Gregory actually did so well to control his bat swing to get something on that, because I think had he actually gone through with the shot, he would have been through that way too early.
The pigeon might have been in danger if he'd gone through with it any earlier. So Leach, the left-hander, on strike in the shade now. Leach almost needs a jumper just because he's not the Nighthawk, he's not Stuart Broad. Oh, he played a shot like he is. That was Brian Lara-esque, wasn't it? Proper
wrists on that, yeah. Oh, I love that.
I love the way that was in unison as well. The way we spoke, the wristily oomph put into that from Jack Leach.
Like Leach batting at 10, but the way he's just let that, he's almost hit that behind him, and that's where his wrists have been able to come in. But he's watched that all of the way, and beautiful shot there by Jack Leach. I know we say it like we're surprised, but how many times have we seen him?
I like being surprised at Jack Leach scoring runs. How many times he scores runs, I still like the surprise. There we go. That's soft
more,
hands, deliberate edge, isn't it?
Yeah, more what we expect from Leachy.
So to Gregory, deep fine, deep square, deep cover, deep third. Not the 2 straight ones. They're going to stay in the ring. Still got Pete Siddle to come, remember? Lovely shot.
Well fielded.
Yeah, good diving stop there from the captain himself, Will Rhodes.
Can hear the birds now, can't you?
Yeah.
One ball to come then in this 85th over. Hannon Dolby at the top of his mark. Defending is Gregory.
Who's going to be from the far end? Is it Hassan Ali still?
I think it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't agree with
I
that.
don't think they're going to.
Is Ashworth injured? Has he not got...
No,
well,
he's
he
doing
doesn't
a couple
bowl
of
now. He's
quad
not going to bowl, is he?
stretches. Yeah, if he's not
With 3
not
to go.
bowled now. He's not going to. He's not going to bowl. I'm going to stick with Hassan Ali, but what was it? 3 overs to go in the day.
Yes.
Somerset just 2 away from that first batting bonus point. Oh, talking to a member in the crowd. I think the steward needs to sit down, please. Alex Wharf just giving him a little polite waving to. Ali in then, he's round the wicket to Jack Leach. And Jack Leach is driving that through the offside, and it's a beautiful cover drive, and he's going to pick up another boundary, and that is the 250 up for Somerset, and in style as well.
I don't think any county fans in the country would be angry at Jack Leach scoring runs. It's just one of those things, you could be on any stream, everyone just loves, anyone English particularly after the one not out heroics at Headingley and the runs against Ireland. He's just like the cult hero, the cult figure, isn't he, of English cricket the last few years, and you can't begrudge Jack Leach scoring runs, especially the way he does it. He plays some exemplary shots. Frustrates opposition sides. He's up to 10.
Ali in, and again Leach finds the gap in front of point, and it's racing along here, Harry. This is brilliant to watch, isn't it?
All this chat about Bazball, and the one person in the Somerset 11 most qualified is the guy who's been playing in Bazball. He did have one filthy dismissal over the winter. I can't remember who was it. I think it might have been one of the New Zealand ones. But it's a bit different depending on how many runs you got on the board. But if he comes in, little cheeky 14 so far, this could be really crucial runs. Do we even dare dream of 2 back points?
I reckon it's the new pads, and he looks like he's got new spikes on as well.
New gloves? I think he's got full kit.
Looks fresh.
Even clothing.
What's that saying? Like, look good, feel good,
yeah,
play good.
I love the chat from the fans there. He's flicked that down to fine leg. If there wasn't a fielder there, it's 4 runs. But you got your man on the beach down here, and he's getting a cheer from the fans. He's having a bit of a laugh with the Trescothic Pavilion faithful. To be fair, fielding on that beach would be a bit bobbly, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Bethel, the left hand down there. He's having a good engagement, good giggle.
They bring him a towel down. And
he's got his followed up jumper. Jack Leach, 14 off 12. 15 off 13.
Ali is, well, he's back over the wicket to the right-handed Gregory now. Gregory flays this one through to third man. I think Bethel's going to get around to this one, though. They're going to scamper back for 2. It's good running, and it's backed up by the Warwickshire fielders there. Throw evaded keeper Michael Burgess. Good pressure put on the Warwickshire fielders there by the 2 Somerset batters.
This is a very expensive over from Hassan Ali. Poor bowling, really. 4-4-1-2. And I just cannot understand for life of me why Rushworth's not bowling. If Rushworth's not fit injured, then I'd just probably bowled Ed Barnard over Hassan Ali for the last few overs alongside Hannon Dolby.
Oh.
Stayed low.
Yeah, and Gregory did well to keep that out, actually. Suggested that he was late on it, but I think it was just the fact that it kept low and it was awkward for Gregory, and sort of just chopped down on it to keep it out.
That's a bit wide. It's almost back to his old negative lines, hasn't he? He bowled 2 wide this morning. He's tried to correct, and big celebration for the Somerset faithful as the announcement for anyone who doesn't understand or hadn't realised that we're got to wait another 50 runs before batting bonus point starts this year. Big cheer, so I'll make that 4-4-1-2. Maths, that's 11 runs, isn't it? 11 runs off the over.
Yeah, good over there by Somerset. Leach is going to face up to Hannon Dolby now. Just 2 overs to go here as we're just panning around the Quantox there. Brilliant camera work from our team. We're back to the cricket now.
Yep, penultimate over the day. Ollie, Ollie. I like hearing the chants out there. Not the chants, the positive encouragement. Another pigeon, risking it on the outfield. On the beach, trying to... You get worms on the beach, do you reckon? Pigeons, little birds below, trying to peck into the ground and get something to eat. I presume the twos have finished for the day. I'll give you the final scorecard. One of Tom Abel's men have made it here. Yeah, match drawn. 148 for 6 declared Cornwall. So technically, in a bizarre 1 day, 2 day friendly, Cornwall have scored more runs, but Somerset actually only lost 1 wicket. Retired not out, Andy Mead. Mead back quite slowly, actually. Fair enough, no slight on him, but Abel raced to 40 off 59. Goes where they dug in a bit. And Cornwall's top scorer was Phillips with 69, and then top wicket takers were Sonny Baker with 3, Shoaib Bashir with 2. So decent run out at the Vale for Somerset's 1.5 team. They won't be back there tomorrow because I think the twos championship starts on Monday. So
Leach just defended that one back up the ground.
when's your next game, first game, next game?
First warm-up game is Sunday, Harry. We're up at Portland Road in Edgbaston, actually. We're playing Central Sparks, so...
They won't finish earlier here Saturday night for you to get a lift up with the Warwickshire boys then?
No, unfortunately not, but I will be heading straight off after tomorrow's play to get up there for Sunday. And
lovely tickle off the hips. Jack Leach should be 2 here. Yeah, comfortable 2. Is that a bus job, or are you going to drive up yourself?
No, we're driving up ourselves. It's a no ball as well, actually. Rob Bailey's just signalled that.
Just extending today's play with an extra delivery.
Yeah, it's not really too far an away trip for us, which is probably why we end up playing Central Sparks in a friendly fixture. It sort of just makes sense. So yeah, hopefully they've had some dry weather this week up there, and we can get some time on grass on Sunday.
Is it just a one-day game?
Yeah, 50 over game. So we start with the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this year. So we're straight into 50 over cricket.
Sure, you'll have the YouTube stream on Sunday when you're not batting or when you're half keeping an eye. When you're fielding, can you have a phone in your pocket? Well, I tell you what, we should give you the little mic thing. Give you a little earpiece. Sadly, probably won't work up there, but
yeah, I think that might fall off if I'm diving around
cool,
in the field. But
you wouldn't be diving around in a pre-season game.
That would be cool. Oh yeah, I'd be diving around.
Oh, don't go getting injured.
I won't get injured. Just you want to.
You got enough jumpers on in April that you know.
Yeah, true. Actually, it depends how cold it is, how mobile I'm feeling.
Leach, bit of an edge, but it is soft hands. First slip stops the runs. Interesting that there is a third in place, but with 2 slips, it's quite wide.
Yeah, it's very wide. Probably just cutting off. I mean, the angle of the boundary there is slightly awkward, isn't it? It's quite. What's the word I'm looking for?
Is the pitch a dodecahedron today? A dodecagon? I'm not quite sure. It's probably got about 15 sides, actually.
See, what's your preference? Because I'm not a massive, sorry, Scott Hawkins and the team, but I'm not a massive fan of, the sort of cut-off, quite rigid structure to a boundary. I like a more sort of rounded, fluent. That's a brilliant shot by Jack Leach.
What? The wristily flick. What other shots has he got left to show us? This is a Jack Leach exhibition.
Well, we haven't seen the sort of reverse switch hit yet.
This is almost a helicopter shot, isn't it? Look at that little helicopter flick after.
I actually love that. That's tailed in from Hannon Dolby. Leach has fallen over.
Yeah.
But it's actually enabled him to go through with that, which I really like. And there's going to be we said we didn't expect there to be a change of bowling, but I think we're going to see Barnard into the attack for what is the last over of the day.
I can't get over that shot from Jack Leach. That's going to be clipped up. Look at the Somerset social media in the next 10 minutes or so. I'm sure Ben and Todd are already on that. Leachy flicking that through the leg side with a helicopter, MS Dhoni-esque whip through. Rashid Khan does it a bit too.
Yeah. Bazball special, that was.
Yeah.
It was 21 off 20s. I'm going to see Barnard then into the attack. Gregory on strike, who is walking at that, and it's just gone down the leg side, or probably quite close to the leg stump, I would suggest. Apparently, Bethel's getting a bit stick down on the third man boundary.
That's the Good Friday beers just kicking in, I think, or ciders. Mike from Ilminster's missing the last over of the day. Thanks for your company. See you tomorrow. You've got another over left. Another 5 balls, Mike. Never know what might happen.
Oh, Gregory beating on the outside edge that time. What's your sort of summary of the day, Harry? Where do you see the balance of the game now? Obviously, Somerset 8 down, but managed to get that first batting point, 267. Who will be the happier of the two sides?
Thanks to Gregory, Davey and Leach, it's got to be Somerset now. Completely changed the day's fortunes, I'd say.
Gregory defending that to mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Somerset will surely be eyeing 300, come back in the morning and try and creep up to there, especially if Gregory is the main man, and, well, the fact that Leach has come in and played this, well, at the minute, handy little cameo, but that could be extended tomorrow morning if they're still there at the end of today's play. Gregory knocks that towards deep backward square leg, and Hannon Dolby does the fielding. I think Gregory is hoping that Leach is going to take these last 2 balls of the day's play.
Yeah, to worry about that so much these days. We've not really seen, in the olden days, not really the olden days, in recent cricket really, they'd sort of see out the last over of the day. I feel like, is that going out of fashion? Not necessary so much with the positive cricket. Well, the batters just take runs when they can now, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. Barnard round the wicket to Leach. Oh, that...
Kind of a bit. I don't think he's edged that.
It's an appeal there by Warwickshire, but no one is really convinced. Hayne having a little bit of a conversation with Leach. That just cut him in half.
Yeah. Is it controversial to say? I think how many 4-day matches from Somerset have only actually lasted 3 days anyway. This isn't some conspiracy theory, like it's been deliberate or anything, but for the weekday day to not happen and the Friday, Saturday, Sunday that are bank holidays isn't actually the worst outcome in the end if there's going to be a result in 3 days anyway.
Barnarded and edged by Leach down to the third man boundary. Sam will be thrilled that the day's play is finished with a single down to third man.
269 for 8 is a serious recovery from Somerset. We must say how well Warwickshire bowled, particularly impressed with Rushworth and Hannon Dolby. Barnard and Ali then took those wickets in the afternoon session, but Lewis Gregory is probably man of the day, you'd say. His partnership with Josh Davey, 105 runs, massive for the 8th wicket. And Jack Leach, 22 not out, and cheeky little 28 run partnership. He's dominated the 28 run partnership, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's come in and played really positively, and yeah, great hand by Leach, 22 not out. Going off the pitch and ready to come back out tomorrow morning. I think they'll be thrilled that, well, Gregory, 65 not out, has played a captain's innings, hasn't he? And yeah, I'm sure the Somerset faithful will be hoping that a few more runs are in store tomorrow morning. Great effort, though, by the Warwickshire bowlers, walking off the pitch now, and actually credit to the Somerset ground staff for all of their efforts to get cricket on today. The umpires just sort of applauding their efforts as well. Yeah,
so we shall leave you. You can rewind on the YouTube stream. You can watch any of today's play. You can watch highlights. You can see highlights we're going to show you now. You can have a look on the Twitter page and see the little clips. You can go on the new Somerset website and read through commentary and blog and a match report. Plenty of different ways to stay in touch. There will also be post-match interviews you can read and watch later on. But we'll be back. Well, not me. I'm here tomorrow, but I'm not on commentary. Stephen Lamb, I think.
Yeah,
yourself and Vic Marks, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for day 3, day 2, depending on how you look at it. But thanks, Harry, thanks, Sam, and thanks to you all for tuning in. And we will see you tomorrow for what is set to be another brilliant day's cricket. And hopefully the weather is set fair and we get some more blue skies and some more brilliant cricket for you.